Recorded Books presents By Right of Arms by Robin Carr. Narrated by Therese Plummer. Prologue. Windsor Castle, July 1355. The call from King Edward III for a private meeting held the element of intrigue for Sir Hyatt Laidley. News that there would be such an event was whispered to him at a banquet several days before by the king's son, Edward of Woodstock, the Black Prince. Hyatt had awaited the order since, bristling nervously, excitedly, at every sound that might be an approaching page with a message from the king. Hyatt had just celebrated the anniversary of his birth, which marked 30 years. In his short life, he had accrued a great reputation as a warrior, not the least of which was a valuable service to the young prince in the Battle of Crécy 9 years before. Since that time, the Black Prince had been his devoted ally and undoubtedly had sung Hyatt's praises to the king. Hyatt listened abstractedly to the sound of his chain-mail jingling as he passed through the arching galleries of the palace, on his way to the king's bedchamber. Behind him he could hear the loud thudding footsteps of Sir Gervin, the giant who accompanied Hyatt everywhere. Hyatt stopped before the king's door and nodded to the guard, stiffening his spine and holding his head proudly. He was instantly admitted. Hyatt found the king, the Prince of Wales, the king's third son, John of Gaunt, and a few men he did not know, seated about the room. He fell to one knee before his king.
"My liege,"
he saluted.
"Rise, Sir Knight," the bold King Edward ordered. "You will find that this is an informal conference, and you may abandon all airs."
Hyatt stood quickly, and Prince Edward came forward, extending a hand in friendship.
"Be at ease, Hyatt. I have told the king about your astute wisdom and enviable battle skills. These are ministers," he began, waving an arm toward 3 seated men. "And," he continued, "my brother John. And this is a Baron of Flanders, Lord Laverne. Now, a cup, my friend, and a chair. We'll be brief and secret."
They were determined to be quick, as if the time set aside for this meeting had been minimal. The king launched immediately into his discussion.
"My son tells me that you are a good knight, strong and rich. In fact, he is pompous, for he calls you the best there ever was."
King Edward chuckled.
"This was said, no doubt, to save embarrassment, since you saved his life in Crécy, and he maintains it would take a warrior more fierce than he to save his life. True?" "I don't know that I saved him, sire. We fought together that day. Perhaps he saved me."
The king lifted a brow.
"He did not say you were humble, but he did admit you were wise. Will you go with him to Bordeaux to form another attack against France?" "I answer every royal call, my liege." "Good enough. What is this business that you are rich, but without family or lands?" "An argument with my father had me cast from his house, sire, though I was wrongly accused and there was no proof brought against me. I have not carried his arms or banner in many years, but I made my fortune in Calais on your behalf. Nay, there are no lands, and little time for them since I have been occupied fighting. But you are rich enough to support property should the crown bequeath it?" "Yea, sire." "Good, then. This man, Lord Laverne, is of the Flemish allegiance that grants us homage. He comes to bargain with me for a piece of land on the border of Aquitaine, strangely unconquered. His daughter, it seems, resides there. She is wed to the Sire de Poivroy."
The old man broke in. The king glanced around at the noble, a soured expression on his face as if he disliked being interrupted.
"Edward," the king said to his son, "explain to Sir Hyatt what you wish of him."
The prince walked from behind his father to seat himself on a stool near Hyatt.
The Castle de la Noya, of which Lord Laverne speaks, is a large and stout keep. The land is fertile and rich, and there are many residents, but it has been mismanaged for many years. Our armies have not conquered so far east, but now I lead a new assault on France, and after the first battles from Bordeaux, I would have you secure de la Noya for England. Will you do it? Yea, my lord. Do you have the means to enlarge your own forces? More men will be required. Yea, this can be done. There are those who desire to carry my colours.
Young Edward smiled.
I don't doubt it. You have both a good reputation and the ear of the prince. It is only the money I have worried about, for buying the weapons and horses and paying knights and archers is costly. You made enough at Calais, eh, Hyatt? Calais has seated the wealth of many. Among them your enemy, Sir Hollis Marsden. That is why I have asked for a secret conference. Hollis must be carried to France along with many others, for I have need of the best soldiers. If he fights well, which I assume he will, he, as well as you, will secure a piece of land. You must not tell anyone where you are bound, nor your intention, nor our agreement, until you are nearly there. I have given my knights leave to take what they will when the plunder begins, but it is you I want in de la Noya.
Sire, Lord Laverne whispered with urgency.
My daughter!
Prince Edward looked over his shoulder with annoyance.
The old man despises his son-in-law, but pleads for the woman's life. You need not make any promises.
Hyatt chuckled.
Indeed, I cannot. 'Tis not a fair I journey toward. Rest easy, old man. If the castle is to belong to me, only necessary death shall occur. Will the lord who holds the land surrender to my arms?
Laverne snorted.
He cannot fight, that is sure. Oh, he is an odd, weak little beggar who is kept from war by means of money. All the money I sent for a dowry with my daughter 12 years ago. I have come all the way from Flanders to ask that a knight of some repute be sent to de la Noya, for it is apparent the castle must fall to the English soon. And in that conquest, my daughter must be spared. Why do you not give your daughter haven yourself?
Hyatt asked. Laverne looked down as if in embarrassment.
She will not leave the Sire du Poivois. She refuses to betray him. She wrote to me that strong or weak, good or bad, stalwart or cowardly, the sire is her husband by oath before God, and she cannot return to her father while he lives. And she cannot leave de la Noya, for all who reside there depend on her.
Hyatt listened with interest.
Do you claim her to be a worthy dame? Yea, if foolish. She does not owe this loyalty to Giles de Poivre. He has done nothing to keep her safe or well. If possible, I will let the beldame go, Hyatt said. Beldame?
Laverne laughed.
She is but 21. I sent her to de la Noya when she was 9 years old.
Hyatt frowned, finding it impossible to believe that one so young had principles so strong. He shrugged off his curiosity, for the larger intrigue was the battle and the gift of lands, something he had waited and hoped for many years. When do we depart for France? Can you gather plentiful forces in 1 month? Prince Edward asked.
Yea, and then? When we have subdued the borderlands, you have my leave to advance to de la Noya. If you accomplish this to my liking, you will be handsomely rewarded. And if you can keep Sir Hollis or any other scourge from taking it away from you. Sire, do any other of my enemies threaten? Does any member of my father's household take up arms? Ha, do you mean Sir Ryland Laidley?
Edward chuckled.
I think that clever knight has avoided fighting long enough to assure us all that he will never raise a sword on my behalf or England's. but it is well known that he supports Sir Hollis against you. Beware of that strange brotherhood."
Hyatt rose and saluted the king. He shook hands with the prince again.
"I am in your debt,"
he said quietly to the young prince.
"Nay, Hyatt, I am in yours. That is why I have offered you this chance for wealth and a homestead." "But my daughter,"
Lord Laverne said, rising to his feet.
"Direct me to yon castle, my lord, and if your daughter is as wise as you claim, she will escape death by the route of her good sense. I despise useless killing. No serf of mine could raise a hoe or scythe from the grave."
The king smiled shrewdly upon Hyatt's statement. He stood in the knight's presence, pleased by his son's choice.
"Remember, Sir Hyatt, to tell no one of our plans until it is too late to be tricked out of your booty. And watch your back. I have a worthy axe at my back, sire."
He bowed his way out of the room, his chest swelling proudly as he departed the chamber. Outside he met Girvan, and they walked through the galleries to leave.
"Did a good offer come from the king?"
the huge knight asked.
"Good, but costly. If we can fight our way through much of France, we have a place to roost. But silence on this, Girvan. No one is to know. While I waited for you, 2 crows came squawking by the antechamber. By my presence they assume you were closeted with the king."
"Crows by name Ryland and Hollis?" Hyatt asked.
"Aye, Hyatt, the same."
Hyatt sighed.
"Forsooth, if I can win the place from most of France, I have to hold it against my own countrymen. A good offer? It is too soon to say. Did you accept?"
Hyatt stopped walking and looked at his longtime friend and ally.
"When has anyone ever refused King Edward and the Black Prince? Yea, I accepted their offer. Now we go to war again. But this time, God willing, I do not carry my booty home on my horse."
Chapter 1. April, 1356. The banner of the English army was sighted from a high parapet at dawn, and reported immediately to Lady Aurélie du Poivre and the seneschal, Sir Guillaume. Giles, Aurélie's husband, had departed with his troop of men-at-arms to venture toward Bordeaux 29 days prior, to meet and hold the landed English armies. "Is there any word of my lord?" she asked. The page shook his head mournfully, but Aurélie had expected this answer. Had Giles sent a message, it would have been delivered to the lady instantly, even in the dark of night. "Do you know their colors?" she asked. "Madame, the French lilies on blue are quartered by the gold lions on red. King Edward's forces, from England." Aurélie had prayed through the long nights that the de Poivre army would be victorious and her lord would be delivered safely home. This English troop had either conquered Giles's army or cleverly bypassed them. For many months she had heard the tales of the carnage spread by the forces of the English king's son, the Black Prince. Edward had laid waste from Bordeaux through the Limousin, and the stories promised that any of the Black Prince's forces would be fearful to meet. Aurélie climbed the winding stairs to the top of the donjon, the central citadel of the Castle de la Noye, to view the approaching army for herself. Guillaume was close behind her, as always. She was only 1 year over a score, but had been the lady of this estate for 12 years. Perhaps in the early years of her residence her authority was second to the counsel of the seneschal's wife, but since she was as young as 4 and 10, her power here had been unquestioned. Aurélie had learned quickly and accepted responsibility readily. When Giles was away, she commanded even the soldiers, with the seneschal's assistance, and she did this very well. She looked over the vast du Poivre domain, the lush green hills of spring. The wind at the high citadel tore at her hair and gown, and tears glistened in her eyes. Guillaume held her elbow, more out of affection than assistance. "How is the wall manned?" she asked softly.
"Archers, madam,"
he returned, his voice low and coarse.
"We have no other means."
"They carry the English banner of Edward," she stated flatly. She turned and looked up at the seneschal's hard grey eyes.
"They come to fight, and they number 100 or more. Guillaume, are we already fallen? We are not so well fixed as they, but we have the bridge and wall, and we have not endured days of battle, as I suspect they have."
Aurélie turned her gaze back to the sight of the army, already topping the farthest knoll and moving cautiously toward De la Noye. The banner was carried ahead of them, and the troops were positioned in a large arrowhead shape, the shields of the horsed knights fixed toward the outside to protect the inside of the V where their leader rode. Marching archers banked the riding knights, and behind the troop they pulled mangonels on wheels for hurling large stones or burning missiles. Foot soldiers pulled weapons and battering rams on carts at the rear. The slow convergence at mid-morning did not speak of weariness, but of astute battle consciousness. Had they been less than completely confident, they would have charged the wall in the dark of night or have used some other method of surprise. "Send someone to meet them," she instructed.
"My lady?"
Guillaume questioned. "Let us learn their intention before they reach our door, Guillaume. If they kill my messenger, we will cover the walls and parapets and fight, though all of us will die before the day is out. But since their approach is so brazen, perhaps there is another way. Send a rider at once. I will wait here." Her eyes did not move from the English forces, and she held her hands clasped tightly before her. Guillaume hesitated but a moment before doing her bidding, and then he moved quickly from her side to find a messenger. As Aurélie watched the advance, her heart threatened to break with their every step. She had prayed hard for Giles when he rode to battle, for he was not as soldier-wise as his father had been. The old Sire du Poivre had been powerful with his lance and sword, a fearsome and well-known knight. He had been dead now 10 years. Giles, his only son, was more scholar than soldier, his religion being his consuming passion, and his knightly skills lacking. He was weak in battle. 2 things had saved them this long: the money that King Philip had accepted in lieu of arms when he was still alive, and the stout army that the old sire had left behind. Giles would not have taken up arms even yet, but King John II had commanded the gathering of forces just after Christmas. Giles had to fight or allow his family estate to be confiscated. Sadly, Aurélie knew it had not been for France or De la Noye that Giles went to war, but because he had no choice. "I may die upon the field or be executed as a traitor," he had said to her upon leaving. She tried to believe that Giles was safe and would arrive soon, but the dagger of fear penetrated her mind. To lose Giles and De la Noye in one thrust of a lance seemed more than any mortal woman could bear. Yet this dreadful possibility had loomed on their horizon for a long time. England wanted Guienne, their Aquitaine. Edward had launched total war upon the land, chevauchée, the tactic of winning the king through the people by so depleting the countryside of booty, life, stock, and land, that there was no further source of revenue with which to raise armies. Calais had fallen 9 years before, and it was said that the English left nothing living or standing there. De la Noye was already weak from debts and deaths, for Giles had spent too much money buying freedom from war and benefices to assure his own eternal peace. Giles should have been born to another family. He would have been happier as a monk or priest. His church spending allowed no extra money to fortify their men-at-arms. Aurélie had been delivered to this manse as a 9-year-old chaperoned bride with a heavy dower purse from her Flemish father. The marriage took place and the dowry was given to the Sire de Poivre, the vows to be consummated when Aurélie and Giles reached maturity. 2 years later the old sire had died and Aurélie had grown up with her husband. It was all she knew and held dear. Giles suffered the ridicule of many, but he was the only man to whom she had ever been close. She heard the sound of the bridge as it was lowered before she could see any change in the scenery. Within moments, a single rider carrying the de Poivre banner rode alone toward the advancing army, and the English slowed to a stop. As she watched, she prayed, not for victory, for that was impossible. Holy Mother of God, let us live. Guillaume came up beside her and again took her elbow in his large, strong hand. She did not look at him, for if she saw fear on his face, she too would weaken. She licked her wind-dried lips and held her jaw tight, waiting. The rider stopped ahead of the army, and the knights separated to let their leader advance. Only a few words could have been exchanged when Aurélie saw the English leader draw out and raise his broadsword. The metal flashed in the sunlight. She gasped in sudden terror. She expected to see her messenger's head roll upon the turf, but instead she saw the English knight dismount and plunge his broadsword into the ground. The messenger turned and began riding back to the castle, while the English army held fast behind their leader. Aurélie looked at Sir Guillaume.
"The English bastard is confident,"
he growled. "He can well afford his confidence, Guillaume," she replied somewhat sadly. "Let us see what he demands." The distance from the tower to the courtyard was great, and Aurélie arrived just as the gate was opening for her messenger. She was satisfied to see that Guillaume had sent one of their strongest archers, and not a boy who might, in fear, have garbled the message. The man fell to one knee before Sir Guillaume and Aurélie. She braced herself for the news.
"The Sire de Poivre has fallen, my lady," he reported, "dead by the English blade. 'Tis Sir Hyatt Laidley, Knight of Edward, who claims de la Noye by right of arms."
Aurélie felt her stomach jump up to swallow her heart, and a dull gray began to envelop her. She swayed slightly against Guillaume, but would not let herself swoon. In her soul she screamed, "Giles, my husband, my beloved friend!" But she straightened and lifted her chin, holding back the painful tears she wished to shed. "Are there survivors?" she asked, her voice sounding distant to her own ears.
"Some, madam. They travelled toward us under English guard. There are more of the English than those. This army is only his advance. This Knight Laidley will hold his troops until you are given word of your husband's death. He says it is his intention to offer you decent retirement for yourself, and—"
He paused a moment and then, looking down, continued,
"yourself and your heirs, if you will surrender the hall and lands."
Aurélie's pain was like the point of a dagger. Her eyes brightened with tears.
"Did you tell the English bastard that the lady of this hall is barren and has no heir?" she asked bitterly.
The messenger did not bother to answer, but simply looked to the dirt at his feet. Aurélie had asked the question knowing full well that none of her people would speak personally of her, most especially to a conquering force.
"My lady, I pray you beware. He carries the Ben Sinister on his shield. He is a bastard, true."
Aurélie gave a short, bitter laugh and turned her watering eyes to Sir Guillaume. "Mother of Christ, there are so many bastards born." Her knees threatened to give way and spill her to the ground. She felt Guillaume's hand move to her waist to hold her. He feared that she was becoming distraught. What matter her absence of children when her life and all the lives within her walls face desperate peril?
"Fetch Perrin,"
Guillaume commanded over his shoulder, holding Aurélie upright, trying to give strength. The command from the seneschal was sobering. She knew Guillaume called for her woman to have her taken away and tended, and however grieving her heart, she meant to command her walls until they were hers no longer.
"Why does this bastard knight delay his attack?" she asked the messenger. He says his armies are well paid, and he does not wish to break down his own walls to have his booty. He stabbed the ground with his sword and promised that if the gate does not open to him when the shadow cast by his sword is gone, he will take the castle. He bade me hurry the message that the choice of life or death is yours, my lady. Guillaume, by God's bones, I would rather die on the English blade than abide his chains, the seneschal growled. How many would you sacrifice? She asked him in a whisper. How do we know the vermin will allow us life if we lay down our arms and bid him welcome? The knight retorted hotly. Aurélie loved Guillaume well and had known and trusted him for over a decade. He was a wise and noble man who would not lightly abuse the men entrusted to him. But he was proud as well and could not easily give over this domain. In truth, Guillaume was more the knight of the old sire, and had suffered in trying to serve the young religious heir. He had never before faced a choice such as this. You saw for yourself, Sir Guillaume. They have a greater force than we, and ours are dead or captured. Do we believe him then, my lady? He asked in a voice heavy with sarcasm. Do you see our men-at-arms? She countered. They looked at each other for a long moment. Aurélie could not find reason in the knight's eyes, and he could not find the power for war in the soft blue of hers. Yet, of all the people housed in De la Noye, these two were by far the bravest. Guillaume had served here for over 30 years, ever since he was a young and hot-tempered warrior. Aurélie, having come to this place as a child bride, had learned to be the strong ruler her sensitive and cowardly husband was not. Although she had a gentle tongue and graceful step, she moved quickly through this massive keep to see her quietest command followed, or her punishment meted out. Aurélie turned to the messenger. Go again to the English swine and ask him for the full measure of his shadow, so that the Sire de Poivre's widow might hear a mass for her husband's soul. Tell him I request this above any civil retirement he offers. If he has not the honor to allow me this brief mercy, let him attack and win De la Noye at the cost of some of his men. And in a quieter voice she added, If Giles is dead, the wall is mine. The man nodded and mounted his horse again. Aurélie raised her arm to the guard, giving her consent to open the doors again. My lady, I know your grief is deep, but a mass for Sir Giles could. Sir Guillaume, my lord husband, might wish a mass and my mourning in lieu of every other thing, but we cannot oblige him this time. Come and let us quickly ready the hall. Our time is short, and I will not see that English snake slither about my halls in my husband's linen. We must burn his accounts and clothes, and hide what little money there is. Give your men their orders to hold the gate against the Englishmen until we are ready. And you will bid him enter, lady? You will forgive me one day, dear Guillaume. I cannot waste more life in a futile battle that will only reduce our beloved De la Noye to ashes. The Black Prince has left naught but rubble and death in his path, and he will not cease. Yea, I will invite the devil in, but I do not surrender yet. If but one of us is left alive, he will find his new conquest more a burden than a prize. The castle folk somberly moved through the tasks that were assigned to them. There had been deprivation, sorrow, and fear within the halls of De la Noye, for the fighting had been close, and Sir Giles had clung to his estate by the weakest rule since his father's death. The threat from England had worsened, for Edward had a foothold in Guienne and Gascony, and sympathy from Flanders. Indeed, much of Flanders wore the English wool on their backs, and the English drank good French wine. King Edward had made it clear he wanted complete sovereignty, a right he boasted through his mother. He was attempting to control the Channel and the Bay of Biscay, and had many victories to his credit. The de Poivre army was weak and weary. In a mood of resignation, the servants and soldiers saw the beginning of the great change of command that had been coming for a long time. Some hid their relief at not having to fight behind the sadness and mourning that came with the loss of De la Noye to an Englishman.
Aurélie knew that not many would mourn Giles. There was a cautious and watchful surprise throughout as the English knight held back his army for the full course of 2 hours. Aurélie unlocked her husband's bedchamber. In the anteroom he kept his accounts and a box of money. The hearths in the hall and cookrooms burned bright as the Sire du Poivre's records, letters, and clothing fed them. The portion of Giles's belongings that Aurélie most vehemently wished destroyed was the monk's habits that her husband often wore. She wouldn't share with this English foe Giles's peculiar obsession with his faith. The small amount of silver that was stored in Giles's coffer was distributed in 7 different hiding places, none of which were close to the lord and lady's chambers. Madame du Poivre walked through her own chambers in a numbness that worried her woman, Lady Perrin. The young widow touched each piece of furniture she passed with an affection one would show a child or favored pet. She quietly asked her maids to fill her coffers with her clothing and sentimental items. She would beg the English conqueror to allow her retirement to her father's domain in Flanders. She dressed herself in the black she had worn for the mourning of Giles's father, and pulled her hair away from her face to be hidden under a black shawl. All jewelry but the ring bearing the de Poivre crest was packed away. Perrin watched her mistress with pain and doubt. Guillaume was Perrin's husband, and the two had been close at hand since the marriage of Giles and Aurélie, through the death of the old lord and during the ensuing hard times. They cared for the young couple as though they were their own children. At the news that Giles was slain, Perrin had cried her helpless tears, but Aurélie did not give in. Her stoic mien and slow, agonized movements, with an army camped on her stoop, confused Perrin. She had begun to fear her mistress was losing her sanity. There was no conversation between the women. The chores Aurélie ordered were swiftly and silently done, while outside the lady's chamber the fires destroyed Sir Giles's personal effects. Finally Perrin answered a light tapping at the chamber door and admitted her sadly beaten husband, Guillaume.
"I fear our time is come, my lady."
Aurélie looked at her seneschal with clear blue eyes. She was more than aware of Perrin's suspicious glances and chose to disregard them. Many, she supposed, considered her mad with grief. Her love for Giles was assumed by all who knew them, for she had served her husband well and faithfully, despite his shortcomings. Madness was not her malady, however. Her head was clear and her intention strong. "Sir Guillaume, you know my purpose is to let the Englishmen enter this castle. You are my most valuable vassal. I give you leave to flee if you will. If you stay, you must obey me until my rule here is over." "Guillaume?"
"I would not leave your side, my lady."
"If he does not kill you, he will chain you," she said evenly.
"Do you know what he may do to you, lady?"
Guillaume asked. "I know. I have lived this last hour knowing." The knight gave a nod toward the door, and they moved together through the long corridors and down the stairs until the ground level was reached and the courtyard lay just outside the hall. Here Aurélie paused and questioned Guillaume. "Have you told our people we will surrender the hall?"
"Aye, my lady."
"Will they obey?"
"They have seen the number of English knights, lady. Many think you are wise to surrender."
"And you, Guillaume?"
"I gave my oath to fight for this hall to my death, lady. It is all I know, and by your order my death would come easy."
She touched his arm in affection and then gestured toward the door. They passed beyond the inner bailey and through another wall into the courtyard of the outer bailey. There was room here for 1,000 horsed knights. But there were none. She surveyed the wall and parapets and saw that her men were ready with bows should the foreigners attack. She drew in her breath and tried to still any fears that threatened to rise. Then her voice came softly. "Give them the order, Sir Guillaume. and meet the bastard at my side. As she watched the opening of the doors and the lowering of the bridge, she willed her eyes to dry and gather all the blue from the clear afternoon sky. She allowed no outward sign of weakness or grief. Her pale ivory skin was touched by the red of a rose, and her lips were bright as if in fever. The black she wore did not enhance her beauty, but her fairness was too bold to be concealed. She let her eyes lightly close and tried to form pictures in her mind of the good days with Giles. They read and sang and rode together. They shared secrets and experiments. Inseparable as children, fond companions as young adults, theirs was an easy camaraderie all the years of their union. She knew nothing of passion in her marriage, and the only romance she had known came from listening to traveling troubadour songs. But there had been so much else she had loved because of Giles. She loved De La Noya and her people. She had learned to be content with this. She knew life would never be the same for her. She held her chin high and posture proud, as Giles would have expected. He had always admired her strength and courage. She would show her scorn, but never let them know the infirmity of her fear. As the English drew into her courtyard, her strength was more difficult to maintain. Their size and number pitifully dwarfed her own soldiers. They were clearly ready for war. Only destriers entered, and no knight rode his palfrey. The war horse was used only in battle, and never ridden on any travel or errand. The huge beasts bore their fully armored knights gracefully. Shields and swords were brightly brandished, and their livery was red and black, making it difficult to see the stain of blood. The English entered in pairs and separated to line the walls, their eyes casting about furtively for the slightest sign that arms would be raised against them. Along the ground and wall, as well as in the parapets, Aurélie judged her men to be still and acquiescent to the conquest. Some of her younger archers showed their awe of the invading army by their gaping mouths. She knew her decision, however cowardly, had been the only one. The brutish strength that circled her would have wiped out her people in little time. Even the thickness of De La Noya's outer wall would have crumbled under this force of arms. The survivors of such a battle would have suffered far worse than these unresisting few. 50 men soon lined her inner walls. They held their tense bodies still, watching, silently waiting. Aurélie sensed their number and immediately knew the clever battle tactics of this invader. Half of their army remained outside the outer wall, prepared for any trickery on the part of the inhabitants. Long, quiet moments passed, and even the destriers were motionless. Then the sound of a single war horse crossing the bridge could be heard. Into the center of the courtyard, protected on all sides by the army, a lone knight rode. Aurélie assumed him to be the leader. He was massive in size, larger than any man Aurélie had ever seen. He would be called a giant in fairs and festivals, and was easily 4 hands higher than she. His livery, too, was black and red, and she strained to see the blazon on his shield, but he held it away. His face was covered by his helm, and only a glitter from his eyes within gave proof that he was human. His voice rang out in clear, beautiful French. "Where is the lady of this hall?" Aurélie paused a moment and then took one small step forward. She felt Guillaume, stiff and ready, join her. The conqueror bent his shielded gaze toward her for a moment before he dismounted. He looked around once more before pulling off his helm. The face that bore down on her was the face of the devil. His eyes were of slate, his skin was scarred and deeply bronzed, and his black hair fell errantly over his brow. He smiled an evil smile, and his eyes glittered. Several teeth were missing, and his lips were thick and swollen. Aurélie knew a mixture of fear and hate so intense that she could not find one emotion without colliding with the other. He strode toward her, still smiling, then bowed.
Madame du Poivre, your mass was a long one. He looked skyward. The incense you burned filled the sky. She narrowed her eyes, for she knew the night taunted her. When he saw her frown, he laughed loudly. Madame, is this man your servant? He asked, indicating Guillaume. Sir Guillaume, the seneschal, she replied. The knight inclined his head toward one of his warriors. The man dismounted and dropped his shield. A second knight followed the first, and they approached Guillaume. Does this man command your army? The conqueror asked. Aurélie nodded her head. Command him, the knight demanded. Aurélie looked toward Guillaume and spoke in her gentlest voice. You are to be the example, beloved Guillaume. Let them take you. She saw the pain in his eyes. He was no match for the giant who stood before them, but he could surely cause a few bruises to these lesser knights. The will to fight was strong in him. Yielding to bondage such as this destroyed the greatest part of him. She nearly wept in pity. Forgive me, she quietly pleaded. She imagined she could hear hearts breaking all around her as her people watched Guillaume, so brave and strong, allow these English to restrain him. Her hatred for the bastard blossomed and grew as Guillaume was pulled away from her side. She turned on the huge knight with renewed fury. "Will you bind them all, Lucifer?" she asked, her voice heavy with ire. He smiled tolerantly. "If they make it necessary, madam. Then how will you bind me? While you obey, your hands will be free. You killed my husband," she gritted out through her teeth. His eyes took on a feral gleam. "'Twas my sword and no other," he said, full of pomposity. Aurélie spat at him. The spittle struck his face, and the insult brought 4 men from their steeds, banners and shields falling abruptly to the ground. Only 2 were required to stay Guillaume, but in the instant it took to spit in the face of her conqueror, Aurélie found herself seized by 4 large armor-clad men. Guillaume strained against his ropes and guards, but it was futile. "You court death, demoiselle," he growled. "Ha! Do you expect me to weep? My blood should blend on your foul blade with the blood of the Sire du Poivre." "But I do not wish it so, demoiselle," he said, his voice low and mocking. "One so lovely as you should not die so soon." "I will await the moment. I will pray for it." He looked at her for a long moment, a patient smile growing on his lips. "For each time you spit at me, one of your villains will die. We will begin with him," he said, nodding his head over his shoulder toward Guillaume. A broadsword slid out of its sheath the moment the words were spoken. Aurélie gasped in disbelief. She could not fathom their power. The men responded to their leader as if he sent them silent messages from his mind. "Mercy, Sir Knight," she pleaded. "It is my crime, not his." "Need I spill his blood, demoiselle, for you to believe I will do it?" he asked. "I beg of you, do these people no harm on my behalf." "Will you fall to your knees before your lord?" he asked. Instantly she let herself sink to the ground, though her arms were still held by knights on each side. "I beg of you, my lord." The knights holding her arms jerked her to her feet, her black shawl falling away from her head and lying in the dust. She faced the victor again. "I am not your lord," he said evenly. "I am his messenger, and if you fear me, do well to fear him the more, for his heart is not so tender as mine." Aurelie's eyes widened. This was not the fearsome bastard? The question formed on her lips, but she was not allowed to ask it. "Take her to her chambers. Tie her there, lest she foolishly anger Sir Hyatt by some wickedness. Guard her door." As Aurélie was being led toward the halls, she was aware of the commotion behind her.
Several knights followed with swords unsheathed and ready if the battle lay within, and more destriers began passing through the gate and into the courtyard. The silence was replaced by the shouting of orders and the collection of arms. What she heard all around her was the sound of de la Noye falling to the conqueror. Chapter 2. Here were screams among the women and the sound of running. Doors that had been fearfully bolted against the English knights were ruthlessly shattered. The clanking of armor and weapons, shouting and wailing filled the corridors and galleries. Aurélie heard men's laughter from her chamber, and it stung her deeply, for the English army seized her home with victorious revelry. There was chortling and whooping as each family prize was discovered, or a woman servant ripe for assault was encountered. Before long, the smell of roasting meat rose from the cookrooms, and she knew that her provender was being pillaged to feed the conquerors in grand style. She had been bound with her hands behind her back. Her women were removed from her sight, and she was left alone. She worried about Perrin, whom she did not think strong enough to endure much abuse from this army. And Baptiste, a young maid within her care, would likely fill the night for some ruthless warrior. There were the old and infirm among the castle people, and children too young to understand the expected behavior of the vanquished. She had been their mistress and caretaker all these years, and now was locked away from them. It was only this worry that kept her from the fear that would paralyze her if she thought of what might happen to her. The sounds dwindled as the day grew late. The violation of everything on the upper level of the castle was complete, and the English, she guessed, were gathered in the hall for feasting. She could sense the presence of the guard outside her door, but he made no sound. She was brought no food or drink, and left no fire or candle to light her room against the gathering darkness. The skin at her wrists was chafed and sore. She tried in vain to loosen her bindings. She heard a sound outside her chamber door and saw the latch move. The door slowly opened. She sat on the rushes before a cold hearth. Straightening and peering into the dimness, she could make out the form of a man in a short cape, standing silhouetted against the torchlight of the corridor.
"Light this room,"
he instructed the guard. The guard moved past him and into Aurélie's chamber. Aurélie almost laughed aloud as she saw the guard still uncomfortably clad in full armor. Against whom? This conquered mistress left alone and bound? The weight of the battle accoutrement made his simple task of lighting candles a difficult one. Aurélie kept her eyes fixed on the figure in the doorway while light began to gather around her. He was not huge like his messenger. He was generous of build, but did not wear his armor or carry a weapon. He, she thought with contempt, was confident that his men could protect him now, and he had left behind his mail and helm and gauntlets. He stood poised in the frame of the door, garbed in a short dark gown, a quilted gambeson, and shoes. His style of clothing was not ornate, but neither was it modest. Even at first glance, she could judge his apparel to be of high quality. He frowned at the sight of her. Then, turning, he spoke to his guard.
"You may leave us now. I shall be here only a short time." "I would stay, my lord, lest she has some weapon hidden in her clothing."
The man laughed lightly.
"If I am felled by a woman of such slight strength, I deserve my wounds. Go. This business is between the two of us."
The guard shrugged and passed his lord, closing the door as he left. The man didn't advance quickly, but leisurely contemplated Aurélie. His serious expression didn't change, and, if she could fairly judge, there seemed to be something of pity in his brown eyes.
"I am Hyatt,"
he finally said.
"I have claimed this hall and all the possessions and goods herein, and the people."
"And my husband's life," she said.
"Aye, and other soldiers of your house."
He made a half bow.
I am grieved to deliver the news. Many were killed. I bring to you the knowledge that Sir Giles died a warrior's death on the field of battle. You may bury him with pride."
His words came so easily, with such a beautiful command of the Gascon language of her homeland, that her chest swelled with pain anew. There was nothing to grasp but this confirmation that all was lost. He did not scorn her, laugh at her, abuse her, or even take much boasting in his accomplishment. She wished to see the ugly face of his messenger. It was easier to bear the cruel mocking of the victor than abide this young knight's compassion and courtly manners. In the wake of losing all she valued, he stood at ease in her bedchamber, looking down on her. "Will I be allowed to bury my lord?" she asked quietly, a slight catch in her voice.
"Perhaps on the morrow."
He approached her, pulling a small knife from his belt as he came closer. He held it before her for a moment, judging her expression. She showed no frightened surprise. She feared neither him nor death. He knelt and turned her so he might cut the straps that bound her wrists. She pulled her arms loose and rubbed the soreness with her fingers. He was still kneeling, his face close to hers, and she could see in his eyes a softness that she didn't understand. He took one of her hands in his and judged the redness for himself.
"Had you not strained against the ropes, you would have suffered far less,"
he said, his voice as smooth as a polished stone. "It is in my nature to strain against so cruel a thing as this," she returned, lifting her chin. He smiled in a quick, fleeting manner before his face grew serious again. In that brief smile, his eyes lit and his expression became momentarily bright. For an instant, Aurélie forgot why he was there, leaning so close to her. Had the moment occurred at a dinner or joust, her heart would have leapt in some aroused excitement. His handsome face, tanned no doubt by many days of travel toward her home, was strong and flawless. There was nothing of weakness in his hard and implacable warrior's expression. His beard was thick brown, his brows heavy and brooding, and his mouth wide and firm.
"This I understand, madam. I am likewise plagued by a natural fighting will."
She instantly found fault with his beautiful strength. She imagined that the women of his English court yearned for his attentions. She ardently wished him ugly and stupid, two qualities that would be easy to ridicule. But it was her bindings he cut. She could not decry his wisdom, strength, or even his appearance. He was older than Giles, perhaps 30 years of age. "Will I be allowed retirement?" she asked.
"My ears deceive me. Did your messenger confuse your request? I was told you desired the time for a mass above all other concessions."
He smiled. "This I have obliged." She pulled her hand out of his. "Perhaps I will flee," she said.
"Where, madam? To a harsher master?"
He chuckled.
"Even an approved sojourn would be difficult. There is war on the land."
"Or join my husband in death, as I honorably should."
"Shall I leave you the blade, chérie?"
he asked gently, turning it over in the palm of his hand. He shook his head.
"Nay, I will not kill you. I dislike useless death and do not desire yours. I honor your right to die valiantly, if that is your choice."
He shrugged.
"But I think it would only cause greater suffering for those captured in this hall."
He laid the knife down on the rushes before her, and turned his back to begin arranging the cold, brittle sticks and logs on her hearth. The sight of his back aggravated her more. He did not fear her, as if she lacked the courage to attack him. She picked up the knife and gingerly tested the blade, causing a bright swell of blood to appear on her finger. The instrument was worthy of the task, and in a swift motion she drew up on her knees, holding the knife high, ready to bring it down into his flesh. As quickly, with but a slight turn and deft movement, the knife was struck from her hand and sent flying across the room. It landed with a clatter, and she was sprawled beneath him in the rushes. His eyes, dark and smoldering, bored into hers. His jaw was tense and his mouth set in an angry line. He held her arms over her head in one hand, the other free to beat her senseless if he so chose.
If some sharp dagger lay hidden in your morning gown, chérie, use it quickly and well, for 20 of your people will die with each missed mark.
There is no weapon, she said slowly. How many of mine will you slay for this? He shook his head.
This I yield to you,
he said softly.
'Tis your nature, is it not? But from now, madame, I will tie you in the courtyard, and you will watch each of your villains suffer as they pay the price for your foolish acts. Do well to hear me and know that I speak only the truth.
You are clever, senor. My life means nothing to me now, but those abused by your men are tender souls who have never been helpless under a demon rule before your cruel arrival. He raised one brow, and a half-smile touched his lips.
I could have sworn the guards stood fast outside your door, Aurélie. How is it the peasants already bring you complaints?
She wiggled slightly beneath him, knowing he taunted her. I heard women scream in the breaking of doors.
Do you play me for a fool?
He seemed almost amused by her anger.
To some, the defeat has come hard, but most already serve. Your tender souls have had no rule here. The fair Giles was too busy about his prayers to—
She began to fight him in earnest when he maligned the memory of her husband. Her arms strained futilely against his hand, and she tried to kick, writhe, push. He was large and as solid as a stone statue.
Cease,
he commanded her.
Hear me, wench, for I will not spend much time teaching you. Your villains do not suffer, but for the stupid few who test my wrath. I give you more consideration than you deserve. Indeed, I have allowed you much. You think I gave you leave for a mass for the dead?
He laughed.
Nay, my clever vixen, I gave you leave to rob your own stores and flee if you would. And I give you more. I will give you a short time to do your worst. Tear at your hair, scream, rend your black gowns, and wallow in ashes. I will leave you this chamber for your choice of torture. And I will leave you the blade. If you do not value life, use it. You will wear my blood on your soul, she growled.
He smiled suddenly.
God will never know yours from all the others, chérie. If my soul is damned for killing, your blood will not damn me any further.
His smile faded into a frown, almost pitying in its quality.
I suppose this is a poor time to remind you, for my losses were not so heavy as yours. But the de Poivre army took a few lives with them.
He shrugged.
Who of us, madam, loves war? Even though I make my own living from the booty, I would rather hold my land against armies than travel endlessly in search of victories. It is land that causes us to fight, and surely the victor finds it easier to bury his own dead than the vanquished. But this land is Edward's, from the Duchy of Aquitaine, first brought to England by Queen Eleanor, a long time ago.
England pays homage to the king, she argued, her words remembered from Giles's testimony. John is king here.
The battle is nearly over, chérie.
Nay. He looked down into her eyes, holding her firmly beneath him. His weight, full upon her, pressed her hard against the floor. His thighs lay heavy on hers, his belly was flat and as hard as his shield, and his broad chest crushed and hurt her breasts. To her horror, she felt his bold desire and knew that he could find many ways to punish her. He let his cheek brush hers, his beard tickling her neck and causing her a sudden shiver. The knuckles of his free hand brushed the skin of her jaw and neck, and he ran one finger down over her chest to touch the valley between her breasts.
She thought surely she had bought her rape with her waspish tongue, and her eyes were wide with sudden fear.
Yet he went no further.
"But if you choose life, ma petite, must I bear the mark of your pleasure on my heart?"
"I hate you," her mouth formed the barely audible words.
"I don't doubt it, Aurélie. But I think you are more clever than this. I think you will conceal your hatred for a time, if only to catch me unaware."
And then, in a very deep whisper, he asked,
"Did Giles know the full measure of his good fortune?"
The question stirred a memory that held deep sorrow within her, and she turned her face away. Although she knew her marriage to Giles was different from most, there had been some happiness for her here, with him. She could not mourn the loss of something she'd never known, but she did not want Sir Hyatt to look into her eyes. She believed him a devil who might be capable of seeing her secrets. He lifted himself from her quickly, and she took in a deep, freeing breath. He walked toward the door, and once there, paused to kick the knife toward her. He smiled, bowed, and quit the room. Aurélie looked down at the blade, knowing it was a worthy notion to pierce her breast and end the torture of watching this cocky knight usurp her home. But she did not reach for it. She crumpled to the floor and wept, until the tears would come no more. Though Hyatt had barely slept, he was summoned hours before cockcrow by the arrival of the carts bearing the dead. He had left his remaining forces, supplies, servants, and others to follow after de la Noye was taken. Their task was to bring those dead who wore the de Poivre colors to the castle town for burial. To return the slain lord to his domain for burial was a great act of charity on the part of the conqueror, but this further concession of returning all the dead, some 40 men, was a time-consuming and burdensome chore. Those whom Hyatt had left behind with the instructions were hard-pressed to understand his action. This kindness would also confuse the survivors within de la Noye. A lengthy entourage of people followed him to the castle, arriving in little groups throughout the night. Among the first to join him was his illegitimate son Derek and the boy's mother, Fawn. Derek was almost 2 years old, and Fawn mothered the boy closely, and for this reason Hyatt acquiesced to her continued presence. He was amazed by his attachment to his bastard son, but he still lamented that first attraction to the fiery-haired vixen who had borne him. Many assumed that Fawn provided him with much pleasure, warm nights, and spirited amusement, but he would have no more bastards from her. Fawn was from good merchant stock, clever, and some thought of her as beautiful. Any woman less so would have been settled with and left, but this woman he kept and supported so that he could supervise the rearing of the child. While many of his men believed Fawn provided some carnal relief, it was the child who became a more significant part of his life with every passing day. Although Fawn's place with him was misunderstood by almost everyone, Hyatt wasn't inclined to explain his behavior. Sometimes he regretted his silence, for she was given to haughtiness as being the leader's woman. He chose to ignore this because he considered the benefits of her position few. When she arrived ahead of the others, a bevy of guards protecting her, he was certain she'd used some privy authority to accomplish this grand entrance. She rushed toward him, disregarding his frown of displeasure. He'd hoped to see his other instructions followed before hers. "Victorious again, my lord," she cried. Then, nuzzling his ear and neck, she added more softly, "I will make your night of victory very special." "On this night, Fawn, I am otherwise occupied. A room will be found for you and the boy." She gave her head a toss, the reddish curls bouncing around her shoulders. Her eyes narrowed, and she moistened her lips with her tongue. "Have you found some French whore to ease yourself upon?" she questioned flippantly. Hyatt laughed loudly. Her saucy confidence had originally attracted him, and, his memory being sound, he chafed at the knowledge that he'd not found a better bedmate since. He condoned her nearness only because of Derek, for he did not love her and seldom approved of her behavior. On occasion she made him angry enough to strike her, and one day might yield to the temptation.
"There is no French whore," he said. "Not yet, though I look long and hard. The victory is not complete. I am hard at work, and the little time I spend abed tonight will be used for sleep."
He felt the urge to fondle his son, who sleepily reached chubby arms out to him, but instead he turned away. He was careful to let no witness other than the boy's mother see how vulnerable he was to Derek. He made an impatient gesture with his hand, indicating that Fawn and her servants and the child be installed somewhere to sleep. Hyatt's distrust of women was understood, but left his acceptance of this one unexplained. He heard confused whispers, for he'd been seen in generous acts toward her, and also as he scorned her. Some spoke of his lusty demands, and some, he imagined, even envied him this fancy harlot, for she was pleasing to the eye and brazen in her appeal. But Hyatt was discriminating and not weakened by these hoyden flirtations. He was relieved when Fawn did not rise early to press him for company, or some other demand, always on Derek's behalf. It was true that he had much on his mind, and a goodly share had to do with Aurelie. While he didn't think she would end her own life, he'd been told of her pride and her devotion to Giles. His knowledge of her was far greater than hers of him, for Lord Laverne had met them in Bordeaux and given the location of the castle and a great deal of information about Giles and his troop. If Aurelie did not kill herself because of the siege, she might attempt to do so when she learned that Lord Laverne supported Hyatt's attack. Many Flemish lords were at odds with the French king and the papacy. From Flanders to Gascony, it was easy enough to find a friendly beachhead. Lord Laverne was more merchant than nobleman and needed the English trade. All of his people were clothed in the English wool, and the English guzzled his wine. Giles, more an aristocrat than a warrior or merchant, did not see the advantage of making an ally of his enemy. He was all for France and the Church, whatever the cost. The cost had proven dear. Laverne had continued to plead for concessions on behalf of his daughter. Although Aurelie had abandoned her father's principles for her husband's, Laverne was desperate to protect her against death or imprisonment. Hyatt hadn't given his word to that. He refused to weaken his position on any issue. But it was in his mind from the first that only necessary death and bondage should occur. He didn't fear the mistress of de la Noye, this child woman of whom Laverne had spoken so affectionately. The fact that she was steadfast behind Giles to the end only made her more admirable in Hyatt's mind. Loyalty, especially from a woman, had come to mean a great deal to him. When he saw her, ravaged though she was by the destruction that encompassed her and the effects of honest grief for her husband, her beauty was manifest. She was small and trim, though by no means frail. Her face, even in devastation, had a healthy glow, her eyes bright enough to glitter in the dark and as blue as the clearest sky. Her thick brown hair was streaked with honey gold and fell below her waist, curling seductively around her face, and her tenacity spoke of passion. This was, as Laverne had claimed, a worthy dame. He had earlier found the woman, Perrine, and allowed her to fetch her mistress for the early morning burial. He instructed his men to let her pass. Although he wished it otherwise, he found himself compelled to watch her from the wall, assuring himself that there was sufficient strength in her stride. She endured her hardships well. He was disappointed that he lacked a better view, another chance to look closely at her face and alluring form. Hyatt was never trapped by a flirtatious smile, but there was something about Aurelie, something more than her obvious fairness, that occupied his thoughts. From the moment he'd issued her the blade, he'd hoped he was accurate in assuming she was made of surviving stock. He returned to his own work while she was busy with the burial. He had serious matters to deal with, though most of De La Noya had fallen into place better than he expected. These simple castle folk and even the men-at-arms had suffered a rule so weak they were resigned to Hyatt's shocking power almost immediately. Little was needed in the way of educating them. The greatest disappointment of his conquest lay in the continued poor behavior of one of his own, Sir Thormund. The knight was a cockerel who was consumed by self-importance. He had acted outside of Hyatt's authority on several occasions in the past, the complaints and crimes attributed to him many. Although he'd been warned, Thormund was feeling a victor's zeal when they took De La Noya. He was reprimanded twice for actions he took against the residents, and Hyatt began watching him more closely. He discovered Thormund hiding some of the booty for his personal use. Now he must deal with the man. He knew the punishment must be harsh and swift for two solid reasons. Thormund had earned punishment befitting a thief, and the example to the other knights and residents here might save future retribution. If all were sufficiently shocked into awareness, only the foolish would dare steal from Hyatt in the future. Yet Hyatt vehemently wished that he'd never taken the knight on, or had turned him out long ago, on perhaps the first or second offense of usurping his master's authority. Against his better judgment, Hyatt had paid the man, purchased his battle gear and horse, and provided a squire. He needed men and had been in a hurry to appease Prince Edward. And Thormund had once ridden with Hyatt's estranged brother. However, Hyatt wouldn't give the fallen knight another opportunity to betray him. At just after daybreak, when the prisoners and injured were all returned to De La Noya and littered the inner bailey, Hyatt ordered Thormund delivered to the yard. That the stench of death and the pitiful state of the conquered ones sickened him were weaknesses Hyatt did not share with any comrade. Soldiers did not wince away from death and injury and despair. These were his thoughts as he entered the yard. That no one would know by his action or expression that his stomach churned against his duty. When he was noticed emerging from the hall, the prisoners were poked and ordered to stand taller, and Thormund was dragged forward. He saw Aurelie. She stood far back, behind many captured soldiers. She watched the flurry of activity that took place the moment Hyatt inclined his head. He saw her face, pale and drawn, her head covered by the black hood of her cloak. For a moment he wished she were not there. He would spare her this. But it was a fleeting wish. Let her see, he thought. She will know my strength, and I will know hers. Until then, we know nothing of each other. Thormund wore the colors of red and black, but he was stripped of his sword and shield. As he was brought forward, he looked down at the ground. Only his shoes, and gambeson gave him a way to be one of their number, yet he was being held as an offender. As he was pulled to the center of the yard to face Sir Hyatt, he slowly looked up, his expression full of hatred and defiance. Hyatt saw the stinging truth again, there in Thormund's eyes. He knew Thormund would kill him if it met his needs. "Thormund!" Hyatt shouted in a voice that caused his prisoners to stand taller if the guards' prodding had not. "I would break the arm of any man who steals from me. But one of my own," he shouted, looking all around him. He judged the reactions of those present. Then he spat in the dust at the feet of his soldier. "With one of my own, one whom I've trusted and tried to teach truth and honor, my judgment would be harsher." He looked toward one of his knights, and the man unsheathed his sword and tossed it to Hyatt. He caught the heavy weapon with ease as if it weighed no more than a scythe or hoe. In a flash of action so swift many would wonder if they had even seen it, the prisoner's arm was held out and whisked off just below the elbow. A shriek of pain left the victim before he crumpled to the earth in agony. Hyatt stabbed the bloodied weapon into the ground beside the severed limb and looked around again, his voice ringing loudly over the cries of the injured man. "To test my justice, test only the edge of my sword. They are equally sharp." Then, in a voice only slightly subdued, he added,
Mend him and turn him upon the road. He betrays my shield. He betrays my word."
The cries stopped as Thormund was quickly hefted over the shoulder of one guard and carried out of the way. Hyatt judged the observers again, looking for one in particular. She stood. He could not see her closely enough to know if she gaped, but her arms were still at her sides. Perrin hid her face and seemed to retch, but Aurelie faced the loathsome deed. He kept himself from showing a prideful smile and turned, striding back to the hall as confidently as he'd come. Hyatt had acted quickly. There should be little doubt he would not dally over tiresome testimony. He was grateful to find some of his men in the hall, finished with their early morning meal. He desperately needed any diversion they would provide. He wanted to scour away the memory of Thormund's betrayal and severed limb. Only a few of his most trusted men knew that he doubted Thormund. They had helped him watch the errant knight, but the punishment was hard-earned. The residents of De La Noya would consider him ruthless. That was his deliberate plan. He called for cold ale and spoke with Sir Gervin, his closest vassal.
"Thormund is finished,"
he said sourly.
"It should have been done long ago. It is a necessary example,"
Gervin grunted.
"A costly one,"
Hyatt said.
"My hard-earned moneys bought his sword and axe and horse. I could not teach him to follow, and now he shall never lead. You kept the destrier and weapons, did you not? I would rather have a good soldier,"
Hyatt grumbled. Gervin seemed to sense his friend's melancholy.
"Does this promised castle prove too much trouble?"
he asked, smiling.
"It does not bode of great plenty,"
Hyatt said, adding a curse under his breath. Gervin began to laugh. He'd been with Hyatt for many years, and the younger man often became surly when faced with a lord's responsibility. In truth, De La Noya was his greatest conquest thus far, and Hyatt had no cause for any such coltish pouting.
"Who will carry this poor lad's burdens?"
he asked the men standing about. Offers went up around the hall, and within a moment there was jesting and toasting. The very thing Hyatt had hoped for to ease his distaste. He was laughing over a good retort when he noticed the slim, darkly clad figure cautiously and quietly enter the hall. He thought she must pass this way to gain her chamber, but not knowing the keep well, he wasn't certain where he might cross her path next. Perrin stayed close behind her, the attendant's face still white with disbelief. He held a cup of cool ale in his hand and hoped he appeared untroubled by the fact that he had just maimed a man. Aurelie met his eyes. He smiled and made his way to where she stood.
"My lady,"
he said, his voice even and smooth. She lifted her chin but could find no words.
"I trust the departed are blessed and resting?"
he asked. She nodded, looking up at him.
"Good,"
he said.
"We could not look to the morrow for fruitful harvest until yesterday's tragedy is past. I expect each soul yearns for only good to befall the fair De La Noya now."
He tried to speak as though those buried were but losers of a joust, and that, as in all good sporting, he held no grudge. Women knew little of war. They sent their men away to fight and either welcomed home victors or buried the dead. Hyatt wished her to know that he held no contempt for those slain. Indeed, he had respect for those who fought valiantly. As long as kings argued, knights fought. His eyes remained softened toward her. War was work, a matter of necessary action, not meant to be enjoyed, nor to destroy all that might be left. She shook her head numbly, showing great confusion. I could not help but see, in the courtyard—"
"I am sorry you must witness such, madam. A lord's chore is often ugly."
"I think, Sir Hyatt, that it must be a terrible demon who drives you," she said softly, searching his eyes. It was as before, when he looked at her face. There was a catch in his breast, and he felt a strange tugging. He was taken by more than her comeliness. From inside, he could feel the urge to cradle her in his arms and drive away fear and pain she might have. But he reminded himself that her delicate appearance was not a true indication of her strength. She'd stood through the cursed event as well as he and did not weaken.
"Perhaps, madam, all that is different about me is that I am free from demons."
"Nay," she replied,
"a fearful devil, surely, and one we shall all know quite well."
Hyatt let his eyes bore deeply into hers for a moment, and then slowly he let his gaze drop, giving her body a long, leisurely appraisal. He wanted to touch her, but did not. In time, he promised himself, he might let her see beyond his ambition and calloused determination, and he would look beyond her pride and strength. He began to taste a tender moment, but forced himself to have patience. His eyes again focused on hers, and he did not smile.
"You will know me quite well, Aurelie. Rest assured."
Chapter 3. Aurelie was aware of Hyatt's occupancy of the former lord's chamber. She could hear his movements and wondered at his strange hours, for it seemed the chamber was never without a variety of voices, heard from early morning until late at night. More confusing to her was the fact that he left her alone in her private solar. She expected this modest luxury to be revoked at any moment. Isolated, by her own choice since the hall was not denied her, she gave herself to hating the victor and mourning her husband's death. She saw only a few servants, and that they seemed to endure their captivity well did not ease her mind as it should, but only increased her fury. No one, it seemed, mourned Giles or resisted Hyatt's rugged occupation. "My lord insists that you rise from your grief and prepare for a visitor," Perrin told her when she delivered an early morning tray of food.
"My lord?"
Aurelie said, aghast.
"Perrin, have you made him your lord?"
"I have little choice, madame," she returned. "He makes it clear his rule here will not be questioned."
"Does the madman expect me to visit the kitchens for his guest? Am I to don a costume to serve the vermin? I will not do his bidding. I will not discard my widow's black."
The door to her chamber slowly opened, and Hyatt stood there, looking in at her with an amused smile on his lips.
"I was told of your stubbornness, Aurelie, but I wasn't warned about your impudence. I suggest that you set aside your belligerence and do as I have asked."
"Never!" she cried, stamping her foot in emphasis. "I am your prisoner, not your servant." During her days of solitude, her anger had built into a seething rage. She foolishly forgot the people she intended to protect from him, and was insulted by his passive tolerance. While she might have cowered from his hostile treatment, she bristled under his smooth control. He raised one brow and crossed his arms over his chest.
"I am willing to force the issue," he said.
She stared at him with childish insolence.
"Will you cut off my legs if I do not serve? Beat the villagers if I fail to oversee the hall? My arm," she said, thrusting it toward him. "Will it be sacrificed if I will not put aside my black? Or will it be my head?"
"None of these," he said easily, shrugging his shoulders.
"I will simply dress you myself."
She was stunned into silence. She'd learned and heard from Perrin on her brief visits that Hyatt meant to be taken seriously, and that his command was most frequently issued in a soft and patient voice that only covered a more brutal action he wouldn't hesitate to employ.
"I would not bemoan the task. If it were unpleasant to me, I would simply send my guard to do it."
She whirled around and presented her back. She wished for a moment that he would simply beat her, rather than employ his boyish charm, this courtly solicitude of asking for her compliance. And then the memory of the man's stump and his arm lying in the dust came to mind, and she shuddered.
I will not dally with you, Aurelie. I'm not a patient man. Your staunchest vassals have come around to my ways and means quicker. Dress yourself and come to the hall. And I know you can make yourself look pleasant if you try.
She whirled to face him, her mouth moving well ahead of her head.
Perhaps my staunchest vassals were not widowed by your army and find your demands easier to meet.
He took 2 steps into the room, a frown on his face, and she took 2 steps back, wondering why she'd foolishly tested his temper. Had she not seen his quick hand move to maim?
Senor, I will dress and come to the hall, she said quickly.
He stopped immediately.
Have a care with your appearance, my lady. My guest is your father, and he is concerned for your health.
My father, she gasped. Dear God, does he bring arms?
He is a welcome guest, Hyatt returned, and a friend.
But when he learns that you—
He knows Sir Giles is dead, madame. He wished it had not been necessary, as did I. But that is a hazard of war.
He cannot approve your— For the first time since she'd seen him, Hyatt seemed uncomfortable. He looked away and shifted his weight, but he regained his composure quickly.
He approves my occupation of this hall and lands. The Flemish are not much for your French king.
The depth of this betrayal left Aurelie standing mute and awestruck.
Did no one understand her pain? Did all the world excuse thievery and murder by right of arms? Even her own father? I do not ask pardon, he said, the line of his jaw stern and his voice, as usual, calm and even. You need not forgive me, respect me, or even set aside your grief for me. You will obey me as you value your life, for any survivor of this occupation treads on the Lord's mercy.
She watched him as he spoke, noting that there was no struggle to form his words, no regret or vulnerability. He spoke as if giving simple instructions to a falconer or messenger.
I've been told you have a grain of wisdom, or I would not trouble myself with such lengthy explanations. Were you a hostile knight or simple village craftsman, I would beat my intention into your foolish skull, and mayhap you would die before learning. But lest you think yourself more clever than those able to usurp this keep and town, listen to me carefully. You may cleave to your hate and grief and pain for as many years as you deem it your right. But every action you take, madame, must show me that your desire for peace and prosperity for this land and the sorely molested people equals mine.
She looked at him closely. The words did not quite settle. He killed and maimed, yet longed for peace? He brutally ruined towns and families, but desired prosperity? Yet the entirety of his message was not lost. She was certain this was his final warning. He would stop using reason and begin using force if she did not acquiesce.
Dress, he said slowly. Our concern is no longer winning. The battle is won. Our destiny is in building. By the grace of God, you will never see conquerors cross your bridge again.
He bowed most elaborately.
Adieu for the moment, Lady Aurelie.
As the door to her chamber closed, Aurelie turned glistening eyes to Perrin.
I will never forgive him, she murmured. I will not take a breath without praying for his comeuppance.
She chose a gown of pale cream trimmed in gold. It was a total departure from the black. She allowed her hair to be brushed until it shone, had it braided and wound around her head. A veil of the sheerest silk fastened to her head with a modest cluster of pearls trailed down her back. Her sleeves were wide and flowing, her bodice snug to accentuate her trim figure, and her train pulled around to be attached to her wrist for freedom of movement. That she wore no jewels to adorn herself did not detract from her beauty. The low neckline and her gently swelling bosom embellished her appearance more than any sparkling gem. "Let him think I am resigned to healing this burg," she said to Perrin when her dressing was complete.
"I beg you, madame," Perrin whispered, "take great care with your scheming. This Hyatt is not a man to deceive lightly."
"I will use cunning," she murmured.
"He sees more than—"
"Hush!" she commanded. "I am not so simple-minded as to be foolish with my methods." She went to the hall, telling herself that she made this concession for the sake of future vengeance. In no way did she strive to please his eye. Rather than lose her temper and openly fight him, she would try to trick him into believing her behavior obedient, even docile and tractable. When Hyatt rose to greet her, his eyes glowing appreciatively and a smile on his lips, she thought she had been very clever. She curtsied before her father. He took her hand immediately, causing her to rise so that he could embrace her.
"Oh, thank God, Aurelie,"
he said hoarsely.
"You must believe I suffered with worry."
3 years had passed since Aurelie had seen him. When his mighty arms encircled her, it nearly brought her to tears. Her ambivalent feelings tore at her. Her beloved father, her betraying father. She could not find her true emotions as they bombarded each other with painful, crashing doubt.
"But you are strong,"
he went on, crushing her in his zeal. He held her away from him.
"I beg forgiveness for Giles. I did not think he would take up arms. I thought he would yield the day."
"You must have known he would defend De La Noya," she said softly, trying to keep the bitterness from her voice.
"My daughter,"
he sighed, his tired, wrinkled eyes beseeching her understanding. His beard had bleached whiter, his skin was looser and sagging, and although he was generous of build, he crouched slightly now, and she felt his aging bones as if they splintered in her hands. He was too old to live through many more summers.
"What did I think?"
he went on. She saw the tears gather in the fold under his eyes, and for a moment she pitied him.
"I thought Giles would send troops, that he would lose a fair number of archers and knights. I thought there would be sufficient damage to De La Noya. I knew, my Aurelie, there would be war. I have seen much of war in my life. But I thought Giles would surrender when he knew he was beaten."
Aurelie looked down at the floor, trying to still her threatening tears. She couldn't have expected more from her father. He appreciated Giles's scholarly wisdom, but criticized his lack of knightly skills. He'd expressed his worry for her safety for years, accusing Giles of being unable to protect her. Had it not been for the vast richness of De La Noya and the power of the Du Poivre family, she would not have been given to Giles in marriage. But all that had changed when King Edward proclaimed himself King of France and the countries were at war. Her situation worsened when the old sire died and Giles was left to manage armies, a prospect for which he had no talent. Giles had, many times in the past, chosen any alternative to fighting. Although her losses were great, Aurelie had to accept that her father neither desired nor aided her widowhood. In a surge of grief, her honesty broke through her barrier of cunning. She completely forgot Hyatt's close presence.
"I begged him not to go," she admitted. "His men at arms would have done better without him."
Lord Laverne clung to her again.
"I did not think he would. God rest him. At least he died an honorable death."
Again the aging lord held her away.
"All is not lost, daughter. There is still much to salvage."
He looked at Hyatt. The younger knight nodded and moved to the stair.
"We are allowed a private conference, a great concession from a man who cannot be sure he is among friends,"
he confided softly. Aurelie's eyes were drawn to a movement across the room and looked past her father to see the large knight Gervin rise to his feet and begin to cross the room. His hand rested lightly on the hilt of the broadsword belted at his waist. His narrow, glittering eyes scanned the room, and he came to stop just behind Aurelie and her father. His intention was clear. He would be closeted with them. She let her eyes move from the fearsome vassal to Hyatt. "He does not jeopardize his safety, father," she said, an edge to her voice. "We will make all the concessions. Rest assured." Hyatt smiled at her remark and reached a hand out to her as if he would escort her. She chose obedience and took the proffered hand, going with Hyatt to the Lord's chamber, Lord Laverne and Sir Gervin close at their heels. The door was tightly shut, and Hyatt seated her before the hearth. Lord Laverne slowly found a place near his daughter, and Gervin stood at the closed door, his arms crossed over his massive chest. Aurelie's father sighed heavily as he adjusted himself in his seat. Hyatt stood a generous distance from them, leaning casually against the wall. "Ahem," Laverne coughed. "I am most grateful to see you are fit. You, above all, have some right to this keep. Your dowry saw the building of the church and much of the outer wall. It shall be preserved in your name. There is no heir save the widow." Aurelie looked down into her lap, trying to keep her hands demurely folded and her heart still. "There are no heirs in war, father," she whispered. "That you are mistress of this hall need not be questioned again. You shall remain so." She looked up at her father in astonishment. "That will be most awkward, father," she said, trying not to ridicule him too openly for his absurd suggestion. "I doubt Sir Hyatt could bear my chafing presence." "But he insists on your presence. You know the town, the people, and the lands better than any servant." She quickly looked at Hyatt to find him listening to the conversation with quiet interest. She tried to read his eyes, but they concealed his thoughts. "Then we must soon find another," she hastened, feeling her pulse quicken. "We must leave this man to rule his conquered lands." "You are best suited to aid his leadership, daughter," Laverne said, "and best suited to protect the interests of these people. You know them." She neared panic at the thought. Hyatt's gaze, resting on her with enough heat to warm her, did not betray him. He seemed perfectly calm. "I am the enemy," she said slowly, trying to keep the anger from her voice. "With all best intention, with the help of God, I cannot be suited to aid Sir Hyatt, father. I would not be a good choice. The people here would suffer as I would." "Daughter," he softly pleaded, "pray do not further injure yourself by rejecting Sir Hyatt's compassion." "Nay!" she nearly cried, feeling herself becoming more agitated, more afraid. "It would bode ill for me to remain a prisoner here, and—" "You shall wed the man," Laverne said evenly. Her breath caught in her throat and her eyes widened. She looked quickly at Hyatt, the question on her lips. His mouth was firm, his eyes level, and she thought she noticed an almost imperceptible nod, but she could not be sure. Her eyes were on her father again, and she reached out to grasp his hands. "Oh, father, you must not. If I cannot leave here with you, let me take the veil. I shall never ask another thing of you." She looked pleadingly at Hyatt. "My lord," she nearly choked. "I yield all, but I beg of you, there is not wisdom enough in all Christendom, nor grace enough in all heaven for me to yield this. 'Twould be a bed of thorns." He looked at her for a long moment, his expression unchanged. He appeared as unmoved by her plight as though he were watching the shoeing of one of his horses. "We shall manage, lady," he finally said. Aurelie felt hysterical laughter coming to her lips. "But I am barren," she said victoriously. "Surely a knight so powerful must wish to sire many sons." "It is better thus, for I have a son. In himself he is the equal of 10. She looked back at her father, angered at finding no help in his resigned expression. She whispered in strained agony. "Flanders or the convent, father. I beg you." He simply looked down and shook his head. "Father," she whispered urgently, "you would have me wed this English bastard and—"
"Bah! He is no more bastard than you or I. 'Tis but a family disagreement. Perhaps it will be eased."
He looked uncomfortably toward Hyatt, then back to his daughter.
"His family denies kinship, but he is not base-born. Take heed."
"You must not agree to this, father. On my mother's grave I appeal to your kindness." Lord Laverne closed his eyes as if contemplating his next words.
"It is difficult for you, Aurelie, but in time you will see the wisdom in this. Marriage is but a means of ensuring your safety, protection for your dower purse."
Her ears began to ring and his words blended one into the next. Laverne droned on of marriages used to form alliances, to bridge rent families, to end wars. Brides could purchase peace, ease conflicts, all a matter of sound negotiation as estates changed hands or were won and lost in the event of war. She shook her head violently, her hands going to her face as if she would press back the tears. "I cannot! I cannot! I will not!"
"Enough!"
The command came as loudly and unexpectedly as any bolt of lightning. The stammering Lord Laverne and weeping Aurelie both jumped in surprise, became silent, and looked at Hyatt. He no longer leaned against the wall in a relaxed manner, but stood to a full menacing height and held clenched fists at his sides. There was an angry scowl on his face, and he appeared to struggle for control.
"Your reluctance comes as no surprise, madame, but do not carry the game to dangerous lengths. You do not have to love me or approve me. I need your close presence to lessen the rub on these villains. I did not plan your husband's death, nor did I intend your misery. In taking de la Noye in the name of my king, I allowed a sum to retire the deposed lord in some humble dignity. For the last time I tell you, I regret it was impossible. But 'tis over. English and French must parley if there is to be profit. There is no discussion."
Aurelie swallowed hard and looked at her father. He shook his head. However angry she might be at his involvement in the matter, it was clear he was no match for this man. All the arguing Lord Laverne could do in a lifetime would not alter the decision or strength of rule. She fearfully drew a new breath. "Would you have me, so recent a widow, prepare the hall and see the priest for a wedding, or will I be allowed some time for—"
"There is no need for further preparation,"
Hyatt said flatly.
"It is apparent you will judge me only as the conquering foe and refuse to see me as a man, flesh and blood, like any other. Neither will you show gratefulness that you are to be wed to protect your father's hard-earned dowry, and thus kept safe as is your right through marriage, when I could as easily turn you out for wandering armies to feast upon. If you will cleave only to your hatred and ignore your advantage in this proposal, then we shall not celebrate the event, and we shall have it done. We shall go now to the priest."
"But—" There was a sound behind her, and she turned abruptly to see Sir Gervin change his posture, indicating his intention to enforce his lord's decision by any means necessary. Hyatt walked toward her and reached out to her. She eyed him cautiously and moved her slight and trembling hand into his. Her flesh was cold and clammy all over, and she stood on shaky legs. "I am not an ignorant woman, only one who has suffered grave losses," she said with as much dignity as she could muster. "You are not a patient man." His eyes warmed as he looked down at her, but his mouth remained stern.
"You are wrong, Aurelie. I am more patient than most. But it's clear to me that you dislike my patience, for you test its limits. Had you but opened your mind to discussion, we might— But never mind. If you choose to see me only as harsh and wicked, certainly you shall."
He tucked her hand in the crook of his arm and led her to the door. For a moment she felt as mindless as a puppet, for her actions were not at all her own. He led,
her feet moving by his order, her passage by his command. She knew her options to be death or agreement. He would own her by law, rule her by power, and violate her by a husband's right. Even God would not come to her aid. An odd shiver passed through her as she walked beside him. Never in her life had she been controlled by such power. She had been the only strength, but for her there had been no strong arm to lean upon. She judged her feelings to be born of the most wretched despair, but she couldn't place the genesis of the strange tightening of her stomach, the lightness of her head. When he momentarily released her arm, she felt peculiarly alone. Her mind soared out of control. When it is just we two, she wondered, and he has left his sword and shield. When his man does not stand ready at the door to beat me into submission. When he is as naked as God made him, will he prove to be a man or a beast? The hearth burned low in the Lord's chamber. The few remaining candles flickered as they died. A bright spring moon filtered through the window and cast a beam across the bed. Aurelie stood before the hearth, distractedly watching Hyatt as he removed his tunic and laid it carefully away. The day had exhausted her will to resist him in any way. Father Algernon, though stunned and appalled, had blessed the reluctant union, with only her father and Sir Gervin present. The meal in the hall, served without any special flair or celebration, had taken long to pass. Aurelie wasn't sure whether anyone knew there'd been a wedding. She'd whispered the news to Perrine, who blanched white and covered her gasp with a shaking hand. It seemed as though Hyatt's men were considerate with their jesting and drinking, but having spent little time in their company, she couldn't be sure if they were more than usual. As the moon began to rise, Hyatt bid Lord Laverne good night and led his bride to his bedchamber. She stood awaiting his command or demand, whichever might come. Perhaps he will never know, she thought. With his tunic and chausses discarded, he presented an exquisite figure of a man. Even in fear and grief, a woman would notice his magnificent, hard-muscled body. He was lithe and graceful when not clumping about in armor. His shoulders were broad and his arms thick and strong. She'd never seen a man in any state of undress and found herself curiously staring at the thick mat of hair that covered Hyatt's chest. As he approached her, she steeled herself and closed her eyes. Her fate was sealed, and she would be used. Silently, she prayed that he would not hurt her too badly. She felt his hands on her hips and the softness of his beard on her neck. "You make this difficult, Aurelie," he breathed in her ear. She stiffened in his arms. "Call your man," she offered, the edge to her tone as sharp as a knife. His seductive laughter filled the room. "Though he would be willing, and all my men serve me quite well. There are some things a lord must do for himself." He tilted her chin and lowered his lips onto hers, catching her off guard with his gentleness. He moved over her mouth slowly, using tenderness to disarm her. Although thus far only his words had been brutal, she had not expected him to be kind. She had expected to be conquered. Yet he caressed and fondled as lovers of her dreams had done. She felt the veil drop from her hair even as his hand began to unloose the braid that adorned her head. His other hand pressed against the small of her back, forcing her against him. Her cheeks flamed. A fiery trembling possessed her. This was not the ruthless warrior of her nightmares. As if he felt her change, his lips demanded more. She would not let her slackened arms rise to him, but it took great effort. He released her mouth and methodically began to undo the fastenings of her gown. She felt dizzy and knew that her body betrayed her.
She gritted her teeth in shame and frustration, trying to remind herself that this man was the enemy, the murderer of innocence. Her mind taunted her. Does he truly regret Giles? Dislike killing? Detest the ugliness of war? She tried to suppress such speculation. His feelings didn't matter. He had killed and captured her home. But the desires she'd learned to suppress began to rise in her, causing her flesh to tingle from his touch. She looked up at his bearded face above her. His eyes, black in the dimness of the room, glowed in passion. "You must not," she heard herself whisper, though she knew it would be foolish to resist. He laughed softly, and the sound was cruel to her ears. He was forcing her spirit in lieu of her flesh, and her agony worsened with every moment. "Please," she whispered, "have your way quickly and be done with me." His eyes burned brighter, and his smile was illuminated in the moonlight. "Nay," he breathed. "I married you to protect your fortune and keep you safe from future ills. I would have better than thorns, Aurelie." "You wed me to work in this hall," she countered. His lips touched her brow. "Your labors will be handsomely rewarded if you would but cease to wound me with your spiteful tongue." His hands deftly pulled the gown over her shoulders, and it was instantly gathered around her feet. Her chemise quickly followed, and before she could gasp at her sudden nakedness, he lifted her in his arms and carried her to the bed. Feeling his naked strength gently pressing her down, she opened her eyes wide, as if in wait for the worst. But he kissed her, caressed her, and murmured words he could not have meant, words spoken only between lovers. His hands, gentle on her body, stirred her. His mouth, warm and moist and insistent, lured away her fears, and the demon desire ruthlessly possessed her. With a moan of despair, she allowed her arms to embrace him, and she returned his kisses. Her breasts firmed eagerly under his hand, and her body rose to his with a will of its own. "Hyatt," she breathed in a sob, "do not do this to me. Do your worst and be gone." "Our life need not be all pain, Sherry. I beg you," she cried. "Do not shame me so. Have done." His laughter was soft and mocking. "The husband's right," he murmured. "Right of arms," she answered him. "Do I hurt you, Petite? I would have better than your hatred, if only here, if only in my bed." She sobbed, but her mouth met his and her body strained toward him. She felt his hand gently part her legs, and she despised his smooth experience. Better he should brutally force her than to throw her own weakness at her in this way. Her response gave lie to her earlier rejections. Drifting, helpless in the wild sensations his touch brought, she contemplated the many women he must have loved. Thousands, she thought distractedly. He knew how to arouse. He knew the art of sweet torment. She knew nothing of this intimacy, and could do naught but float in the rapture of his carnal skill. She longed for the end of this torture, and felt it near as his gentle tempting was replaced with eagerness. His hands began to demand roughly. His body was hot with urgency as he entered her. She gasped as the pain, as sharp and searing as any dagger, flooded her womb and spread through her. Her eyes clouded with tears, and she could barely see Hyatt's face as he rose above her. He loomed over her, motionless and astonished. As her vision slowly cleared, she could see the shock in his eyes. She turned her face from him and quietly wept. His fingers gently brushed her hair from her face. He carefully lowered himself, moving with great temperance. But the pain was no more, and neither was the hunger. Aurelie's struggle with shameful desire was gone, for his startled discovery left her listless. She neither aided nor discouraged him, but passively let him have his way. It was a long while before he eased his weight from her, and she rolled onto her side. He didn't completely release her, but curved his body around her back, raising himself on one elbow to look down at her profile. His hand casually toyed with her hair.
"You might have saved yourself much misery had you told me."
"What difference?" she flung. "Would it have delayed you?"
"Nay,"
he said softly.
"But there are certain remedies."
She turned abruptly and looked at him. "You would not have believed me." He laughed a bit ruefully, shaking his head.
"Even now I do not believe it."
She rolled away from him again, this time trying to put some greater distance between their naked bodies. His hand was quick to find her hip and draw her back.
"Aurelie,"
he said, again the master of the smooth but commanding tone.
"Whatever tragedy marks your past, you may bury it now along with your Giles. I share your secret, Sherry. I don't know what Giles was to you, but I know he wasn't a husband. You have one now, and I shall remain. You must not expect me to show great patience with your anger and hate."
"I expect nothing," she wept. He gently nuzzled her neck.
"In that event, my lovely Aurelie, you will be very surprised."
Chapter 4. Aurelie heard the reigning cock of the yard crow and warily opened her eyes. The curtains were yet drawn in the room, and there was a suspicious absence of morning chill, but she lay alone in the bed. She rose slightly and turned. Hyatt had pulled a chair near to the bed and sat there, one foot casually hoisted up onto the straw mattress, as he silently observed her. He wore his chausses, leather boots, and a linen shirt, holding a cup of some steaming brew in his hand. It looked as though he'd been awake for a long while, for the fire was stoked and his eyes were clear.
"Good morning, my lady,"
he said softly. She settled back against the pillows again and pulled the covers up to her neck.
"I was going to wake you in a moment, for the castle will be astir shortly. I've noticed that your people rise with the rooster at dawn."
"Have you been awake a long time?" she questioned. He laughed ruefully.
"You have inspired great thought, Aurelie. You and your keep are full of surprises."
She felt the color come to her cheeks, but kept her eyes fixed on his just the same. "Do you say that you had no idea what you conquered, Sir Knight?" she asked with no small amount of sarcasm. He leaned forward toward her, a frown of puzzlement wrinkling his handsome brow. He firmly planted both feet on the floor and leaned his elbows on his knees, holding his steaming cup in both hands.
"If you wish to address me formally, lady wife, you may assume my lordship. When the villains are settled and word of this occupation is delivered to Edward, I will carry full title in his name. Yea, I will be your lord."
He took a sip from his cup. As he swallowed, his eyes burned into hers.
"What was Giles to you?"
he asked flatly. "My husband, my beloved," she replied without hesitation.
"Nay,"
he said quietly.
"Whatever love you had for him did not bind you in wedlock. Why did you play me false? Was the truth so painful?"
She felt the sting of tears threaten, but forced herself to face him with strength. "I do not expect anyone to understand what I felt for my husband," she said defensively, hearing the tremor in her own voice. "That I loved him deeply is absolute. The consummation of our marriage was delayed."
"Delayed? It is reasonable to shelter and protect a child bride, and I was told you were very young when delivered here. But for 12 years? Aurelie, do you deceive yourself even as you attempt to deceive me?"
He shook his head as if he pitied her.
"Had you told me the truth, I might have dealt with you differently than I did."
She could bear no more and turned away from him. She did not understand how or why she'd failed with Giles. She could not explain it to Hyatt, of all people. She felt his weight press down the bed, and a hand on her shoulder turned her back to look at him again.
"I pity your grief, but, madame, I do not know what you grieve."
His brows were drawn together in sheer bafflement. His voice was smooth and quiet.
"Was it a brother you had in Giles? A friend? What things did he do for you that made you love him so? From all accounts he was a weak and incompetent leader, and there are many insinuations that he was strange. Was he kind, gentle? I know he didn't keep you safe, make you wealthy, or give you pleasure in bed. What, lady?"
"Surely, Hyatt, I cannot expect you to understand if you think that wealth and carnal pleasure are the only things a pure woman desires," she said, her tears running down her temples and into her hair. Hyatt shook his head and leaned away from her slightly.
"Had I known your circumstances, I might have proceeded with you in other wise. But it is done. Perhaps one day I will understand what you felt for your Giles and can offer proper sympathy for your loss. For now I would have you know that I was not temperate in my plans, for I thought you were a woman of experience, a widow true."
"Do you seek my forgiveness, Sir Hyatt?" she asked sarcastically. He didn't respond to the insult, but seemed to take it in stride.
"The marriage is necessary to combine our houses, and perhaps unite opposing forces, unless you think it better, more honorable, to execute those who cannot abide a change in rule. But never mind that decision, Aurelie. You will find me willing enough to offer apologies when I'm wrong. This once, at least, you were wrong to withhold the truth. I'm afraid you will have to bear the burden of it. Now let us forget Giles, and think of the troubles we should sort out. First, soldiers of the Sire de Poivre are still held, some of them bound. You may be of some help in deciding which of those might, in time, swear fealty to me, and which must be banished. If you seek to house traitors, there will be more bloodshed, and that is useless to us all. I have brought a mighty army, and they do not relax. There is no chance you or any of your remaining forces can overthrow me. I expect you to look to those who are held prisoner and make a judgment of their worth. Second, I have a son, and he is here in your hall with his mother. That will be difficult for you, I imagine, but he must remain, and the woman tends him to my satisfaction." "Your whore resides in your wife's house?" she asked, appalled. He sighed heavily and returned to his chair. "It is unusual, I admit, but the child is valuable to me. He is my only one. He is my firstborn son, regardless of what your womb may yield us. But I assure you I shall be fair with our children. If it's easier for you, you might imagine that I am likewise widowed, and the child is the product of an earlier union." "Do you share your whore's bed in my house? Will there be many bastards running about?" Hyatt smiled leisurely. He propped his foot on the bed again. "Do you ask me not to, Aurelie, my beloved?" he questioned with humor. She turned her face sharply away, her cheeks burning again at the sound of his amused laughter. "'Tis good that you want me, but I realize I have not earned such devotion yet. You shall have your pleasures in time, chérie. I shall prove a decent mate." "Oh, my God," she moaned, keeping her face turned away. She felt his hand on her hair, gently squeezing the full softness of it. His voice was soft and seductive. "I did not expect to marry a virgin. I did not intend it, but I will admit to only you that I find great pride in this. You served my pleasure well, and I rest easier knowing that if a child is forthcoming, I need not question the sire." She turned her head sharply, the action causing him to tug her hair inadvertently. Her eyes blazed beneath the tears. "My God, Hyatt! Does Satan himself feed you the tender words you speak? I am to live with your whore, and you are pleased that I, a married woman, served your pleasures with my virginity? Will you shout it from the highest citadel that Giles failed with me? Surely even your cruelty has an end."
Hyatt sat back in his chair and looked at her, a frown wrinkling his brow.
"You are a very difficult woman to please, lady. Most women like to be told that they are much appreciated for their chastity. Not I. Why would such please me? I do not wish to be your wife, nor do I find much solace in being a pleasing bedmate."
Hyatt put down his cup and raised a foot again to the bed, casually unlacing the straps around his boot. He drew it off and repeated the action with the other foot, speaking without looking at her.
"You lie to yourself, Aurelie. 'Tis a pity. You delay any good settlement of our lot with your foolishness. You are not a man," she said angrily. "A beast from the forest, rutting aimlessly, keeping whore and wife, and finding base pleasures where they lie. Aurelie," he sighed, "you are such a challenge."
He stood and pulled his linen shirt over his head, tossing it aside. His chausses soon followed, and he stood before her in only his loincloth.
"Hyatt, no," she murmured. "I beseech your kindness. Do not hurt me."
He laughed, and his knee was on the bed.
"You hurl your insults, then beg me not to bring you pain."
His hand touched her cheek tenderly.
"I have not hurt you yet. Nay, your deflowering would have been painful with any man, for it is the way of such things. But with you I have been gentle and kind, giving far more than I have asked in return."
He lazily pulled the fur covers down to expose her nakedness. His hand made a soft sweep over her bosom, resting on her flat belly. She trembled in spite of herself.
"Ah, Aurelie, you may cry out your hate for me, but when I touch you as your lover, your body rises to meet mine. It is a good place to begin."
"You shame me," she whispered. "You torment. You hope to find this fleshly weakness in me."
"Nay,"
he said huskily, softly caressing her waist, her breast. He pulled her hand and placed it atop his, forcing her to follow his movements as his fingers became more bold.
"When I do this, lady, I am loving you. You will learn to know the touch, the pleasure, and you will find that it eases the hurt. You may despise me in the courtyard, the common room, the corridors of our castle, but in my bed your venom will cease. Here, if you cannot answer my kindness with equal weight, you will at least be silent when I touch you."
A half smile played on his lips.
"Just let your body speak to mine. That will be enough for now."
"You—"
"Hush,"
he demanded. His fingers touched the soft mound of hair between her legs, and she snatched her hand from his, the color burning on her cheeks. Her eyes closed as she gritted her teeth both in embarrassment and rousing pleasure.
"There is ever accusation in your tone. In every word from your lips, I hear pain, doubt, fear, hate. Yet in no action since my arrival can you claim I've been cruel to you."
His hands again brought to life the yearning. She moaned in misery, for the longing from deep within her womb had cried out for fulfillment. How did this devil know so much? She'd craved to be in a lover's arms, to be touched, caressed. She desired to take the seed of a strong man, to bring to life a child. For as many as 7 years she'd been ready for love, life, joy. He played casually with her body, and she opened her eyes to look at the hardened features of his face. He quickly stripped away his loincloth, and his eyes smoldered with passion's fire. She could feel his probing manhood against the inside of her closed thighs. Her heart beat wildly, her breathing came in labored gasps, for his fingers brought the response from her body. Tears clouded her vision as she studied his handsome features. Why could he not be a knight of John's France, come to console her in her loss? Why could he not have been brought by her father when she was a girl, before she'd committed so many years of loyalty to France and Giles? Hyatt was her lover now, and her body had taken him if her mind had not. Yet she was the vanquished, the prisoner, the captive. Why? Why?
Let me in, Aurelie.
She opened her mouth to speak, but he would not have her oaths, denials, or insults. He covered her parted lips with his in a searing, hungry kiss that devoured her. He pulled her hips to meet his, and with a deep, humiliating moan of resignation, she parted her legs to take him in. Within moments she clung to him, answering his thrusts with her own. Like a rising river, she felt the tide of rapture building, and a glimmer of what lay ahead was relayed in this man's arms. A glow flushed her skin, a deep quivering forced her to answer his kisses and meet his thrusting hips. He clasped her tightly to him, and that which had escaped her on the night before filled her with astonishment now. The molten heat of his pleasure filled her. He moaned weakly, his muscles taut and trembling. His lips touched her cheek, his glowing eyes looking deeply into hers.
It will come in time, Aurelie. In a little while you will share my joy. When you let yourself.
He left her to dress himself, and she turned over and sobbed into the pillow. Her tears were wrenching and painful, and she was thankful that he did not mock her. Finally, his hand was on her shoulder.
Rise, Aurelie. Enough of that.
She turned to look at him. He was fully dressed and just strapping a knife to his belt. Tears ran unheeded down her cheeks, and her hair was a tangled mass that fell in a torrent over her shoulders and around her face.
I'm afraid that I cannot allow you to indulge your self-pity any longer. This hall has been too long without the consolation of the lady. Your people, your soldiers, yet in their bonds, need you now. You will have to endure better than this, if not for yourself, then for them, my lady.
He held out a hand to help her from the bed. She shook her head. Her whisper was soft and strained. How am I to rise and go about my duties? As simply as that?
They have had losses as well, madame. We all have.
You? She questioned, giving a short laugh. The anger glittered in his dark eyes.
Yea,
he snapped like the crack of a whip.
I do not bemoan my losses, nor weep as you are wont to do. I lost good men in the battle. I am set to the task of informing my son's mother that I am wed and bound by my own honor to act the husband to you. She has undoubtedly hoped that my conscience, if nothing else, would move me to marry her and give the boy a legitimate name. And, above all that, you seem to expect me to coddle you when you should rise to ease the plight of the vanquished here.
If I attempt to mend their bodies and hearts on your behalf, they will call me traitor.
You are strong enough to take a blade to my back, he protested loudly. You are brave enough to insult your captor, to bury your dead, to stand witness to the harsh blade of my justice. Where is your courage now? Can you not counsel these castle folk on wisdom to save their hides because of what they may call you? They are conquered. If they do not bend, they will die.
He walked toward the door, turning back to her.
I have no more time for your selfish whims. Laverne promised you were worthy of the task. He said you were both strong and wise. I tire of pleading my case to you.
Oh, Hyatt, why? She questioned with a sob. Why could we not be of at least the same army? He stood silent for a long moment, staring at her.
All in good time, my lady, he said quietly.
Aurelie sniffed back her tears and sat upright in the bed, clutching the pelts over her bosom. "Milord, will you send Perrin and my maid Baptiste to me? I should like to present a better appearance to my people."
"Baptiste? Is she the young golden-haired one?"
"Aye. She is but 3 and 10. But she serves." Aurelie stopped as she saw a flicker of emotion cross Hyatt's features.
Your woman did not tell you. She is ill. I gave her leave to stay apart from chores.
Ill? But—
She was raped, madame.
Hyatt said impatiently, as if the words soured in his mouth. Aurelie groaned, her mouth tightening. Her eyes took on a violent gleam.
One of yours, my lord?
She questioned bitterly.
Aye. They were told to respect the womenfolk who did not fight them, and I saw for myself that the child was frightened into submission and did not deserve what she got.
They obey you ill. Will he pay? Who did this to the child?
'Tis odd that you ask for justice from me, the enemy, on behalf of your people, yet you have spent this week lolling about in self-pity. Is that what you ask of me, Aurelie? A lord's justice quickly levied?
Tell me which of your heathens hurt the girl, and I will avenge her, she returned hotly. His eyes held hers for a long spell across the room.
You saw,
he said in a low voice.
It was Thormund in the courtyard.
Her eyes rounded along with her mouth. For Baptiste? She asked weakly.
That was not his only crime, but had it been, he would have paid. You are slow to learn, Aurelie. De la Noye is mine, her walls, her farms, her stock, her people. My word is the law here. Yea, Thormund paid for abusing what is mine. I could have forced him to wed the lass, but it did not seem prudent to give Thormund someone to abuse. He showed much violence toward the girl and would not have made a decent mate. I know that I am harsh, but I am not a fool.
Aurelie dropped her chin and looked down into her lap. She was suddenly ashamed of her self-indulgent grief and sorry for even her criticism of his ruling. Her insides trembled in a quivering spasm. She'd missed Baptiste, but had not asked after her, and there were others she had ignored. Guillaume, Sir Verel, Father Algernon. I am sorry, Hyatt. Should anyone ask, say I am resigned to my duty. I will come. She heard the sound of the door as he left her. Aurelie found the best of her working clothes. She was cautious with her appearance, for she'd learned that her dress signaled her people of her mood or motive. She would not wear her best clothing, but neither could she look threadbare and deprived. Her tunic was of a rough, durable cloth of dark purple wool, over which she wore a heavy gray apron of sturdy linen. She chose a wimple to cover her hair and donned her leather girdle to carry her beads, pouch, paring knife, and keys. Her mood was serious as she bathed and dressed. Once finished, she turned to Perrin. Should this suffice? I do not wish to speak of either drudgery or elegance. Lady, they will be much relieved to have you about your duties again. Perrin, I am sorry. I should not have ignored the needs of this hall. This has been so hard for me to accept. Many fear you will fight the knight, lady. Fight him? She echoed weakly. I was afraid they would hate me for submitting to him. Now I am afraid they will hate me for ignoring them. Lady Aurelie, they are too frightened for hate. They do not know what to do, and most still move blindly through the hall, flinching every time one of these English knights orders them. They need your guidance badly. This Hyatt demands much of our people. Aurelie had not seen Hyatt with her own people. Under Giles, Aurelie had been the only discipline. The Sire du Poivre, too distracted by scholarly discussions and prayers, had left all management chores to her. The change for her people, as they accustomed themselves to the harsh commands of a new lord, must have terrorized them. Is Hyatt cruel to them, Perrin? The old woman shivered slightly. I do not know, Perrin whispered. You have watched him. You have warned me. Does he strike? Threaten? Rage? Perrin's eyes were filled with a frightened glitter, her voice soft. Nay, madame, none of those. And again she trembled. Aurelie sighed impatiently. The swaggering knight had struck terror into them all with his steamy glance, his clenched jaw. He was crafty. He had meted out his punishment once, and in that single action all were filled with awe. She had thought him barbaric and ruthless. Now she realized his intelligence. He had saved himself the work of 50 lashings with one swift slice of his sword. "Come, I will see to Baptiste first." The girl was more frightened than anything. In the week that Aurelie had neglected her people, the large bruise on Baptiste's face had dulled to a greenish hue, and only the redness of tears marked her eyes. "He must have beaten you badly," she confirmed. "I don't know why he hurt me, lady. I did not fight him." "He had no cause. Can you come about your service to me now?" "I am afraid of them, lady. I do not want to see the English knights, especially that one." "He cannot hurt you further, lass," Aurelie assured her, "and no other will dare touch you, for Sir Hyatt has ordered them to be decent with the women. If you are able, you should find some solace in duty, for these English will remain. You cannot hide away here for long without going mad." She shrugged and smiled, for though she'd only seen to one of her own, she already felt better for having some purpose. "It is easier to work, Baptiste, than to silently grieve. I did not find my part as a conquered woman an easy one to assume." "Have the English hurt you, madame? Were you beaten?" "Nay. Sir Hyatt has been cautious in his treatment of me, for Lord Laverne is in residence." "But he wed you. Did he—" Aurelie's cheeks took on a darker shade of rose. She found herself almost wishing she herself had a bruise that would show. "Nay, he was civil. Now come, you need not worry about me, and this misery of yours will pass." "Their master, Sir Hyatt, has told me to bring my troubles to his ear alone, and they would be set aright. Does he plan some trickery?" A half-smile tugged at the corners of Aurelie's lips. He was a difficult man to understand. Sworn, fighting knights were seldom soft, and the gentle were unable to fight. Yet Hyatt could maim and kill without conscience, and in the next breath give tender counsel to a wronged girl of Baptiste's delicacy. "I don't know, lass," she said honestly. "I have seen both his fury and his fairness. Keep safe. Come to me with your worries, and I shall help you." "Do you accept this knight, lady?" "It is only my wish to prevent any further death, and I cannot change their victory. Now, you must find your former strength, for you are needed." As Aurelie walked to the chamber door to leave, she stopped short, realizing she had echoed Hyatt's command to her. Hyatt wasn't in the common room below, but Sir Gervin stood as she came down the stairs. There were only a few knights present, and none were lounging. Squires hammered the dents from their master's armor before the hearth, and fully fettered knights sharpened and polished their battle gear. She approached Gervin. "The wall is held on your behalf. Do these men never cease in their labors?"
"Not when the occupation is new, madame,"
he returned.
"The soldier's greatest error comes when he thinks the battle swiftly done. These men of Hyatt's are always wary of comfort. They are a ready lot."
She smiled slyly. "You worry that King John will send troops?"
"He is well occupied by the Black Prince, lady."
Gervin returned her smile.
"And I do not think de la Noye will be among his first attempts. We are deep in Guienne, and he would have to pass through too much of Edward's land. We encountered little resistance in coming here. Aquitaine is secure."
She felt her heart plummet. King John would not rescue them. It was hard to decipher relief from disappointment. She would dance at a festival celebrating Hyatt's comeuppance, yet more fighting only meant more death, and she knew Hyatt would fight to the death of them all. Over and over the message that it was finished assaulted her. The instinct to resist them would not die away. She bristled at the mere sight of the tall knight Sir Gervin. She despised his self-confidence, his control. It would help to see him frightened, if only for a moment. "You do not wear your mail or armor. Perhaps you will be caught unaware by some French troop."
"My duties lie within the castle, madame. But rest assured, I can quickly find my armor."
Aurelie looked around impatiently. "I have need of Sir Hyatt, or my father,
Lord Laverne left the hall early and took a mount with some of his own men. I do not expect his return soon.
Where has he gone?
His purpose was unclear, but I think he wishes to know the extent of the English occupation in Aquitaine. He will be a long time in finding any French settlement still intact. And Sir Hyatt is occupied elsewhere.
He told me to see to my knights. How am I to do that when—
I will accompany you, lady. Our captives are held in the bailey.
They have no shelter? Do you bother to feed them? Gervin frowned, but said nothing. He walked ahead of her, leaving her to follow him into the courtyard, around the large wall to the side of the hall. There, between the outer bailey and the keep, she found a camp. Canvas cloths and tents had been raised to give shelter, and a fire in the center of a large circle of men warmed a side of pork and boiled a large kettle of brewis. Their keeping was decent, but most were tied.
They are untied in small groups that can be watched, Gervin said. We know not which of these can be trusted. Do you come to help?
She straightened proudly, holding her hands clasped before her. This was the hardest thing she had yet to face. Those knights who had gone with Giles were battle-worn. Some wore bandages, but none here seemed badly injured. They had obviously not been released long enough to get any change of clothing, and their unshorn locks and stubbled chins told there had been no grooming. She located Sir Guillaume and met his eyes. "Bring him to me," she told Gervin, without naming the knight or pointing to him. With only a swift gesture from Gervin, two of Hyatt's men went to Guillaume, untied his hands, and pointed toward Aurélie. She looked up at her vassal's face. She took note that the anger was still simmering, close to the surface in Guillaume's eyes. Gervin's close presence beside her must have chafed at her knight as well, for Guillaume would pay no regard to the English knight. She braced herself, for if Guillaume failed her now, she knew not what she would do. "Are you well?"
As well as can be expected, my lady.
Not hungry, injured, or sick?
Nay.
Do you serve me still, Sir Guillaume?
Yea, madame.
She took a stabilizing breath. Do these English bring you word of what occurs in the hall?
They do not bate us much, madame. There is little word, but I was told you were unharmed, and my lady wife was allowed to bring me food.
Sir Guillaume, Lord Laverne has come, and now that it is done, he stands in support of the English siege. He mourns Giles, but he pledges to Sir Hyatt's rule on my behalf. My options were few, and the Conqueror has wedded me with my father's permission. Guillaume's eyes narrowed.
You are a widow 1 week.
I know the length of time.
Have you cast your lot with—
She held up a hand to stop him, and slowly pinched her eyes closed. Then slowly she opened them again. She had learned the way to control softly, and she hoped Guillaume, who had taught her, had not forgotten. Take heed, Sir Guillaume. I've been instructed to find those men who will follow my orders and serve the new lord. This I must do on behalf of Sir Hyatt for the safety of these survivors. I could not come here and ask for your release on my own behalf.
And what will happen to us, madame? Are we expected to wield arms for the Englishmen?
Nay, Sir Knight. You will be freed, but will carry no arms. This I do for you, for the temptation to strike will be strong in all those who've been loyal to Giles. For now, until your honor to your oath is tested, you may serve in other ways. 'Tis too much to ask you to defend Hyatt's lordship now, but yet you will remain bound if you cannot at least accept his rule.
Must these men who are released swear to him?
Aurélie turned her head and looked up into Gervin's eyes. The knight did not meet her gaze, but stared straight ahead, leaving the matter to her. With a sigh of resignation, she looked back to Guillaume. Not yet, she said softly. For now it will be enough if you do not fight him. But soon, Guillaume. I know you are too proud for this, my loyal man, but save bloodshed, I pray. Convince these men to take freedom. Do this for me. I cannot bear to see you so restrained. I need you at my side again. Sir Guillaume looked deeply into her eyes for a long, difficult moment. His eyes slowly shifted to Gervin, and the two acknowledged each other for the first time.
It would have been better for me, lady, had Sir Giles taken me with him on the campaign.
This was said to Aurelie, but Gervin and Guillaume looked hard at each other.
It would have been a worthy contest,
Gervin said in his impeccable Gascon tongue. Aurelie knew what had happened between them. Intense hatred trumpeted, but the echo around the words demonstrated a certain mutual respect. She could not help but understand that Gervin had given in this exchange, for it was not necessary for the victor to bestow the merest word to attest to the abilities of the loser. You were left with me because in both wisdom and strength you were the best man. I am sorry for us all that Giles lost the battle, but I can do nothing to change that. Her voice drew his eyes back to her. Then he slowly turned to speak to the closest bound knight behind him. His voice was too soft for Aurelie to hear, but the man turned startled eyes to stare at her. Her plight was being cautiously explained. The man's hands were tied in front of him, and he looked several times between Lady Aurelie and Sir Guillaume, stunned by disbelief. Finally, he swallowed and gave a slow nod. Sir Gervin stepped toward Guillaume and withdrew the short blade from his belt. He extended it, handle first, to Guillaume. Aurelie watched with some relief as the man was cautiously released. Around the captive's camp, Hyatt's men stood back, weapons sheathed, for the release. Aurelie looked at the faces of sitting, leaning, reclining prisoners. Some were too young to have gone to battle, some too old. There were linen bandages, the blood dried and blackened, that alerted her there would be injuries to tend in the hall following this release. Eyes that held grief, confusion, fear, and shame studied her and the tall knight who escorted her. She sighted Sir Verel and her throat constricted. The knight had been with Giles for only 5 years, and he was their best. At 25, he was handsome, strong, and proud. After Giles's father's death and the subsequent deterioration of their army under Giles's inadequate leadership, some knights fled de la Noye in search of a stronger troop to serve. But Sir Verel remained and tried to groom a better army. He'd worked hard to train and lead able soldiers, though much was against his success. There'd been little enthusiasm from Giles, and no money to bolster them. In Verel's blue eyes there glittered a fierce hatred. A linen cloth stained with blood was wrapped around his upper arm, and another at his right thigh. His mouth turned down in a sneer as he stared at her, and she shuddered. Surely Verel would choose his ropes, for here was a stubborn and driven warrior. She tore her eyes away from his and looked again at Gervin. "Will that do, Sir Knight?" Gervin smiled down at her and took her elbow, leading her away.
You deal with the beaten with experience, madame. It appears you have done this before.
The terms I offered them meet with your approval? She asked, carefully suppressing her distaste for what she'd done.
As I said, it is as if you have done it all before.
Certainly Sir Giles brought captives here. Gervin threw back his head and laughed heartily.
I find that hard to believe. Sir Giles did not appear much of a leader of soldiers, although I did see some worthy in his troop.
Do not delude yourself, she snapped back. Giles, for himself, was more scholar than soldier, but his men were not lacking. They were a strong, loyal force.
Ah, Sir Hyatt has tamed you well. You warned me.
Nay, you will not be warned, she huffed, stomping back to the main hall.
'Tis a pity. To warn me might save a life.
Aurelie stopped short. Over and over again she found her anger gained her nothing but more trouble. She stood for a moment in thought. Verel. She sensed that Gervin had halted behind her, in wait. She slowly turned to face him again, and if her pain had been great in dealing with Guillaume, it was even greater in explaining Verel. Tears sparkled in her eyes,
There is one among them, she began, trying not to sob. Who? Aurelie faltered, and her voice broke. She wiped at her eyes nervously, for it bit her deeply to beg mercy from this man. She wished to lift her chin proudly, but it was impossible for her. His name is Sir Verel. He served my husband for only 5 years, but as a good and strong knight. He often worked the other knights in contests and challenges, and has never before lost a battle. He is young, Sir Knight, and his temper is short, his loyalty deep. Perhaps he's foolish, I do not know, but he does not deserve to die because of this. Give him his freedom. Banish him. And let him take the secrets of the keep to another army? Nay, it cannot be done. Will he attack Hyatt's men? I cannot say, she answered softly. She looked into his stormy, unyielding eyes. But if he learns the way of this conqueror, perhaps he would be a good soldier. I think his ways are much like Sir Hyatt's. I fear it'll not be easy for him to bend. Gervin gave a slow nod. 'Tis good. There are those among the Sire de Poivre's men-at-arms who are worthy of Sir Hyatt's troop, and those are the same ones who cannot easily yield. Sir Hyatt looks for loyalty that is difficult to break. Will you be merciful? He shrugged. It depends on what the Sir Verel will dare. But if you watch him, you plead for so many lives. There are many. Holy Mother of God, say you will try to preserve rather than punish those things you admire. He is loyal. He is strong. I shall use caution. Aurelie whirled away, dissatisfied with the response. She feared for Verel, who had often criticized Giles's lack of discipline with the men. Verel was a good leader. Giles often had said he would make a good lord. My lady, she turned back as Gervin beckoned. If it is possible to bring him to the side of the victor, it will be done. The weight is on Sir Verel's shoulders, not yours, to find the side he serves. To give fair warning of the best and most loyal may save bloodshed and provide a better guard in your future. He smiled broadly. Sir Hyatt will be pleased. Her cheeks burned scarlet. She fled from him and gained the common room quickly, her feet putting the distance swiftly behind her. She entered and eyed the familiar scene of knights and squires working. Sir Hyatt's captives are being released, and this hall will soon hold injured in need of ministrations. You will make room for them. A few startled eyes rose to look at her. Clearly these men were not accustomed to taking instruction from a woman. The door behind her softly closed, and she was aware of Gervin's presence, but it was to the landing at the base of the staircase where the men-at-arms looked. She turned to see Hyatt just descending. There was a faint smile on his lips as he regarded her. You have spoken to the Sire de Poivre's knights? 'Tis what you ordered me to do, she said impatiently. Did you offer to free those who can submit? They are beaten. What more do you wish? Your word that they will safely reside here. It will take far more than my word to make them heed your rule here, my lord. I offered them release without their arms to reside at your mercy. I can do nothing more. Perhaps one of them will slit your throat as you sleep. His brows rose in amusement, and he crossed his arms over his chest. Then keep them tied, lady, lest my blood stain your naked breast, for that is where my bare throat is likely to be found. There were a few chuckles about the room. She heard the shuffling of men gathering up their gear to make room for her injured. Hyatt, she said in a breath, shamed to the core. They will make room for your men, Aurelie. Warn those you tend that I have no desire for more killing, but I will reward violence with violence. It is my way. He came down from the last step and pulled his gauntlets from his belt, passing Gervin to go outside.
The hulking knight followed, and Aurelie was left to look at the few men still getting their things moved. She struggled to control the rage she felt, clenching her fists at her sides. She didn't know how to fight him. He left her no way to spar. She couldn't show her fallen knights any bruises. She couldn't swell with the bastard offspring of an errant knight, and she couldn't abandon them for her own solitary mourning. It would be easier to tend the wounds of those who'd fought beside Giles if Hyatt had at least abused her. But her anger fell abruptly away as the first of many knights of De la Noya entered the hall. She looked at Sir Delmar, and pain dimmed her furious eyes. Sir Delmar was too old for fighting, and the bandage about his head had started to yellow. He shuffled weakly, carrying his shield but no weapons. One arm was tied to his chest, and there was suffering in his eyes. Vengeance would wait. "Sit by the hearth, Sir Delmar, while I find women to help me here." Again, her emotions were steadied by work, for at least a dozen who entered the hall needed her attention. The women from the cookrooms came willingly, and some village women were brought to the hall to receive their men. She learned that the more serious of the wounded were tended by squires and pages of Hyatt's, and only those who could wait for tending were held as captives. But still she found infections among them, and unset limbs that would heal badly and remain deformed. Many questions were asked of her, and she tried, with painful difficulty, to explain that Hyatt's occupation was complete, and she could think of no alternative save total surrender. "He cannot turn us into English forces." "Nay, but until you see some French army, let him think he can. I have seen his broadsword work. He is swift and will not ask you twice." Almost 2 hours had passed, and Aurelie was already exhausted when Sir Verel came into the hall. He cast wary glances about the room. A few of Hyatt's men casually watched the mending of the wounded. Aurelie knew they were far from trusting, even though none braced himself for any uprising. She guided Sir Verel to a bench and bent to the task of cutting away the bandage at his thigh. She silently worked, not meeting his eyes. She found no problem with his injury and tied a new linen strip around his thigh. She rose to repeat the task on his upper arm, again avoiding his eyes. "I will avenge your husband's death," he whispered. "My husband is Sir Hyatt. Were you not told?" "You coddled the bastard." "I obey since I cannot fight." "Do you invite him to stay here?" "Nay, but he requires no invitation from me. He will not be beaten by any army, much less a single knight. Do not be foolish." "He has taken your husband's place. He deserves to die." "He will kill you, Verel. I cannot protect you." He grasped her arm in his good hand, forcing her to meet his eyes. "Long ago Giles said that if he fell, I would take De la Noya and rule, since there is no heir. Guillaume was to be my seneschal." Aurelie saw the vicious gleam in his eyes, and though she was unaware of such an arrangement, she reasoned it was possible that Giles had made such a promise. In any event, Verel was the most likely, even if he was among the newest to join Giles's men-at-arms. "And me, Sir Verel? Did Giles bequeath me?" The young knight's eyes softened. "I have always been your protector. Have I ever lacked honor in my treatment of you? I would not have wedded and bedded you before your husband was cold in his grave." "That is all changed," she said softly. "I cannot bear to think that he—" He was stopped in mid-sentence by the startled gleam in Aurelie's eyes. "You speak like a lover, Sir Verel. Our conversations have been few. Nothing ever bound us but Giles." "I have worshipped you. I could not come closer, for my honor was at stake." "Oh, Verel, stop. Say no more. I cannot endure these words. You must believe me when I say that Hyatt will surely harm you if he thinks you harbor jealousy for his place in my bed. God help us, I did not know of this greater bond, this desire."
Swear you will never speak of it again. But my lady the English swine does not please you. I know you wish to be free of him, even at the cost of life. Swear! How can I? I shall ask them to tie you, Sir Verel. I shall tell Hyatt of your desires. You couldn't do that. You wouldn't. To save you, Sir Verel, I would tie you myself. You are the best that remains of de la Noya's knights. I want you to live. She was certain that she had not reached his better sense, for his eyes were aglow with both hunger and agony. I will do nothing, for now. Oh, Verel, I am afraid for you. Do not worry about me, Aurelie, he said, using her name for the first time in her recollection. She was shocked by the passion in his voice, the unconscious flexing of the muscles in his arms. She hadn't known this knight desired her, and she hadn't been aware that Giles valued him beyond his warring skills and that he had made promises regarding de la Noya. The shock of this revelation was almost as intense as the heartbreak of being overthrown. She tore her eyes away from his and swallowed hard. She picked up a linen bandage with trembling fingers and tied it around his arm. Your injuries are minor. You need not remain in the hall. Protect yourself, Aurelie, he whispered. I will not try to advise you past today, Sir Verel. I have warned you. That is all I can do. I expect nothing more. She rose to leave his side and found she couldn't face any of the men. Without raising her eyes, she ventured to the stair. She nearly collided with Hyatt's broad chest. With a startled gasp, she looked up into his suspicious eyes. She had no idea how long he'd been standing there, and she watched as his gaze drifted slowly from her face to Sir Verel's, then back to hers again. Your wounded are tended, my lady? He asked. Yea, they are being cared for. Good. Are there any problems among them of which I should be aware? She shook her head, half frightened and half sad. Please, my lord, may I be excused? I can bear no more of them. He touched her cheek with the knuckle of his finger. Go ahead, madame. She fled up the stairs toward her chamber, pausing at the top to look down at Hyatt. She imagined that his eyes were burning into Sir Verel, for he stared into the common room. Then he slowly turned to follow her up the stairs, leaving everyone who saw them to wonder if they bedded together in the light of day. Aurelie knew he would follow her. She sat on a small stool in front of a cold hearth, struggling to collect herself. He came into the room, but stood just inside the door. What is it you should tell me? There is nothing, Sir Hyatt. You are unsettled. Indeed, she flung back at him. Would you be at ease in such a circumstance? I have had to explain to my dead husband's forces that I am wed to the Conqueror and seek their docile acceptance of our lot. Lord above, Hyatt, I am ever amazed at what you expect of me. No more than I believe you are capable of. Please, give me a few moments alone, I beg of you. She turned away from him, hearing the door softly close as he left. A shudder possessed her. Her mind went over the years of companionship with Giles. She shook her head in disbelief. She'd tried to bear her burdens graciously, while the Verlaines whispered piteously about her sadly barren state. And she'd hungered for affection, craved physical love. Had she known that Verel, the most handsome among them, had lusted for her, her shoulders shook with her sobs. She'd felt such longing that when the Conqueror came, her body betrayed her even to the enemy. Surely she could not have resisted Sir Verel, had he but spoken his desire. And now Giles, who had never touched her, was dead, and an honorable knight of France wanted her. But between them stood an English warrior who would not hesitate to kill. Hyatt held fiercely what he'd claimed. She wept piteously. The only time in her life that a man had spoken words of love and passion with the will to consummate such oaths, he was a prisoner, and she was wed to the victor. The Englishmen had arrived and acted quickly.
branding her in vows and body as a wife. But there was nothing of love. All she had ever prayed for was the love of a good man and the joys of intimacy and children such a love could bring. It had always seemed like such a modest prayer. "Oh, Farewell," she cried. "Had your passion been spoken sooner, I might have yielded all. Hyatt might still hold the power of life and death over me, but he would not know my secrets. Now such spoken words will only be stained with my tears and your blood." She had longed to hear words of love. Now, through pain and fear, she wished she never had. Chapter 5. Aurelie looked from the window in her bedchamber into the inner bailey below. Orderliness slowly fell over the castle. The cloths and tents that had housed the wounded and captive were being dismantled, and villagers wandered in and out of the bailey doors. Everyone who had fought for Giles had accepted their freedom. She heard the chamber door open and close and knew that Hyatt had returned. She had used an hour of time to compose herself, but it seemed not enough. Months, she reasoned, might not ease the plight in her heart. She didn't turn to look at him.
"Sir Gervin tells me to be wary of Verel, and I know Guillaume would risk his life for you. Are there others?"
She shook her head. She knew of no others who were so driven. It amazed her that there were things she didn't know of her own people. She hadn't expected Verel's spoken desire. What else had missed her close perusal?
"I know it is difficult for you. You did well."
Aurelie turned toward him. "It is difficult for them, my lord. I would ask one thing more." He gave a slow nod that she should voice her request. "Please do not touch me so before my people. They look hard at my face and hands, hoping to see some marks that show I fought you until I had no strength to stay you."
"I don't know why, Aurelie. Surely as they view us, they should see it would be very foolish for you to fight me. Women are not expected to die for nothing."
"There are those who think De La Noya is something." He put up his hands, palms facing her.
"If it serves some purpose for you, I shall keep my caresses to the privacy of our chamber."
"It saves me some dignity. Am I not allowed that?"
"There is seldom dignity in being captured, my little Aurelie. You are very slow to understand. And caution your hot young knight. I will not condone his appraisal of you as if he already tastes your sweet flesh."
"How dare you?"
"Did I mistake his eyes, madam? If his gaze had been fingers, I would have had to slay him for trespassing."
"What do you know of it? He was Giles's staunchest vassal. He mourns his lord."
"'Twas not mourning, chérie. It was lust. Do take special care, for Verel can be replaced, and you cannot."
He strode out of the chamber, leaving her alone with his warning. Nothing was ever missed by this man. She sat heavily on her bed, staring at the wall. She and each of her vassals stood naked before him. He accurately interpreted every glance, gesture, whisper. She'd seen confusion only once in his eyes, and that was his perplexity over how Giles had won and maintained her support. She meant to learn Hyatt's weakness. However, she didn't expect to gain any knowledge by sulking in her room. She would relearn this keep as she had learned it 12 years ago. She would watch the organization of two opposing forces, judge the strength of her people, and observe the habits of this new troop of men. She meant to become as good at judging her foe as he was at judging her. Aurelie made only cursory trips through the common room, entrusting the tending of the wounded to other women. She examined the cook-rooms, spoke with the Villains for the first time since the coming of the English. She paid her calls to widows and children. She saw weaponless soldiers installed with their families, or casting about in search of a place to bed down. Hyatt's men and additional servants had left little extra space in the hall, outbuildings, and stables. A knight who'd once resided in the hall took his refuge with a recent widow. A page who'd lost his knight was placed with another, but this time his role was to carry bales of hay. Where there had been 4 to a room, there were now 10. Wagons, tents, and mean shelters littered the outer bailey, for many residents had been rousted from their inner bailey or village hovels. Orly worried whether there was enough food to feed them all, victor and vanquished alike. The sun was lowering when she moved through the corridor toward her chamber. She was halted in mid-stride by a shriek, a ringing slap, and the abrupt opening of a chamber door. Baptiste came stumbling from the room backward, tripping on the frame and falling against the opposite wall, a hand clasped to her reddened cheek. Aurélie was but 5 paces away. She saw the girl's tear-filled eyes and the shocked wonder on her face. "I'll have you whipped, you belligerent slut!" Aurélie looked toward the chamber to see a wildly enraged woman brace herself against the frame with both hands. Coppery tresses fell errantly over her bare shoulders, her eyes sparkling with fury. She looked ready to hurl herself at Baptiste, and Aurélie flew to place herself between the two. "Nay, madam, do not harm her," she ordered, crouching to see if Baptiste was hurt. "I would not have burned the child, madam," Baptiste choked. Aurélie turned pleading eyes to the stranger. "Madam, the girl serves well, but it is her first day of chores after a battering from these knights. Patience, please." "Bah! The ignorant whore deserves a battering. She is a fool. She meant to bathe my son with scalding water. Madam, she is a child, and she has never tended the young for her duty. She usually attends to my needs." Aurélie turned to Baptiste. "Why have you not kept yourself to my rooms?" "I ordered her to serve me. I am of Hyatt's house. 'Tis my right." Aurélie's temper was slowly building. "You may enjoy a victor's right without destroying the spoils, madam. If you have needs, seek me, and I will place the best servant in your hands. Baptiste is a tender lass and need not suffer your abuse." "And who are you?" the woman demanded. "I am Aurélie, and I was the lady of this hall." The woman showed some surprise and then quickly collected herself, crossing her arms over her ample chest and leaning in the frame of the door. She leisurely surveyed Aurélie from her toes to her nose, a superior smile playing on her lips. "So, we meet. The wife and the mistress." Shock etched itself on Aurélie's features, though she quickly chided herself that she should have expected as much. The woman was beautiful, almost exotic, with her fiery hair cascading freely over her bare shoulders. Her lively green eyes were animated, her lips moistened to the shade of a peach. Her gown was not only revealing, but elegant. She wasn't working to settle Hyatt's possession, but beating the servants. Aurélie felt no superiority when facing Hyatt's vixen. Something inside her shrank convulsively. He had need of wifely talents as the keeper of the provender, but surely this woman could entertain him in his leisure time. "Shall I send you a servant who knows how to tend the young?" Aurélie asked. The woman threw back her head and laughed. "Please, madam, send a servant who can help mine. I have 3 to serve me, but I need another. Hyatt has 1 son now, but there will be many." "There are needs in the hall. It may take some time to find the right woman," Aurélie said, turning to help Baptiste to her feet. "Then leave this wench. I will teach her myself, or beat her for her mistakes. Nay, madam, she comes with me. By Hyatt's order she is to be left alone. She serves under my care or not at all." "Hyatt's order? He will let me have her. If he wills it, she will return. Otherwise, Baptiste stays with me, and I shall find a servant for you when I can." "When you can? You must think yourself mighty here, lady." Aurélie turned to walk away. How could she be so cruel?
But then Aurelie did not expect pity for her grievous losses, especially from Hyatt's mistress. "I hear you're barren," the woman chided. "Should you like to see my son? Hyatt's firstborn." Aurelie continued toward the stair without responding to the woman's wicked jeering. She pulled Baptiste along with her to safety. She heard the woman's door slam by the time she'd led Baptiste to the top of the stairs. "Did you hurt the woman's child?" she asked gently. "Nay, my lady. I was about to add cool water to the boiling kettle when she became enraged and slapped me. I don't know how she could think I would hurt the child." "Stay with Perrin, or keep yourself near me. You cannot please her. Do not try." "My lady, she is so evil. How did you keep from slapping her?" Aurelie smiled ruefully. Her own justice in this hall had been swift and sure. She hadn't often had to resort to physical punishment, but poor Baptiste remembered well that Lady Aurelie did not condone such disrespect. "My poor lamb, you cling to useless memories. I only appear to be the mistress here, but I am a servant like you. My role is to serve Sir Hyatt's whim, and I have already seen what he does to people who abuse what he owns." "I do not believe he values her. She is a shrew." Aurelie touched the girl's sore cheek with a loving, grateful caress. "She is here, sweet Baptiste. Sir Hyatt would not keep her close if it were not his desire. Believe me, he values her. Tread carefully." Aurelie's second meal in the hall since Hyatt's coming was a strange experience for her. Lord Laverne occupied the seat on one side of the conquering knight, and Aurelie was placed in the other. The woman, who she had learned was named Fawn, occupied a lesser place at the end of the lord's table. But oddly, the woman seemed in lively, entertaining spirits. She dressed herself elegantly and laughed and joked with Hyatt's men. Aurelie was confused by the woman's acceptance of this role, but she kept her questions to herself. Lord Laverne was not so gracious.
"Hyatt, I perceive a grave mistake in keeping this woman, your mistress, in residence at De La Noye."
"Oh, do you?"
"Aye. It should prove a poor example for other men, leaving them to think that they might freely take any number of women that suits them. Many, I suppose, will join mistress and wife in the same family."
Hyatt chuckled ruefully. He looked between Fawn and Aurelie.
"If they think they can, who am I to forbid them? This strange situation disgraces my daughter."
Laverne pushed. Hyatt raised a questioning brow.
"I could have sent her fleeing the English armies in rags. Now there, my lord, is a disgrace. But Hyatt, enough of your judgments. It is my problem. I shall handle it." "At least you admit it is a problem. Have you asked your wife for her preference?"
Hyatt refused an answer. Instead, he banged his empty tankard on the table, and a page rushed forward to bring him ale.
"Daughter?"
Laverne pressed. Aurelie sighed. "Father, you must leave these things to Sir Hyatt. He will not condone your interference," she said quietly.
"Do you accept this arrangement, Aurelie?"
her father asked her. "Father, I have accepted a great deal worse."
"The woman should be sent away from this hall, back to her people. This will breed trouble. Your wife could tend your son."
Aurelie's surprised eyes focused a long moment on her father. She couldn't believe what Laverne dared. "Father, please."
"Well, you would do it, would you not? Tell him. He is your husband now. You are entitled to some authority in such matters."
She looked warily at Hyatt, surprised to find that there was a tolerant amusement in his eyes as Laverne pleaded his case.
"Well, Aurelie, tell him your preference."
"Father, I have no children, but if I did, I would not wish for them to be taken from me. Leave this to Sir Hyatt and place none of this problem on my shoulders." "Now be still," lest she hear you."
"Why would I care who hears me?
You," Hyatt interrupted,
"must carefully recall that there is a difference between an ally and a vassal. A very large difference. And I am not your vassal."
He quieted his voice.
"Take your daughter's advice, my lord. Leave the matter to me."
The discussion at an end, Hyatt resumed his meal, eating heartily and hurriedly. Laverne was finally quiet. When Hyatt had finished, he rose and went to speak with Gervin. While her husband and his knight were in conversation at the other end of the room, Aurelie turned to her father. "My lord, you must heed Hyatt's words. Believe me, you do little to help me when you come to my colors in such a way."
"I have a right to—"
"My God, you are more difficult to teach than I have been. We have no rights here, father. Hyatt has made it clear that he will not tolerate any question as to his rule. If he chooses 10 whores to place at the foot of my bed, I have nothing to say. Do not try to match him again."
"How can you abide such indecency? I have raised you above the likes of these base habits."
"I have buried my husband and seen my men-at-arms turned into stable hands. Believe me when I say that none of what you raised me for has been mine this past fortnight." Laverne's eyes dulled sympathetically.
"Does he treat you badly?"
She looked down. "There is very little joy in this marriage."
"And this business with his whore, Aurelie. This surely hurts you deeply."
She raised her eyes and looked at her father. "Father, I do not love Hyatt. Why would I care?
He is your husband.
He is the lord of the hall. If I'm dissatisfied with his habits, where do I plead my case? To King John? To the Black Prince?
To me. I am your father. I am his ally now."
She shook her head. "One more word from you, Lord Laverne, and you will be sent from De La Noya on the back of a mule. Hyatt has no need of your alliance." She rose slowly to fetch a pitcher and fill her father's cup. She carefully poured the ale. "While you enjoy the food from this table, father, I bid you remember you do not eat from Giles's storehouse, nor from mine. Everything you touch belongs to the Englishman now, until some French army comes to wrest it away from him. Should that happen, I fear there would not be much for either of us to enjoy. Hyatt would likely fire the keep before he would turn it over to anyone." She returned the pitcher and sat beside him again.
"Do you hate me for this, Aurelie? Did I do you wrong, giving you to him?"
"I know you meant to help, father. Nay, I do not hold any grudge against you or anyone else. You thought to restore my position and my home to me. Yet I do not forget for one moment that I polish Hyatt's cups, roast his pork, keep his house. And you must accept this, or we shall have more trouble." She stole a wary glance toward Hyatt and found that as Gervin spoke to him, Hyatt's eyes were upon her. She ended the conversation with her father after one glance at Hyatt's suspicious frown. He did not trust her. Of course he should not, for she would undermine him if she could. But did he not realize how totally he had intimidated her? If she could think of the slightest way to plot against him, she would. But alas, he gave no sign of any weakness. She'd spoken the truth when she said that he held his conquest firmly. Hyatt left Gervin's side to speak to others in the room. He braced an arm with one comrade, partook of a toast with another, and paused to inspect the repairs that a page had made on a bridle. It was a long while before he returned to the table, but he did not sit. He stood behind Aurelie and placed a...
Thanks for sticking around. Time for a quick 1-minute break. Enjoy this calming tune. And remember, everything here is free for your enjoyment.
hand on her shoulder.
"Have you eaten your fill?"
"Aye, Hyatt."
"You leave so much on your plate. You will become too thin."
She turned to look into his eyes. She couldn't help but think of Fawn, whose soft, round curves must be more to his liking. "My appetite will return, given time and fewer wars."
"Good enough. Bid your father good night."
Aurelie merely nodded toward Lord Laverne once, and then went with Hyatt toward the stairs. She was grateful that there were very few of her own people in the common room, and those few present were frantic in their service to the demanding knights. It was better that only Hyatt's people could judge his impatience to take her to bed, since she didn't care what they thought of her. In her resignation, she'd forgotten Fawn. "My lord," the woman's voice interrupted, causing them to stop on the third step. Hyatt turned toward her. "My lord, I have need of another servant, and your lady wife will not give me one."
"Oh?"
Hyatt questioned. "I had ordered a maid to help me in the care of your son, but your lady wife took her away and will not allow her to serve me. I've explained my need, but she refuses." Fawn placed her hands on her hips and looked up at the twosome. "She makes her decisions in your name, Hyatt." Hyatt crossed his arms over his chest, leaned against the staircase wall, and looked suspiciously between Aurelie and Fawn. Aurelie met his gaze without a tremor. "I have offered to look for a woman to help, but there are so many needs in the hall it has been difficult to find the right one." "Return the girl to me," Fawn said, smiling victoriously at Aurelie. "Sir Hyatt, 'tis Baptiste she wishes, and the girl knows nothing about tending to children. I'm certain her work would not please Mistress Fawn." "I will attend to that," Fawn said. "I do not like it when I am chastised by your lady wife, Hyatt. It places me in a poor light among your people. You said you would not have me ridiculed." "I did not," Aurelie stopped herself. She chewed her lip in indecision, realizing she would be treading on shaky ground by either defending herself from Hyatt's lover's accusations or by criticizing Fawn's actions. "Perrin," she finally said, her eyes brightening as the thought came to her. Perrin would not allow herself to be abused, as Baptiste had. She could smoothly duck an angry slap and would not be easily frightened. She unconsciously placed her hand on Hyatt's arm, excited and pleased by the clever way she could keep Baptiste safe. "Let me give her Perrin, my lord. She knows much about caring for children. She would serve better than Baptiste." Hyatt frowned.
"You have only one attendant, and you would give her to Fawn?"
"I will have Baptiste," she said victoriously.
"She is only a child. She will be of little help to you."
"She will learn. Please, my lord, I do not need so much." Hyatt's frown darkened.
"The girl will not be very useful in our bedchamber, Aurelie. She quivers and shakes each time she passes me in the hall. She sets me on edge."
Aurelie laughed suddenly, an amused ripple that brightened her face. Her smile, which had been rare indeed in the past week, was captivating enough to melt even the armored heart of the warrior. "Oh, Hyatt, she is frightened of men. When she discovers you mean her no harm, she will be at ease as my servant. You'll see. Please." She tilted her head and lifted a brow. "'Tis better than what you will endure with Perrin's motherly fussing. At least Baptiste is shy." Hyatt sighed.
"I dislike problems between women."
He looked pointedly at Fawn.
"You now have 4 servants. Treat them well, or you shall have none. And bring as few complaints to my ears as possible."
He took Aurelie's arm and began to climb the steps again. Aurelie looked over her shoulder at Fawn and met with the woman's venomous glower. Aurelie felt as if she had won. Hyatt had not actually taken her side over his mistress's, but she was learning that there was some things she could wheedle out of even this stubborn knight. She allowed herself a winning smile and took great pleasure in the way Fawn huffed away from the stair. The sight that greeted her in the bedchamber caused her smile to fade as amazement took over. 2 pages whom she'd seen in the hall were hurriedly stacking Hyatt's things in her room. They had even brought in the writing desk from the Lord's chamber. Hyatt viewed the chaotic scene and threw his arms wide.
"Can you do no better than this in 2 hours' time?"
"Pardon, my lord, but we should have it set right shortly."
"Come tomorrow after I have gone. I am not going to sit about and watch you—"
"Hyatt, what is it they are doing?"
"I told them to bring my belongings and some of the furniture into this room, since it is where I shall remain. But they cannot accomplish even the simplest."
"But, Hyatt, do you not desire your own chamber?" she asked.
"It is a luxury I cannot afford. Have you noticed the numbers we house?"
"We?" She almost started at the sound. He meant to stay with her, night after night? She was surprised, speechless. The Lord's chamber is larger."
"I have an aversion to Giles's bed, and the room will hold 10 men-at-arms. This will do nicely, when it is in order."
"It will take only a few moments, with their help." Hyatt looked around the room, frowning his irritation.
"How long?"
he asked. "Less than an hour, surely. But alone it will take me half a day." Hyatt whirled away from her and went to the door.
"Have it done, then. You may instruct these morons before they do any real damage to my things."
Aurelie smiled at him. He dealt very poorly with domestic problems. "I shall see to it, Hyatt. May I ask Perrine to help me before I send her to Mistress Font?"
"Madame, I don't care if you require Perrine for the next month. Font does not need another servant, and I know what game she plays. In fact, if it will get me sooner to bed, you may go to Font's chamber and get the help you need."
"Thank you, my lord, but I think we shall be able to manage." He looked into her eyes with intensity, and she knew it wasn't for want of sleep that he was impatient. Strangely, Aurelie felt a swell of pride in his act of moving permanently into her room, and she felt certain victory in his denial of his mistress. She admitted to herself, however, that this was beyond her own understanding. "It is a minor chore, Sir Hyatt."
"Good,"
he said softly.
"See it done in minor time."
Spring faded into summer, and a meager planting was begun. There had been so much hardship and resettling to be done that those farmers who would have tilled the land were fewer than on the previous year. Yet the available labor and skills were so well organized that, to Aurelie's amazement, a larger portion of land was utilized. The weather warmed and would soon give way to a scorching heat, but De la Noye was becoming more settled, more resigned. Lady Aurelie suspected that there were a few peasants and serfs, if not her own men-at-arms, who would rather abide this Englishman with his strange ways than endure any more conflict, or return to the unsubstantial methods of Giles's rule. Hyatt worked them hard, overzealous in his demands and control, but improving results were already within sight. An early evening fire was allowed to die as darkness fell, and residents slept, for the winter chill had left for good. Aurelie had begun opening the heavy shutters at nightfall to let the June breezes freshen the bedchamber while she slept. She had lain beside her conquering knight for over 1 month. It did not seem possible. Hyatt had forgotten to extinguish the single candle beside the bed, and she took advantage of the light. It was not frugal to let the candle burn low, but she raised herself on an elbow and studied the features of the sleeping knight. In his state of rest, his face had a boyish innocence, yet she, of all people, knew his implacable strength. The coverlet rested at his waist, and she marveled at the finely developed muscles of his upper arms and chest. His brown hair was overlong now and streaked by the sun, as was her own. Their labors were driven outdoors for the planting and breeding of the stock. This knight, she mused, had a definite love of physical labors. She'd watched him, albeit from a safe distance, at work in practicing arms, overseeing the pasturing of animals, directing the assessing of the wooded land, and inspecting the maintenance of the castle. In every task he displayed a single-minded attention, a fervor and commitment. And remarkably, he had energy left when he came to the bedchamber. She nearly chuckled in recollection. The first time she'd eyed him sleeping, he'd bolted awake as if her eyes were needles that pricked him. The second time, he'd roused to find her watching him. But now he slept. His sleep appeared peaceful. She sighed heavily. Had his army not slain her husband and others of her house, making this home a booty of war, there might be no rift between them. He hadn't spent one night in his mistress's bed. If he visited Font by day, he was discreet, and it did not deplete his desire for his wife. She doubted the mistress was kept to her liking. And he showed fairness to the Villeins, although he was stern. And he treated her well. He'd rescued her with his sword from a lifetime of loneliness and longing. But she couldn't thank the English army, nor could she let herself be trapped by any deep emotion for him. Ah, but he was a magnificent man. If he were French, he would be perfect. Aurélie cautiously extracted herself from the bed and took light steps around to the commode. She blew out the candle.
Aurélie, why are you about?
The candle, Hyatt, she whispered. It would have been a waste to let it burn. She gently crept back into the bed. He opened his arm to her.
Come,
he said sleepily.
Closer.
She hesitated for a moment, and then snuggled closer to him, resting her head on his shoulder. There was little point in fighting him in the dark of night. Here, where they were only two people and not two countries opposed, it would be acceptable to share his warmth. No one would see that she indulged in the new feeling of a protective arm, though this arm belonged to the enemy. No one would know that she sometimes pretended, late at night, that this was a union of love and not bondage.
Ah, wench, you are the softest thing. Do you think that I am unaware when you watch me sleep?
Oh, Hyatt, does nothing escape you?
Nothing. What rouses your curiosity so?
You are a curious man, Hyatt. You conquer, then coddle your prisoners. You make high demands, but demand as much of yourself. I do not know when you will be cruel or kind, harsh or soft. He chuckled and hugged her close.
Be careful, Aurélie. If you find some tenderness for me, they will call you traitor.
I shall be careful, she promised.
Perhaps you cannot help yourself. Women have this affliction. They fall in love with the nearest available man, exercising very little wisdom. Trouble is stirred by these feeble notions. It'll be better for you if you realize that I cannot be controlled, not by brute strength nor love.
Oh, Hyatt, you need not warn me. It is not too late for me yet.
Beware, Petit. Women are foolish bond slaves to this malady. They crave this love and delude themselves that it cures some ill. Then they become vicious when it only brings pain. I warn you freely. I am not a likely victim.
And men, Hyatt?
Men work. Women pluck the strings of hearts. 'Tis the way.
A sound escaped her, but there was no word.
What say you, woman?
Naught, Hyatt. Go to sleep. Hyatt stood in the open window and watched the sun rise over the farthest knoll. The countryside didn't appear war-torn or ravaged, yet not far behind them there were battles between the forces of Edward and John. Other keeps were falling, or English knights and soldiers stained the fields in blood of failure. He feared for Aquitaine. Edward's forces were fewer than John's. Aquitaine was Prince Edward's possession now, but the rest of France resisted.
Yet de la Noye had passed from the French to the English. Hyatt had planned it well. Through Lord Laverne, he'd learned that the Sire de Poivre had been a weak, strange, incompetent lord. And he also knew that de la Noye, if managed properly, could be rich. He looked at the makings of such richness from the window. The grove of fruit trees, the good roads, the stout wall, the fertile acreage. Had Giles put energy into work rather than prayer, money into seed and stock rather than the buying of benefices, Hyatt would not have been able to take the castle. What he saw from the window was not unlike his homeland. The fine sight that spread before him turned his memory to a time early in his youth. It was faint now, but buried in a private place whence he could still retrieve it, if he dared. The remembrance of lush fields, blossoming trees, strong horses, happy villeins, and family love came to mind. He chose to ignore the memory because all that had been lost to him and was painful to recall. He had had joy as a small child, as a second but favored son. He was stronger and quicker than his older brother Ryland. He vaguely remembered the warmth of his mother's arms, and a vision of her sweet face wouldn't be subdued, no matter his desire to forget. He was only 10 when she died, and Lochlann Castle and towns fell into mourning, into a long-lasting despair. His father seemed to have lost his will to live and ruled poorly. Ryland was too young, at 13, to take responsibility, and Hyatt remembered being jolted more by what his mother's death had done to destroy the happiness of everyone than by the pain of her loss. Both Laidley sons were sent away to earn their knighthood as squires to neighboring barons, and upon returning to Lochlann, found the place deteriorated. And then a new woman came to the castle, Faustina, a strong young woman from a rich Welsh chieftain's family, married Lord Laidley and changed the face of the castle and towns. Hyatt was pleased, at first, that his father's spirits were lifted, but his comfort was temporary, for Faustina was treacherous, selfish, and cruel. She had a harsh, punishing hand that Lord Laidley would not attempt to stay. She was possessed of a brutal greed and squeezed every family in their domain for more wealth. And while Lord Laidley had been satisfied to answer the king's call, Faustina urged him closer to the king and counseled him in politics. Her schemes and plots were many. She once had a Welsh heiress whom she'd hated since childhood kidnapped and ransomed at a high sum. Hyatt was appalled by her, but his father and Ryland allowed her and even took her advice. And of course Lochlann was returned to its former wealth and status. But there was no happiness. Hyatt quietly disapproved until his scorn for her vile habits burst from him in a temper, winning only his father's anger. Not long after, Faustina claimed herself with child and named Hyatt as the sire. Lord Laidley punished his wife severely and banished his son. Hyatt was then 16 years old. Life since then had been only struggle and work. Girvan followed Hyatt out of Lochlann, and they worked as mercenaries, slowly building their reputations. On a campaign in Wales, Hyatt fought so fiercely it was said he would have been satisfied to win single-handedly, for he imagined Faustina's face behind every Welsh wall. He had joined Edward's forces in taking Crecy, protecting the young Prince Edward and being credited with saving his life. He had made a good fortune in Calais, allowing him to hire a larger troop. His reputation was strong in England. He was regarded as one of the best. Hyatt slowly collected men, modest victories, but he'd never held any lands until now. And as to women, he'd never made any commitments of any kind. He turned from the window and looked at Aurelie. Even in that commitment, he'd been driven by a harsh purpose. He'd meant to get everything that de la Noye could offer. It offered wealth, prosperity, higher influence, and a place to roost, to leave to sons.
Aurelie did not know, he mused, that until this marriage, he'd never spent an entire night in the same bed with a woman. He'd entertained himself with Fawn, but he knew her to be ambitious, conniving, and capable of being quite dangerous. When he had found Fawn, he had succumbed quite easily to her seduction. Yet she'd attempted to trap him into marriage. She took the tale of her lost virtue to her father, Montrose, and Hyatt had been called out for the deed. Montrose lost the contest. Hyatt, being the winner, was offered the woman. But Hyatt refused to take her, and Fawn's father promised he would kill his own daughter rather than be disgraced by a bastard. Hyatt took her out of her father's home and carried her along with his traveling troop of soldiers. Fawn was well guarded, since Hyatt was very suspicious of her, and when she came with child, he knew he was the sire. He saw her cared for, and she stayed in his camp. Derek was born in a tent at the edge of a battlefield. He bargained with Fawn. He would keep her, pay her way, accord her a few benefits, or he could as easily settle her in a home with enough money to keep her and the child. He gave her a free choice and suggested that she could as easily play the widow and live a free and shameless existence. But he would not marry her. Never. Fawn argued for her son, Hyatt's firstborn child. This Hyatt found agreeable.
I will bequeath firstborn rights to this child, if you give him to me. If you choose a life apart with him, his future is dependent on the estate you acquire through marriage. The choice is yours, but it is final after today. Should you change your preference in 2 years or 10, you leave my protection without my son. After this time, you may not take him with you.
I must stay with him, she had insisted. I must stay with you. Had Fawn proven, even for a little while, to be a good woman, he might have taken her to wife. But he knew she was bad, and he loved the boy. Several times he'd considered sending her away, but she'd pleaded with him on behalf of Derek. He damned his soft heart where women were concerned. It was foolish to become snared by them. Since Derek's birth, he desired no more bastard children and had never gone to her again.
Why does she not see that I am generous with her and respond with goodness?
He had asked himself many times.
Why does she seek to use my power to her advantage? How does she foolishly believe that I do not see her plots and schemes? How does she pretend there is anything of love? How does she live with this, that I only meet my obligation? Does she still perceive that she can bind me, though over and over she fails?
He knew he'd nearly gone the way of his father with Faustina, and this dragged his spirit low until he could overcome the fear with sheer willpower. He found himself standing at the edge of his bed, staring at his wife. Wife? What had he done? Yet this one caused him deep thought, for her plotting was subtle. He didn't find evidence that she used evil tactics to destroy him. Her schemes were of the softest sort, for he'd felt a tugging at his heart on the first day he saw her. They were opposite. Fawn had triumphed in her plot against Hyatt and had been seated much more than she deserved. And still, Fawn was wicked and played dangerous games. Aurelie had been the strength in her husband's home, had been conquered, made a captive, and although her anger sometimes seeped through, she served in the castle better than any, although he knew she hated her role. Her position as his wife was more degrading than Fawn's position as the mother of his illegitimate son. And she did not even openly battle Fawn's treachery, but sought to soften the witch's blows with reason. Aurelie stirred and turned over, mumbling something in her slumber. He lost the sight of her face and was left staring at partially exposed, round buttocks. Women, he silently cursed, ever seeking to tether and weaken a man, whether by means of wickedness or feigned sweetness. How could he doubt that they were all after the same thing, though their methods were varied? He gave her rump a hearty thwack, bringing a startled yelp out of her and causing her to bolt upright in bed. She stared at him through sleepy, incredulous eyes.
"You may desire to lie abed all day, madam, but there is much to do. Lord Laverne departs today, and I would be ashamed to tell him that you cannot bid him farewell because you are lazy."
Her eyes narrowed and she rubbed her posterior, more insulted than hurt. "If my sleep offends you, my lord, you have my permission to rouse me."
"I just did,"
he said, walking impatiently to the door.
"Get up, woman. The sun has risen. I would prefer to see a little more spirit."
She threw her legs over the bed, glaring at him.
"And I would prefer to see less. You have complained that no mark of my beatings leaves you any dignity when facing your people. Perhaps you can throw up your skirts and show them that you are sufficiently abused. That will serve you well."
Aurelie sat in stunned disbelief for a moment. She had no idea what had caused this strange mood. She could think of no offense she had committed, but he stood there by the door, very pleased with himself, watching her. She lifted a finely arched brow, and an odd smile graced her lips. "You are ever a mystery, monsieur. 'Tis not that I expected to remain free of beatings, but I heartily doubted you would damage your own favorite sporting ground." Hyatt threw back his head in sudden, unrestrained laughter.
"Oh, woman! You are coming to know me too well."
He whirled around and left the room, his mood changed yet again. She could hear his laughter as he went down the stairs. "Aye, monsieur," she said to herself, "though it is a long, agonizing task. And to what end? I have no idea." Chapter 6. Although Lord Laverne had travelled to De La Noye with a troop of 20 men, Hyatt provided an additional escort for the old lord to the coast from which Laverne would sail to Flanders. The journey from De La Noye to Bordeaux would take 4 to 7 days, and in that time the redoubled troop could encounter hostile French or English. Laverne could be attacked by one of Edward's armies if they did not believe he was an ally, or by a French army because he was. In addition, there were hundreds of locals, frightened by the threat of conquerors, who would fight anyone who came too near their villages. Aurelie was content to see her father go. She sighed in audible relief when the group departed and the outer Bailey gate was closed. Without his interference, she might have been granted retirement, travel to Laverne's domain, or perhaps she could have taken leave to a convent home. Though she finally knew the secrets of the marriage bed, she had lost the peace, comfort, and gratification of ruling her own home. Her life was now a contradiction. Her father, in his good intentions, had only made things worse. She shared name and bed with her conqueror, and her people watched her warily, trying to judge her position as either for or against the English occupation. There was little dignity allowed her in this odd alliance. To fully yield her heart and loyalty to the knight would cause her people to think her fickle and disloyal, and to hold herself back seemed already futile and absurd. Although he was English and bound to Edward rather than King John, Hyatt was more of a leader in 1 month than Giles had been in a dozen years. She bid Lord Laverne farewell gratefully, before he could confuse her situation any further.
"It appears that you will not miss your father,"
Hyatt remarked with some amusement. "I think he has done enough for me," she replied flippantly. Hyatt laughed, fully understanding her meaning.
"Do not blame the old lord, Aurelie. Had he not argued for decency, I would have made you my mistress and let the bastards fall where they would."
"At least there would have been sufficient shame in that position to please the conquered, my lord," she said with a curl of her lip, turning away from him. "Then my people would not wonder about me. A forced marriage to me does not give Guienne to England. She began to walk away from him and was jolted to a stop by a harsh thwack on her posterior. She whirled around to glare at him, her eyes glittering with bloodlust. He smiled at her fury, crossing his arms over his chest.
You like pain, Sherry. I only wish to please you.
It would please me if you would not act like a knave.
I am patient. You cannot go on pretending to be a mistreated slave forever, when you know you are treated as well as any treasured wife. Soon you will have to choose. Will it be I and the wrath of your pitiful vanquished people, or will you choose their pity while you struggle against your husband?
Do you propose to choose, senor, between making me a cherished wife and playing the conquering warrior?
They are one and the same, Petit.
Nay, she flung back at him. My people know that I was wed by force, and all that I do is done to preserve De La Noya. I will never choose against my home. De La Noya is the babe at my breast. She turned to walk away again, and his words gently pounded her back.
De La Noya is not safe until you make your choice, my lady wife. Not until you show these people by your actions and devotion that the castle and you belong to me. Pretz, sabers, cortesia, humiltats.
Her pace was slowed, but she didn't turn back to face him with her astonishment. Hyatt's accomplishments continually astounded her. Most knights were warriors only, poor, unlettered mercenaries. Hyatt must have come from a very good house. He first struck her with the truth about De La Noya, which she loved deeply. She lived in a castle divided, and she alone could join the opposing factions together. She had cautioned her people to submit, but she didn't encourage them to accept Hyatt as their leader. Until Hyatt's army and her people stood side by side, they could easily fall to any attack. If the forces of France approached and Hyatt was overtaken, they could suffer under the next ruler. Would he be weak like Giles, or more ruthless than Hyatt? She knew their only true safety lay in a united people. To further astound her, he recited the female virtues in the troubadour fashion. Virtues she did not possess with him now, but had been reared to believe valuable and necessary. Excellence, wisdom, courtesy, humility. She had worked hard to display these womanly strengths while married to Giles. That she could not be what she had always believed a perfect woman must strive to be, that she could not rise to her own desire to be virtuous as well as courageous, gnawed cruelly at her heart. She trudged slowly on, thinking how far from her intentions her life had wandered. In her honorable marriage to Giles, there had been much missing. She had not been safe, ruled, protected, or bedded as a wife. And with Hyatt, the marriage forced at the point of the sword, she found that she was provided that which had been lacking before. Yet there was no genuine love, dignity, or honor, and the purpose for Hyatt was to secure material wealth on behalf of an English king. Why could Giles not be strong, or Hyatt weak? Aurelie entered the common room of the hall after nones, the afternoon prayers. She had prayed overlong, for her confession could not yet be fully drawn from her. She wished to seek the help and absolution from Father Algernon for her sin of cursing her dead husband for his weaknesses, and hating her living husband for his strengths. But lacking the courage to bare her soul to a mortal man, she begged divine inspiration, and still left the chapel feeling empty. The common room was quiet, for all castle folk were using the best of daylight in their outdoor works. She was surprised by the few who lingered there, and stunned to see Baptiste sitting on a rug of skins before the hearth, playing with Hyatt's son. Aurelie looked around the room and did not see any of Fon's servants, not even Perrin. She had only seen the child a few times, and never at close hand. He seemed to be kept mostly out of sight. She approached Baptiste and the child, crouching down near them. "Baptiste, how have you come by this chore? 'Tis not what I asked you to do." I could not help it, lady. The woman threw the child into my arms and told me to watch him here until she returns. There was nothing to be done but obey her. She must surely intend to find some fault with your care. Did you not think to seek out one of her other servants? I could find none, madame. I would not dare leave him unattended. Aurelie ran a gentle finger along the child's chubby arm, and he turned trusting brown eyes toward her, smiling and gurgling happily. There was little doubt that he was Hyatt's. Though his face was roundly patted with baby fat, the set of his eyes, his wide, strong cheekbones and square chin pronounced his paternity. His hair, thick and wavy brown like his father's, fell in the same errant fashion. Baptiste? What is his name? Derek. Ah, Derek, Aurelie said, smiling and putting both hands out. Such a handsome lad. The little one grasped her fingers quickly and pulled himself up on chubby legs. He began a rhythmic babbling of ba, 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 swinging Aurelie's hands as if in a dance. Aurelie knelt, letting the little boy play his game, laughing with him and making equally incoherent sounds, adding a few whees and boos for his entertainment. Not 2 minutes passed before she was pulled into the child's games and oblivious to all else. Worry was dismissed as Baptiste played too. They formed a triangle among them to roll a ball, Derek's effort bringing more giggles from Aurelie and Baptiste. There were hand-clapping, tickling, and face-making. For a moment, Aurelie had forgotten that the child was Hyatt's bastard son and that she was a prisoner wife. It was so natural to play with the child, to cuddle the softness of his baby skin, to listen and laugh at his crude attempts at words, and try to help him refine his speech. A shadow fell across their play. Behind Aurelie stood Fawn, erect and frowning. Her rich velvet gown lay in wide gathers around her feet, and gold bracelets decorated both arms. Fawn never covered her magnificent hair, but wore it fully curled about her face and falling in ringlets to her shoulders. She tossed her loose coiffure as if it were a lion's mane. "I should have known I could not trust you," she said unpleasantly. "You've let the witch near my son, when this woman means him harm. Now you'll be punished." Aurelie rose quickly, facing the fiery vixen bravely, though she was smaller and slimmer. "Nay, madame, she will not be punished. You forced her into your service against my word and that of Hyatt's, and she'll come away with me now. You may tend to your son yourself." Aurelie reached out a hand to help Baptiste to her feet, leading her quickly away and toward the stair. "You think you fool me with your little games?" Fawn railed behind her. "Ha! The boy's presence frightens you as much as mine. Derek will inherit all that is Hyatt's, and he will never deny my rights as the child's mother. You are a prisoner, nothing more. You are kept against your will, while I am invited to stay as an honored guest. Do not think yourself so superior, lady, for your time is short, especially now that your father is gone." Aurelie turned before mounting the stairs. She judged the woman's brazen beauty and noted that her flashing green eyes were filled with fear. She wondered if Fawn would display such a tantrum if the room were filled with Hyatt's men. But the common room held only 2 young pages seated in a distant corner with armaments to mend and polish. The well-trained English youths turned a deaf ear to the scene and kept their eyes downcast as good lackeys should. Fawn was losing ground. The child was the fulcrum on which she balanced the precarious weight of Hyatt's tolerance. In a sudden flash of truth, Aurelie realized that it did not matter how Hyatt regarded his marriage, whether it was a union of deep feeling or a bond tied for material safety. Hyatt was selfish, stubborn, and strong. If he desired Fawn, he would have spent many nights with her. "You are right, Fawn," she said softly. "You are here as an honored guest, because you are Derek's mother." Aurelie pushed Baptiste up the stairs ahead of her and followed, listening to Fawn's outraged shouting behind her. soon turning Derek's pleasant gurgles of fun into cries of discomfort and fear.
"How dare you speak to me so, you high-flown bitch! You have no children of his loins, but mayhap if they ever come from your barren womb, Hyatt will strike them down to preserve his son's domain, and you will surely know what he loves."
Aurelie closed her bedchamber doors on the cries of the mother and child. She felt pity and sadness for the boy, having to grow up in such a terrible, jealous home. Perhaps Laverne was right. Hyatt's decision to keep faithful to his promises would breed trouble. Fawn's presence might be more than even the stalwart knight could endure, and it was certainly a trial for Aurelie. "Do not leave my room unless it is on some errand of my bidding," she warned Baptiste. "I do not know her purpose, but clearly you are the one person upon whom she can easily vent her anger." "What am I to do?" "Stay away, when possible. Perhaps it will pass." "But, lady, we did the child no harm. We—" "Understand, lass. The woman sees the child as harmed by his mere knowledge of me. She fears that Hyatt's marriage will cost her too much. Only I know that Hyatt wed me at my father's request, to help him secure these castle walls on his behalf." Aurelie cocked her head and listened to the quiet. The ranting and crying had stopped. "Come with me to the weaving rooms, lass, and help me to look over the yarns and cloth." Fawn burst from the double doors of the hall and ran into the courtyard, crying and hugging Derek close to her bosom. She passed a dozen serfs and fettered men-at-arms in her flight to the stable. Tears coursed her cheeks, and she panted in sobs, not ceasing until she came to an abrupt halt at Gervin's solid chest. "Hyatt," she whimpered piteously. "I need Hyatt. Where is he?"
"He is judging a mare for breeding. What is it you wish?"
"Get him!" she demanded. She looked up into Gervin's fierce expression. "Get him, you overgrown lout!" Gervin stiffened, his dislike for this woman eating like worms through his gut.
"Now decide if he is to be called out of the stable, Mistress Fawn. Tell me your problem."
Fawn pushed her whimpering son toward the huge knight. Derek squealed once at being moved so harshly. His nose was wet and his eyes were dripping with tears. She showed Gervin a chubby bare leg on which the delicate skin was scorched raw in a perfect line that ran from his little thigh to his calf and swelled with a blister of blood. "The bitch found my child alone with one of her servants and tried to maim him. 'Tis the mark of a hot poker that burned him, and had I not come into the hall, she might have killed him."
"Lady Aurelie?"
he asked, the sound more of an angry growl than a question. "Aye, the lady! Do you doubt it, fool? Why would she allow a poor bastard child of mine to live, to take away all that she thinks is hers? Get Hyatt for me at once."
"You bring the injured lad here? Why do you not take the boy to be tended?"
"He must see," she wept. "Hyatt!" she yelled in the direction of the stable. "Hyatt!"
"Get the boy tended," Gervin ordered. "I will find his father and send him."
"Hyatt! I want Hyatt!"
"Mistress, you—"
The stable doors opened with a bang and Hyatt took long strides toward the bickering twosome. His quilted gambeson was rolled up over his elbows and his hands were filthy with stable dirt. He looked in confusion at Fawn, her tear-stained face, and at his crying son burying his face into his mother's bosom. "What the devil is—" "Your lady wife, my lord," she cried, her voice no longer shouting but wheedling. "I could not find anyone to tend the boy and left him with that useless child who serves your lady. The lady hates the child, my lord. She burned him." She pushed Derek toward Hyatt, and upon seeing his father, Derek burst into cries anew and reached for him. As Hyatt's eyes fell to the injured leg, fury sparkled in his eyes. He took Derek from Fawn, carefully holding the burned leg away.
"You saw her do this?"
Fawn gasped with sobs. "She fled as I entered the hall. Of course it was she.
None of your own, nor any of these pitiful swine you have conquered would dare. But she is so jealous of the flesh of your loins, my lord. 'Tis because she is barren and cannot have children for you. What did you expect from her? You gave her this power through marriage. Oh, Hyatt, you hurt Derek so badly when you refused your name.
Hyatt's muscles quivered with the will it took not to sputter in rage.
He has my name. He may be called bastard by others, but I have given my oath and promise to my son, and 'tis you without proper titles and names. Where is she?
I don't know, Hyatt. When Derek was crying from his hurt, she fled. Hyatt, you must end this with her before she kills your son.
Where is Perrin?
To chapel to atone for her sins. She is insolent and not to be trusted. I cannot depend on her to keep my son safe from the bitch who claims to be lady of this castle.
Hyatt looked over his shoulder to the stable doors where Guillaume stood, his appearance much like Hyatt's. The men had been hard at work currying destriers and making decisions about which mares to breed and which to keep fallow. At the slur against Perrin, Guillaume's features hardened, but he said nothing. Hyatt stormed past Fon, the child clinging to him with little arms tight around his neck.
Hyatt, where do you go? Hyatt, you must help us. You must protect us.
He heard Fon's cries and the sound of her feet, running to keep up with him, padding along behind him.
Hyatt, say you will give me justice. Hyatt, promise me justice.
He kicked open the door to the common room, nearly taking the heavy oak off its leather hinges. A page came running from the cook-rooms in response to the noise.
Lady Aurelie,
he barked, his eyes bright with anger.
Where is she?
I do not know, my lord. I have not seen her. Hyatt took the stairs 2 at a time, Fon close behind him. He could hear the sound of her heavy skirts, which she lifted in an attempt to equal his speed. He used his foot to open his bedchamber door, but there was no one in the room. He shouted once for her, his voice booming down the dark gallery. A frightened maid peeked into the hall. "The looms, my lord," she said weakly. Hyatt climbed a 3rd flight, and by this time Fon was losing her stamina. But Hyatt moved swiftly in the direction of his wife, cradling his son close to his chest. Fon labored up the 3rd flight, her eyes dry and her head clear. She does not know what havoc his anger is, Fon thought. He values his son above all else, and while I could be trod upon by the feet of any swine, Derek cannot be abused or Hyatt will surely kill. Perhaps on this very day the bitch will lose her head. The door to the weaving rooms burst open and startled gasps rose.
Aurelie!
She rushed toward him with fearful concern, brightening her eyes. She looked first at Hyatt's face, and then at the child. Hyatt turned the boy and exposed the burn. "Dear God," Aurelie breathed. She did not consider but one reason for his coming. "Oh, Hyatt, give him to me. Your hands are dirty," she said, taking the child gently from his father's arms. Derek was willingly transferred and put his head on her shoulder, his cries now subdued to tired whimpers. "My grease and salves from my chamber, Hyatt. You know the pouch. Hurry!" "Oh, sweetheart, poor thing," she cooed. Hyatt stood immobile, watching as Aurelie took Derek into her tender arms. She carried him toward the window ledge, where she sat on a long bench and held the boy on her lap. "Baptiste, clean water and rags, quickly now!" She held Derek's cheek against her bosom while she held out the injured leg for a better look. Impatient for her maid to bring a basin of water, she lifted her hem and used the soft fabric of her shift to wipe the dirt of Hyatt's hands away from the sore, murmuring to the child as she did so, "Oh, my lamb, you are so brave, so good. Sweet little dove, it will heal quickly." She looked up impatiently at the boy's father. "Hyatt, my pouch!" From behind Hyatt came a startled gasp.
"Hyatt, get my son away from that witch! Hyatt!"
Hyatt walked into the room and took the basin away from Baptiste.
"Go for the pouch that the lady needs,"
he said. He took the basin to Aurelie, noting that Derek sat on her lap without resisting, without crying. Aurelie did not even regard Hyatt, nor did she notice Fawn. All of her attention was focused on the child. Hyatt turned his back on Aurelie's ministrations. He stared across the room at Fawn. The tears on the woman's face had dried, and her eyes reflected this betrayal with cold accuracy. He took slow, pained steps toward her, and as she watched him approach, she checked her temper.
"I will put the boy in your care only one more time," he said evenly. "Tread carefully, Fawn, and understand that I do this as a debt I owe to you, because you labored with his birth. But it is the last time."
"You do not even question her. You do not even suspect her." He raised a questioning brow.
"You said you did not see who did this thing to my son. Do you lie?"
"Nay, I found him thus, but it was she who hurried away from the accident."
"You should never find my son thus. I grant you servants to help you because it is my wish to be generous with you. But I keep you with me only because you are his mother."
She shook her head in denial. "You have cast me aside for that haughty witch. But before—"
"Nay," he snapped. "Before it was the same as now. I gave you your choice long ago, when you came with child because of my errant affection. I offered you sustenance and a strong arm to lean upon in deference to what you would give me, a son. But you had my word that I would never marry you. It is not too late for you to leave, but—"
He turned and looked across the room at his wife and child.
"But you will leave without him."
"How do you live with yourself, doing this to me?"
"You did not mind that we were unwed before. You even preferred it. You have used much authority among my men with your haughty behavior, and you have failed in the one thing I have asked of you. It is your duty, and no other's, to see him properly tended. If a lazy or stupid servant injures him, whether intentionally or innocently, 'tis you who must take blame for putting him in jeopardy."
"You know not how unjust your designs, Sir Hyatt." She gave her head an angry toss in the direction of Aurelie. "You will regret this, for you have put your son's welfare in the hands of the same one who will do him harm." Hyatt chuckled at the woman's absurdity, his voice low and mocking.
"Are you that much of an imbecile? I knew you to be conniving, but I never thought you were stupid. If Aurelie wished vengeance, she could make me a eunuch in the dark of night, for I lie bereft of armor at her side, and, I admit, I sleep soundly. She would not have to stoop so low as to hurt a defenseless babe."
He crossed his arms over his chest.
"But what of you, woman? How low would you sink for vengeance? Would you harm your own son?"
"How?" She looked at him aghast, words failing her, and her question stopped incomplete. Her eyes welled with genuine tears, and she turned from him, fleeing down the stairs. He heard her sobs dwindle with the distance, and in another moment Gervin was trudging heavily up the stairs. The knight's face was stony and dark.
"Hyatt, the page says that Fawn was alone in the common room before the shrieks of the child were heard." "Did the page see the accident? He is one of ours, Hyatt. He sees nothing that he is not bidden to see. But I warn you that Fawn—"
Hyatt held up his hand to halt Gervin, more than aware that Gervin had a severe dislike for the audacious mistress.
"I have heard enough of blame and accusations. If no one saw it happen, we do not know how it happened. What matters now is that he is tended."
Gervin looked past him into the weaving room, and far to the rear, past the still and silent looms. A group of women were gathered around Aurelie and Derek.
"'Tis not what the wench expected you to do," Gervin snorted. "You fuel the hate. Be wary, Hyatt. You, of all people, should know how treacherous a woman can be if allowed. And yet you keep two, when both have cause to hate you. That I have failed to teach you is excusable. That you have failed to learn from your own life is unfortunate."
Without waiting for any reply, Gervin turned and left his master alone in the corridor. Aurelie felt depleted of emotion by the time her duties were called to the cookrooms and common hall. She moved through her task of overseeing the dinner with an unusually soft voice. When a page failed to carry a tray filled with meats to a table full of English men-at-arms, she carried it herself rather than chastising the youth. She served, or ordered, Hyatt's table to be served first, then the English knights, then the Knights of de la Noya, who were now workers, and finally the castle folk who took their meals in the hall. Her step was slower, but her vision more acute than ever. When she'd returned Derek to his mother's rooms, Perrin was there to take him. Fon was not in evidence in the chamber. The boy's leg had been bandaged, and Perrin surprised Aurelie with the news that within Fon's modest household there was a woman who was skilled in healing. She was old and doddering, but carried many herbs, balms, odd samplings of roots, weeds, and animal parts for her use in creating new cures. Why, Aurelie wondered, had Hyatt brought the boy to her? Aurelie's own skills with tending the injured or sick were very modest. She'd learned a few things from Perrin, and while not afraid to try her best on any malady, she didn't experience a great deal of success. It was for that reason that whenever there was a visitor, a troubadour, juggler, aristocrat, monk, anyone from another town, she questioned them about remedies they used. Why did Fon's woman fail to share her healing skills with the rest of the castle? Those who knew the arts of tending the sick or hurt were usually a generous lot who held themselves above taking sides, but applied their talents to anyone in need. That was the way of her people, but perhaps not the English. She waited until she was satisfied that the room was served before taking her place beside Hyatt. She met with Fon's hostile glare briefly, then turned her eyes to her plate. The food was tasteless to her. The conversations going on all about her sounded distant and garbled. In her mind, as in her heart, there was a faint thudding like a faraway drum, and all else was dark. A month, she thought vaguely. A month gone, many to come, and I'm too confused to make sense of all this.
"Pass the lady wine,"
Hyatt commanded. She did not look up, and he impatiently filled her goblet. She took a modest slice of meat, tore off a fistful of soft bread, and lazily swirled the gravy around her bowl.
"What ails you?"
Hyatt asked harshly. "I am tired, my lord," she said, sighing.
"Only tired? What bites at you now?"
She sighed and looked at him. "There is nothing, Hyatt," she whispered. Hyatt covered his displeasure by lifting his cup. He ate his fill, drank liberally, but his eyes were drawn to Aurelie more often than he liked. He was deeply troubled by her peculiar slowness, quietness, professed tiredness. Before even questioning her, he'd noticed the way her head bent lower than usual, and not in a posture of obedience, but almost sadness. Her eyes seemed focused on a distant point, and she stared unseeing. Hyatt had seen her beaten, raised up, chastised, praised. He'd seen fury rage in her blue eyes, just as he'd witnessed their sparkle when she had cleverly foiled Fon. And he'd seen her moist, parted lips in the aftermath of passion. What he saw on this night was entirely new. It was a draining of the spirit. He'd not counted on anything, her tenacity, her wisdom, her subjugation, her joy. But he'd believed there would always be spirit. He'd learned to recognize it in the men he trained and had seen it in very few women. It was like a candle glowing behind a drape, a light that shone from within that nothing could extinguish. When the platters and bowls were emptied, Aurelie supervised the cleaning of the tables and floors. She loosed the hounds to pick up the scraps and sent the boys for dry wood, though a blazing hearth was unnecessary. Dying torches were replaced with new ones, and pitchers were filled for one last cup of ale. The sun went out like a doused flame, and darkness subdued the activity in the room. She took a place beside Guillaume on a bench and asked him if he was well, if he had any needs. Her voice was painfully soft. Before Guillaume could answer, Hyatt stood before them. Many of the knights, squires, and pages had begun to leave the hall to seek out either late-night chores or bed.
"Guillaume, your seneschal has worked with me for many days,"
Hyatt said to his wife.
"His talents far surpass simple warring skills."
Aurelie looked up at him. "A seneschal has more to do than hold the wall, my lord. During times of battle, Sir Guillaume fights well, but when there is no siege, he has managed the castle and selected the archers and guards. Every chore in De La Noye must be understood by a castellan." Hyatt pulled a stool from nearby to sit with them.
"You work well, even now,"
Hyatt said to the older knight,
"though I think I know the reason. Like your mistress, you work for De La Noye and not for me. How long has it been since you have resided in the seneschal's house?"
"Since your coming, my lord,"
Guillaume replied.
"Where do you sleep?"
"In the rooms behind the stable."
"And your wife?"
"She is ordered to Mistress Font."
"Where does she sleep?"
Guillaume shrugged, confused by the questioning.
"On a pallet on the floor in her anteroom, to be close when called."
"Perhaps you would like your home again,"
Hyatt offered. Guillaume stiffened slightly, and even Aurelie tensed. She worried that it was too much to ask Guillaume to defend De La Noye on Hyatt's behalf.
"My lord, I should like a room with my woman, but I cannot pledge fealty to Edward of England."
"Did I ask it of you? You should hear me out, Guillaume, before you decide I'm a fool. Can you pledge fealty to Lady Aurelie?"
"I did that many years past, and hold the oath as sacred."
"So be it. On the morrow I must take a troop northwest toward Limoges to judge the progress and mayhap lend aid to Edward's armies. I shall leave Sir Gervin to protect the hall, but I do not wish to overtax him with Aurelie's protection. Yet this you have attempted for a dozen years, and most times done well. If I give you personal arms, will you guard her?"
"Hyatt, I am safe in my own—"
"Will you?"
Hyatt asked Guillaume, cutting her off.
"Yea, Sir Hyatt. That is my wish, even if you do not ask it of me."
"Good. Know these things. Should you decide to escape, go far and fast, for I have good horses and can find you. Aurelie might be brought home, but it would be over for you and Perrin. If you allow another near her, if another man touches her in my absence, 'tis treason, and wives are killed for the crime. And finally, if you plot against my rule of the castle while I'm away, I will take De La Noye again, and I will take her with much more violence than before. Do you understand?"
"'Tis only Lady Aurelie I would serve and protect, Sir Hyatt.
I do not have the means to fight you or pledge to you,
but I can pledge to the lady herself."
Hyatt chuckled lightly, checking eyes with Aurelie. She held confusion in hers.
"Guillaume, I swear it is the first time I've been relieved to hear someone assure me they will not pledge to me. Forsooth, I couldn't trust your oath to me, but I think you will do right by her. And 'tis best for her that things proceed as they are."
He stood from his stool.
"The planting does not require me. The horses to be pastured for mating are selected, and apart from hunting parties that Sir Gervin will command, I am freed to go about my duties for Edward. Be it a week or a month, serve the lady's needs, and upon my return you shall have your house and Perrin."
He held out a hand to Aurelie.
"Come, I am not at ease when you whisper with your old castellan."
She went with him to the stair, allowing herself the luxury of looking over her shoulder to give a quick smile to Guillaume. Until learning that he would leave De La Noya, it had not occurred to her to question him. Once in their chamber, she studied him as he removed his clothing and carefully placed it away. "Why do you reward Guillaume?"
Reward him? You misunderstood. I gave him a weighty chore.
"But you will give him the Seneschal's home and Perrin."
"'Tis his home."
Hyatt shrugged.
"I have displaced as few as possible."
"The Seneschal's is the richest single home in the keep. What of Gervin?"
"He is happier with the horses. Gervin prefers to ride and would not stay behind now, but that I insist. And Guillaume knows each nook of this place."
"Perhaps you should have wed him, Hyatt." Hyatt threw back his head and laughed heartily.
"A worthy notion, woman. But I think he would not bring me as much pleasure in the dark of night."
He looked at her squarely, but she did not even smile.
"You, however, have proven lively sport. When you forget yourself."
His hand ventured near, and she turned away from him, taking a few steps to put distance between them, and then, facing him again. "Sir Hyatt, did you bring your son to me for tending, or was it another trick you play?"
"Trick? The boy was badly hurt, and I think maliciously."
"You thought I did it?"
"I did not accuse you."
"But you brought him directly to me when there is a woman in Mistress Fond's service who is more skilled than I. Was it to see if I would show my guilt upon spying the injury? Did you expect me to fall before you in shame? Hyatt, do you think I could do such a thing? To a baby?" Hyatt did not answer, but kept his gaze level with hers. "Hyatt, do you love Mistress Fond?" she asked brazenly.
"Nay,"
he replied easily, void of emotion. "Do you love me?"
"Nay."
"Why do you keep her here?" He raised a brow.
"Do you know the answer, Sherry?"
"Aye." She lifted her chin. "You set us apart, placing yourself in the middle, and you wait to see who will win." She shook her head. "You will be disappointed. I shall not enter the fight, Sir Hyatt." He took 2 steps toward her. He touched her cheek with a finger.
"You misjudge me again. If Fond thinks to fight for me, it is a useless battle. And I do not wish for you to pierce your own heart with love for me. I shall not pity you, but watch it bleed. In time you'll understand my ways. I'm capable of truth and honor, and my word is as good as hard silver, but I do not love women. It is beyond me." He cocked his head. "But I have found, Chérie, that oath and honor are more valuable than love. Be grateful that I grant you these."
"You do not even pretend to trust me."
"'Twould do you a grave disservice to offer you trust and thus place my life in your hands. It would make me weak, and I'm not certain you know how to handle that kind of power. Nay, I do not trust you. Neither am I so suspicious that I must keep you chained to be sure of you."
"A man who lives without love and trust is weak, Hyatt, not the other way around."
"My ways serve me well enough."
"Truly? And what about your son?" His face darkened as if a cloud passed between him and the sun, but it was night and only 2 candles lit their room.
"A son is worthy of all these things: love, trust, honor, oath, and silver. A son does not pass a fickle moment when love is lost, as with a woman. A son takes his father's name, heart, arm, and hews of these things a life. Yea, Aurelie, I love my son. And I suppose I will love more sons, even yours."
Aurelie winced slightly at the slur, but the words confused her. "Hyatt," she said softly, "if there is love between a father and son, why is it not possible for a man to love a woman? Especially the woman who would bear children to your name. Why then do you call yourself bastard when Lord Laverne tells of your true family?" His eyes were as dark as a starless night.
I have found many loyalties possible between men until women twist their hearts with jealous fingers. There is great loyalty possible between father and son, unless stabbed and torn by a woman's treachery. I shall not fall prey to such, for I shall not place my promises to my son in any woman's hands, not yours or Fawn's. In my experience, it is the woman who cannot remain true, and in her wrath separates even fathers and sons.
He turned his back on her and went to sit before the fire, occupying a stool and staring into the flames. He did not acknowledge her as she put a gentle hand on his shoulder. "You have either known too many women, Sir Knight, or too few." Chapter 7. Hyatt rode with 40 men and left 60 behind. They traveled with purposeful slowness along the best roads to judge the lie of the land and to keep approaching armies in sight. The worst of the fighting was north of Limoges, and in Aquitaine the English now had a strong foothold. Still, Hyatt's army passed through little sects of houses that were dusted with the aftermath of a ruthless army's passage. He halted his troop before a group of 6 partially standing houses and a burned barn. A dozen ragged peasants hid fearfully behind the rubble. Hyatt could see no evidence of farming tools, stock, weapons, or even cookery pots.
"Come out and name yourselves. We mean you no harm. There is nothing here, and I have no desire to kill defenseless serfs."
A long moment passed before an elderly man appeared. He approached Hyatt warily, the others staying well away from the monstrous, horsed knights. The man was dressed in ragged chausses and a dirty and torn tunic, and used a staff for walking. But he wore a sculptured silver beard that spoke of some previous prosperity. That and a glitter in his intelligent eyes were the only signs Hyatt had to read.
"Is this your village?"
Hyatt asked. The man's lips curled in a bitter smile.
"Where do you see a village, Sir Knight? Are you bound to Edward or John?"
"I was bound to my family and Guienne, and there is much brutal discussion about whose land this is. Yesterday this belonged to France, today to England, tomorrow, perhaps Rome."
"To England, now and forever, old man."
"Yea, that is what I am told."
He looked at the rubble behind him.
"I was told by the man who left us this, that England claims it."
He spat in the dust.
"You will rend a hearty tithe from this."
Hyatt leaned down and stared closely into the old man's eyes.
"You should have surrendered and pledged, old fool, and perhaps something would be left for you."
The man threw back his head and let go with a wicked laugh.
"Ha! Do you see a wall, a bridge, a castle, or dungeon? Do you think this meagre lot was ready to raise scythes to fight the English strangers? We are farmers. We are decent folk with no time for the arguments of kings, popes, and knights. I met the force at the cross in the road and pleaded for mercy. They burned everything that stood, slew everything with 2 legs, and let away everything with 4 legs. Your English brother has a fine pot for chicken brewing in some war camp, and yonder we have buried a score of babies."
Hyatt straightened in his saddle.
"How many resided here?" "Over 50. "And how did you survive?" "We fled, O great knight. We hid ourselves deep in the wood and came back when there was no more smoke. No one was left to live, and there is nothing with which to rebuild. How does England hope to profit from this conquered land? Do you sell the bones of the dead and drink their blood?"
Hyatt bristled slightly at the sarcasm, but did not let it show. Yet he despised the carnage that he saw for the very reason the man had named. It had been a foolish tactic to level the land and people to this degree when a clever knight could use them well. Even this little village, though a minor quest, could wrest Patty's payment of a few livres in exchange for the protection of the nearest men-at-arms. Buried in crude mounds behind the ash, there were probably boys who would have made decent pages and squires, and girls who would have worked and bred more. Here lay a common mistake of men bred for fighting. Chevauchée, total war, was useful in its place. A king could be ruined as his lands were destroyed and nothing was left from which he could wring a tax or tithe. It was a method painfully learned by the English knights at war with the Scots, and the battle tactic had depleted the French king's stores, making France more vulnerable to Edward's onslaught. But there was also a code of honor among the knights, that death would not occur upon surrender. Pillage would be the reward of conquerors till the end of time, and all valuables were fair game. But with life the people could rebuild. The man who destroyed this village could have had all the booty he could carry without killing almost the entire town. It was, with some, like a parasite in the blood, a heat to slay the enemy, whether in a fair contest or otherwise. The sad fact was that women and children were frequently sacrificed when the men of the town raised up arms in a fight already lost. But Hyatt was more than wary of a man who would kill a child for the sheer love of murder. Yet it was a defect quite often overlooked if armies were engaged in a serious war. He knew it was useless to chafe at the misdeed, for this was a common malady within the knighthood of men. He'd known many who bragged at the flow of blood they could leave on the dirt, then bemoaned their lack of coin when the wreckage they claimed did not produce. Only a few had the true principles of lords, the hard-learned ethics necessary for good leaders in high places. Few men could feel a victor's zeal unless they had slain many. Hyatt meant to draw his winnings from a full purse, not a pile of ash.
"Do you remember the arms of the English knight? Yea, he carried 2 snakes on a lily, and unlike you, only one in his troop had the Gascon tongue. He commanded his men in Anglo-Norman." "He took no prisoners?"
The man hung his head, sad rather than angry for the first time.
"Everyone is accounted for,"
he murmured with a catch in his voice. Hyatt knew, as did those men who rode with him, that the night to destroy the village was the same one they rode toward. Sir Hollis Marsden had been bound toward Limoges, where a keep of great strength and wealth was rumored to be unconquered. Hollis meant to add that parcel to his conquests, and gain much of the king's favor, for he almost always won in battle and seemed to be rich enough to supply good armaments to his men and their squires. But Hollis's wealth would be depleted soon if this was how he used his weapons and soldiers. Here was the pact with Prince Edward that Hyatt had made. The prince had need of good fighting skills and found it necessary to look the other way if a knight of England had low morals, but was a good soldier. Hollis was a good one to take into battle, but one must not be too certain of his loyalty. And because Sir Hollis shifted his alliances to improve his wealth, here was a man who could threaten even a king if given too much power. That was why Prince Edward and the king had conspired with Hyatt for de la Noye. Hyatt was meant to hold a strong castle in Aquitaine to serve England, and to keep Hollis at bay, arrest his growth before he gained too much territory in Aquitaine. By the same token, Prince Edward would not openly protest Hollis's fighting, for Hollis still fought for England. Hyatt's stomach felt sour and his brow was damp. He was confident in his ability to fight Hollis, if necessary, but he admitted a stronger adversary could not be found. He pulled off his helm and rolled up his coif, looking at the old man now with a full face.
"You have a dozen or more here and no reason to stay. Do you know the Castle de la Noye?" "I have heard, Sir Knight, but have never been there. It will take you 5 days walking. I will loose 2 palfreys for your sick or injured, and a knight named Sir Gervin holds the wall there on my behalf. If you can make the journey, you will be admitted." "Does it matter to you that we hate the English?" the old man tested.
Hyatt smiled suddenly.
"You will find plenty of company, old man. Hate whom you like, it is of no matter to me. But if it appeals to you to be dry and fed, you will lift a hoe and work for your enemy. Or, he shrugged, you may stay here and build out of your ashes. You do not wish to kill us, as your brother knight desired? I was ready to die. Cease such lies. You did not approach me as a man ready for death, but as one with the wisdom to hold life as a great value. Even the lowest life can plant a seed, mend a pot, or produce a prayer. Any man who cannot do some small thing of value will die from his own lack of existence. My sword and lance are for the winning of battles, not to collect deaths as the queen collects jewels. Nothing worth having is wrought of killing for sport. Now, I hear a scholar's learning in your speech, though you claim to be farmers all. Is there some reason to send you to De La Noya, or are you as useless to me as you pretend? The old man smiled, showing a perfect row of white teeth against his aging face. He bowed his head slightly. I am a teacher and planter. My son works with leather, and my wife bakes bread. There are few of us, and made poor by this carnage you see, but our skills could not be burned. I am Percival. Hyatt looked over his shoulder. Give the man 2 palfreys and a bag of grain to see them through. He looked back to the old man. I could give you my banner to carry, but it will do you ill against any French force, and I cannot promise that it will offer protection against the English knights.
Percival's eyes sparkled with emotion.
John's forces are few in this part of the country. North is where the true fighting exists. I will carry your banner, Sir Knight, for I suspect it is feared by your friend and foe.
Hyatt nodded over his shoulder for a squire to fetch a spare tunic on which was sewn the blazon of his arms, a ferret and a star fashioned against a red background. It would do well enough to convince Gervin. He handed the tunic to Percival.
Beware, old man. The blazon will protect you best if you travel in brush and tall grass. Soldiers who feast on the blood of the helpless pay little regard to any threat. But it will open the doors of De La Noya.
Hyatt led his troop away from the demolished little burg, not looking behind to see what the few remaining villagers did with the horses and grain. He took the chance that they would flee to some camp deep within the forest and replay this scene for every passing troop. The investment was minute for a dozen good hands, and in addition, had Hollis taken even a moment to talk to the old man, he'd have discovered at least one good head. In Hyatt's opinion, one intelligent man was worth 20 brawny morons. As the troop traveled silently and watchfully on, Hyatt considered the ravages of war. Being quite proud of his own skills, he had slain many lesser warriors in battle. He'd even laid a town or two to waste, when there was enough fighting to warrant it. It was not because of a soft heart that he left his enemies their lives, but because nothing could be gained from a dead man. Hyatt had even intended to let Giles de Poivre live, and had had nothing to do with his death. Did none of Giles's men-at-arms speak of their leader's death? Aurelie had accepted his warrior's departure in good faith, as if she didn't know the truth about her husband's cowardice. Hyatt had ordered his own men to keep silent about the details of the battle, but they all knew that Giles could have spared many men's lives had he stayed behind the De La Noya walls or issued a surrender on the field. The questions came again and again. How did she love him? What had he ever done to justify her respect and loyalty? How had she kept herself virtuous? How had she managed the clever lie that she was barren? And why? They made camp in a thick protected copse at dusk. They were still days away from Limoges, and the rubble they had viewed this day had happened as long as a fortnight before. Hollis had surely passed through on his way to the richer conquest. How like the foolish knight to steam up his desire for battle by laying a path of carnage behind him. Hyatt assumed already that Hollis was victorious, If he'd failed to conquer the keep he sought, English stragglers would be seen along the road back.
I venture on, Sir Hyatt. It is certain he has won. I do not go for Sir Hollis. That should have been clear from the start. He will resent my appearance, though he will be careful about his behavior for now. I venture onward for Edward. Hollis will lie about the booty and give less than the fair portion to the king.
But he will not let you examine his stores, a young knight said, and his troop is 2 or 3 times larger than yours.
Aye, larger in numbers, but I should like to see for myself how Hollis holds them. I've been told that as many as 1/4 of his men are dangerous criminals, freed by a pardon bought by Hollis to form a large troop. Most are indentured to him for some years to come. When he cast about looking for a sizable army to join Prince Edward, there were not many eager to ride with Hollis. Although he's frequently victorious, he doesn't pay his men well, and he allows them a meager share of the winnings. But criminals soon to die will take life at any price, however low. It's important that I see for myself how many are there now, many months after the battle has begun, and how they regard Hollis as their leader. They sat around a low fire, making their pallets on the ground, and passing around dry bread, pork strips, and water. Most of Hyatt's men were indentured to him for the cost of their arms, their ransom in tournaments, or debts Hyatt had cleared for them. But he didn't have one man of whom he was unsure. This, compared to Hollis's 250, was better. "It is rumored, Sir Hyatt, that Hollis hates you and would strike your back," the young knight remarked. "'Tis not rumor. It is truth, and he has." "Then why do you ally yourself with him?" "It is with Edward that I am allied, and don't sheathe your swords when any of Hollis's men are behind you." "He wouldn't do you harm when he fights now for Edward, as do you." "He would take what I've claimed in a moment, lad, and he would tell the king he took it from Guienne. But mark me, he could not succeed in such a lie if but one of my men lives. That is why we are safe in approaching him now. More than half my men remain at De La Noye under Sir Gervin." "Yet we ride toward him?" "Sir Hyatt, if he is in trouble, we will have to fight for him, will we not? Do not discount a good plan because it is not as swift as a single thrust of the lance. We go to see what damage Hollis has done, for I'm certain he has won the keep. And what you see upon our arrival is a pure example of what he would do to you. For Hollis's enemies are not solely those few whom King Edward will name for him, but anyone whom Hollis thinks he can beat. When we arrive, look at the conquered domain as you looked at the village. Know it, taste it, smell it. The only way to best a man in any contest is to know full well his manner of fighting. And Hollis is as much my enemy as the French forces of John. Only with Hollis it is much more dangerous, for we do not acknowledge it openly. Rivals, they call us at the tournaments. 'Tis far more serious than that. And remember, each knight has a style, and Hollis's is sly and brutal." "Are we not on the same side after all?" Hyatt sighed heavily. There was more than simple practice of arms to teaching a knight sound skills. "For the time being, while commands are issued from the king, we are of the same side. Hollis isn't fair or prudent, but he isn't stupid, and he knows where to use his influence. Hollis will lay bare this land, taking 10 conquests to Edward's court, but nothing he wins will produce for him. The king will own naught but a charred field where crops once grew. My victory belongs to England for generations. There is a difference. Edward desires a quick theft, but he also needs the property peopled with loyal vassals. What we have in De La Noye is an English encampment that will provide support in any uprising that threatens Prince Edward's hold on the land. That takes more than a good fight. It requires time and wisdom, not just skill in battle. But, Sir Hyatt, you were generous at De La Noya, and now there are 200 or more who silently despise you. They are subdued, but how do you know they will change their fealty? Would it not have been better to lay them down once and for all and remove the threat finally? And hang up my bridle and lance to spend each hour working the soil so that I might eat? Nay, the very serfs who hate and fear me will feed me. This is not a tournament, but a war. That which is won in a single stab of my lance is useless to me. Fealty pledged in a weak and fearful moment will cut my throat when I sleep. I have more respect for a man who comes to his loyalties through long and careful consideration than one who surrenders in sheer fright and is spared, later to reconsider and decide he was hasty in his first decision. Is that why you did not insist that Sire de Poivre's men-at-arms swear fealty to you? Their lord was not yet cold in his grave. Any oath to me would have been wrought of sheer survival. I spared them the punishment I would levy for betrayal. Yet I did not give them their arms. When fealty comes from any of them, it will be a true oath. And from some it will come. And those who will not swear to you, some will flee, some will plot or attack and be caught. But in time, all will be accounted for. The younger knight shook his head, trying to assimilate so many crafty designs. You must be certain of your plan, Sir Hyatt, for you take your rest at the side of the former lord's woman. Hyatt nodded, but silently his thoughts were protesting such a statement. Some day, he thought, she will admit that she was never Giles's woman.
Father Algernon had never confronted Lady Aurelie on any issue since her first arrival at De La Noya. There'd never been reason, for Giles so strongly supported the church and this priest that no other ally was necessary to him. Aurelie had expected some words from the ecclesiastic, and was frankly surprised that he'd waited so long. But then he'd been silent only until Hyatt and his large number had departed.
I have not heard your confession, and you have not taken communion, my lady,
he said to her as she was leaving the chapel after matins. I cannot partake of the blood and body without first atoning for my sins, and I cannot atone.
I will give you absolution when you name them.
She felt a rueful smile touch her lips. I have done nothing of which you or God is unaware. What is your penance?
My lady,
he bristled. His voice was a subdued whisper, but she could not miss the anger in his eyes.
You could begin by confessing your hatred for your priest and atone for that.
It is not within my power to hate you, Father. I am pleased that you are unharmed and that these English accept the Mass and communion from you, though they know you were for Giles.
They do not pay me,
he complained. You have taken an oath of poverty, she countered.
My own poverty, not the poverty of the church.
Ah, she said, remembering the argument quite clearly. That had been the cause for such depletion of funds as she recalled only too well. Since the great site of the ecclesiastic pomp resided in the Avignon papacy, there had been a priority on the buying and selling of favors. Philip of Valois had raised substantial funds for his armies by keeping certain offices vacant and selling positions. This blasphemy had helped Giles, for he had not wanted to fight and could buy his absence quite easily from King Philip. Only the highest bishops might wear cloaks of greed in their actual threads, and Father Algernon might indeed be dressed as if impoverished, but Aurelie had always known that their true wealth was in the power of the promises they traded. Giles, like Father Algernon, had been filtering money into the flesh pot of the church for many years, attaining the purity of spirit and rising within the political ranks of the church to guarantee a high level of eternity in heaven. Or so he might have thought. Aurelie's prayers were that her late husband had actually, finally, gotten some spiritual reward, for those left among the living had definitely paid the price. Father Algernon did not fool her and never had, but he was their only priest.
Lady, do you mean to cut this castle free of the bonds of God and life eternal?
Nay, Father, we must continue to live as righteously as possible and pray for our salvation.
What of benefices, the dispensation of holy rites, the salvation of the dead?
One of those dead is the Sire du Poivre. I do not doubt his salvation. Could you? Algernon's face grew hard and dark. His shock of thick white hair stood like snow on a shady mountain. He did not like to argue with a woman.
He died unshriven. He died without a final prayer. Can you not bring this Englishman to do the honorable thing and buy a final prayer for the dead?
Nay, Father. I think you are lucky he did not burn the chapel and turn you out. You will not find in Sir Hyatt what you had in Giles. He will give the church only what he deems honest and fair, and he is little concerned about damnation. He has already made many harsh criticisms of Giles' devotions.
And I imagine you agreed,
he said snidely. Nay, she shot back. Nor did I defend him, but I bid you remember that while some bishop in Avignon wears scarlet robes, we are now the captured serfs of an English warlord.
God will never forgive you,
the priest solemnly confided.
You have always resisted the tithe, and many times you hid money from your husband so that it would not fall the way of the church. I think you urge the English bastard to abstain. I shall pray for you, for it is my obligation to be generous with sinners. It is not too late for you to amend this blasphemy.
When I see the hand of God reach from the sky into the pocket of the church, I shall change my mind. Now all I see is waste. Had you urged Giles to spend his money on arms and food, we would not be so helpless now. And you could have done it, Father. But instead you bought favors in the church. If Sir Hyatt becomes angry and turns you out, will they take you in Avignon and make you a bishop? When he did not answer, she smiled confidently. Homo mercator vix aut numquam potes Deo placere. The priest's eyes grew round with wonder as he listened to her announce in perfect Latin the statement that had won so much power and money for the church. A man who is a merchant can seldom, if ever, please God. I think it does not matter what you are trading in God's eyes, Father. Whether it is forgiveness, mercy, power, or divinity, God must surely frown on the sale of it. The priest was astonished at this ingratitude, and it showed fiercely in his eyes. Aurelie almost laughed at the sight. Could I have lived with him so many years and not know his rhetoric?
Giles was pure, but you are a whore to give yourself to the conqueror. Better you should take your own life.
And even whoredom shines in the face of taking one's own life, as the book teaches. Yea, Giles schooled me well in Scripture, for 'twas he who was so tormented by love of divinity that he wished to die, finally, to end his waiting and reach that sparkling realm you promised to sell him.
You take a very grave chance, woman, that you and every person in your domain will be excommunicated.
I have lost everything else, Father. Why not that? But you would do well to keep your own losses small. There are still those here who will give you what you demand. Some of them, I imagine, are among the conquerors. Tread carefully. She turned to go and heard his words at her back.
Your hatred finally shows. I wondered when it would. You were always jealous of the love and spiritual strength I shared with your husband.
The words caused her to stiffen as if slapped. Jealousy had never been the emotion she felt. Even though she'd struggled with what it was she had felt, not knowing its name, she knew the feeling to be much deeper and more violent than that.
There is nothing more dangerous than to share learning with a woman. I warned him of that.
She turned slowly. Dangerous to whom, Father? A man in power, or just any man?
Why do you not urge Sir Hyatt to cast me out, if your heathenish sins can match his? Surely you would not miss me.
There are those here who do not know that they pay you for what would be theirs freely if they but sought it. And though you accuse me of cardinal sins, I still need the power of divinity in the walls of this chapel to shed light on my own prayers for myself and my people. The place was built and blessed in good faith, and your greed has not yet darkened the spirit in which it was raised." She smiled lazily. "My dour purse built it, which is why Giles urged his father to deal with mine for marriage. I was a child then, and thought it was good to bring this, a holy place, as a marriage gift to my husband. I did not know what it would cost him." She moved from the chapel slowly, her hands clasped and her head down. She walked across the courtyard and was not questioned or halted as she moved through the gate to the outer bailey. At the farthest wall, she was stopped by a youthful guard whose cheeks actually pinkened as he detained her. "I should like to visit the graves," she said quietly, keeping her eyes downcast to hide the rage that burned in them. "You should have no trouble watching me from the wall." He thought for a moment, and then reluctantly had the door opened for her, keeping the bars back as she left. "Don't be too long, my lady," he urged, but she walked steadily away from him without reply. The graves were too many, and she shuddered, wishing that they had forced her to consent to a burning pyre rather than this remaining proof by the stone markers of the numbers lost. She found the central one, bearing no name as yet, and looked down at the dirt, trying to understand the emotion that rose to choke her throat. "Giles!" she silently screamed. "Why has this happened? Were you gentle and good, little knowing how Algernon used you? Did you mean to achieve something of righteous purity, of everlasting light, but instead descended into darkness to be ruined? I kept it all as your secret, your knowledge and prayers, but I was alone in knowing how tormented and troubled you were. The others saw you dressed in your monk's habit, beating yourself in penance for sins you never committed and for which you should never have been forced to atone. If they do not scorn your memory now, they will soon, and they will speak of it more freely than in the past. And do you not see now, from your place high on the wall of heaven, what it has cost? There is no de Poivre son, no loyalty or love. He came here knowing, Giles, that he could beat you because your only strength was that you longed to be weak." "Oh, Giles," she sobbed aloud, falling to her knees at the end of his grave. "I have tried." Her fists hit the dirt which was already sprouting new grass. "I cannot pretend any longer. There was no value in what you did, yet I worked to hold together what you left untended, and even protected you from the slander that would surround your peculiar obsession. And now I work to hold your memory with a shred of respect, a small piece of decency. Dear God, let your soul be in peace. Let your years of pain and suffering have acquired you at least that much. Oh, Giles, such lies! Such pain!" She held her face in her hands, crouched there on her knees, and wept. She hadn't known the darkness she lived in until there was light. She hadn't known how to name the quiet, dull pain of Giles's indifference, disguised as it was by impotent courtesy, a mean of kindness. She'd always thought her husband selfless and pious, until Hyatt came and took their home as easily as one would bat a fly. And then finally, tragically, she could see Giles's humility and submissiveness for what it was. An ugly, vile, sinful indulgence to serve only his own needs, sacrificing the lives and wills of all those people who depended upon him for strength. He'd handed his life to a priest who promised him the very hand of God, but when the warriors came, God did not appear to save Giles's people. But Giles was dead, and she missed him less every day. It was not enough to see Giles's weakness and reckon Hyatt's strength. The battle cries may have dulled to whispers, but the war raged on. It was a hideous, secret war, a treacherous mistress who worked fervently to recapture her mate. Deposed men-at-arms who carried hoes now but in the fists of knights, ready to fight and to set her home again on the battlefield. A conqueror in her bed, who used her body with a troubadour's smooth experience in his touch and his devout promise never to love a woman. And there seemed nothing she could do. She could not slay the mistress, remove the hate from her soldiers' eyes, bring Hyatt to love her. And even her prayers were made dirty by the silver that bribed the priest to buy them. As she wept, she swore to do without even the costly prayers. If God could not hear her pleas without the tinkle of livre, then she would bear in darkest silence the agony of a deaf savior. Yet, as if some inner spark of hope lay deep in her soul, she continued to pray as if God would hear. Save us from further tragedy. Let the end of pain come, dear God. Let us live in peace and harmony. She was unaware of any presence, divine or mortal. Gervin stood at the edge of the trees a short distance away. A stag that would feed a hearty number was curled lightly around his shoulders as if it weighed no more than a woolen shawl. He watched Lady Aurelie in silence, but the urge to go to her was strong. He'd never before pitied a woman, and he doubted that anyone could give her the comfort and peace she needed, least of all Hyatt. He turned and went back into the woods. It was better that she mourn in private, and he could not bring himself to let her see that his own eyes mirrored her pain. "Come here, slut, and baste this meat." Aurelie stopped where she stood. The cruel, mocking sound of Fawn's demand sent prickles up her spine. She slowly turned from the bottom of the stair to assure herself that the command was issued to her, knowing full well that it was. Behind Fawn, Aurelie saw the pained eyes of Perrine as she jostled Derek on her hip. Aurelie had felt the need to tarry on her way back from Giles's grave, letting the cool late afternoon breezes dry her moist cheeks and steady her pulse. By the time she arrived in the hall, the dinner was nearly ready to be served, and she realized she was not ready to supervise. She meant to fetch a clean smock quickly from her room when she noticed that Hyatt's men had begun to filter into the room to take their meals. Fawn stood in the center of the room near the hearth, hands on her hips as if she were ready to dance in glee. Her fiery tresses bounced on her bare shoulders. Her jewelry glittered on her arms and neck. She smiled much in the way a hunter smiles when he has landed a powerful beast with a single arrow. A sound alerted Aurelie, and she turned to see Guillaume enter the room. She turned away to mount the stairs. "Did you not hear me, wench? You have duties here. See them done." Aurelie lifted her chin. "If you wish that the meat be basted, Mistress Fawn, I will not be offended if you do so yourself." "I cannot be ordered here," Fawn chuckled happily. "My only duty is to take care of my lord's son." "Good, then do so." Aurelie turned to leave again. "Don't you dare turn away from me!" Again Aurelie stopped. She checked eyes with Guillaume and found that he watched Fawn dangerously. She quickly surveyed the room and took note of the way Hyatt's men looked on in stunned wonder, little knowing how to react. Would they stay the mistress, or would Guillaume lose control and be punished for any act in defense of the wife? She couldn't fathom the answer, nor could she trust her instincts. She took a few quick steps across the room and picked up the ladle from the drippings collected in a large kettle under the meat on a spit. She carefully poured the drippings over the side of meat and, once done, began to leave. "Wait!" She turned back to Fawn and nearly winced at the devilish gleam in the woman's eyes. "Turn the meat for me, and I will baste it properly." Aurelie's fingers trembled as she took a knife to the well-cooked meat and began slowly to force it to turn over the kettle. Fawn held the full ladle and slowly dribbled the contents onto the meat, moving her hand deftly and evenly to let the hot, greasy drippings pour onto Auralie's hand. Auralie gasped as the scalding brew scorched her, snatching her hand away too late to save herself from a burn. The knife she'd held dropped into the kettle, and the grease splashed on Fawn's gown. With a movement as quick as light, the ladle dropped to the floor, and Fawn grasped the folds of her dress. "Stupid bitch! You've ruined my gown!" Auralie heard Guillaume's fast-approaching footfalls before she saw him. She whirled to face Guillaume, raising her uninjured hand to stop him. She knew her seneschal well enough to believe he could kill Fawn without conscience, and what Hyatt would then do to him she dared not guess. She was so intent on protecting Guillaume that she missed the action of several knights, bolting to their feet in outrage. One even held the hilt of his broadsword. But no man of Hyatt's army knew which woman he valued the most, if he valued either one. "Guillaume, nay, you must not." Guillaume stopped, but if his eyes had been red, glaring pokers, Fawn would be holed through her hide. Then, very slowly, his eyes turned to look at Auralie's scorched flesh. Again the violence grew, for the top of her hand had already blistered under the crimson burn.
"Do you find the meat basted to your liking, Mistress Fawn?"
Even Auralie's head turned at the deep, gravelly voice of Gervin. He stood in the frame of the door that came from the back of the hall, the opposite direction from which Auralie had come. Over his shoulders a dead stag slumped. The animal he carried was huge, but he gracefully strode across the room as if he carried nothing at all. Everyone moved as he passed, as if backing out of the way of Goliath. Knights who had risen in sudden but helpless fury reclaimed their seats. Gervin lifted the stag over his head and dropped it on the rushes, staring down at Fawn. She was the only one in the room who did not react to him.
"I asked, is the meat now basted to your liking?"
She gave her curls a flippant toss, her hands going to her hips. "I suppose it will do." Gervin's lips slowly parted as a grin developed on his mouth.
"'Tis well. Since any more basting you require, you would do with my help."
"Ha! I would do it better alone than with anyone's help. The insolent witch purposely ruined my gown." Gervin's voice came in a slow, dangerous rumbling.
"You should be whipped, mistress, for what you dare."
She lifted her chin defiantly. "Who will whip me, Gervin? You?"
"Nay,"
he said sharply.
"Not for this. Since I have not been bidden to protect Hyatt's wife."
The last word was stressed, and Fawn actually blinked at the sound of the word that haunted her. Gervin turned to Guillaume.
"What did your master bid you do in his absence?" "Guard my lady. From whom?" "From anyone who would dare touch her." "And have you done that?" "I have tried." "Try harder." Gervin threw an arm to indicate the room at large. "There are plenty of witnesses from Hyatt's own camp in this room. Your punishment would be worse should you ignore the duty Hyatt gave you, than should you slay 10 of his best men in pursuit of your duty. Hyatt does not give command lightly, and never for his amusement. Take this to heart, Sir Guillaume, and hesitate only at your own risk. You must not fail again." His eyes narrowed as they swerved in Fawn's direction, though he continued to speak to Guillaume. "You would be pardoned for anything done by Hyatt's order on behalf of his wife." "This French slave has a protector?" Fawn demanded. "And whom, pray, did Hyatt name as my protector?" Gervin's smile came again, and it was the evil smile of a beast who had just tasted fresh blood. "Me." Chapter 8. "How do you fail me in this, Nima?" Fawn asked, a near whimper in her voice. "You had potions and spells that served me so well." The old woman slowly shook her head. "You have fooled yourself for so long, though I never lied to you. I have not misled you, Fawn. Hyatt has never been moved by my balms or brews. You believed what you wished to believe. If he was more docile than usual, you decided some brew had worked at last. But it was all in your mind, Fawn. The only time Hyatt was at your mercy was once, and you know when that was. Fawn frowned at the memory. When Fawn had been desperate to have Hyatt with her for once, Nima gave her strong herbs to put in his wine. They had made him so seriously ill that he could not rise and required her care for a fortnight. She knew the chance she'd taken, for if he ever learned that she purposely caused his sickness, he might have killed her. But she thought he would be so grateful, so endeared to her. Instead, when he could rise from his pallet, he took his leave. Since he never discovered this deception, and to keep such aids at her future disposal, Fawn held Nima's talent for mixing rare concoctions as a careful secret. I have told you, nay, warned you, that I know brews and mixes that sometimes fill a man with lust, or render him helpless to love. But there is a condition. The man must be weak of will. Hyatt is too strong. He denies his body's urges. He is capable of ignoring pain. Why would I want a weak man? Fawn asked. The old woman smiled with knowledge. Of course. In teaching this simple wisdom to Fawn, Nima had failed. A strong man who was capable of great control could not be changed by potions or spells, yet a weak man would swoon powerless. However, the weak man would come around as easily with a wink, a swinging skirt, a seductive lie. Nima repeatedly pointed this out to Fawn, every time Fawn failed to see. You said you would try. Do you have anything? Nima's old eyes seemed to moisten as she sprinkled a few herbs into her palm and studied them. A crooked finger separated the different colored leaves and twigs. She sat on a stool before the window in Fawn's chamber and glanced hesitantly at the agitated young woman pacing the floor. Once Nima had a reputation as a skilled midwife and healer. She knew balms to cleanse the bowel, cure the flux, both induce and stop miscarriage. She studied and experimented and invented new potions suitable for helping with common afflictions. People came to her from villages far away, for she could banish the pain of an unbearable headache, set a limb, dissolve a thick and dangerous cough into a harmless runny nose. Not every attempted cure was successful, but many were. And then an important man from a neighboring town had been thrown into seizures from one of her brews. He died a horrible death before witnesses. Fawn was Nima's daughter's daughter. The bond they shared preceded Fawn's birth, and there was yet a tighter allegiance, since Nima was accused of dallying with spirits and potions by Fawn's father Montrose, and it was better that she followed her granddaughter, as Fawn followed the knight. Where was an old woman of no means to go? No one of this household, not Hyatt nor Fawn's other servants, knew that Nima was the girl's grandmother. He is married now, Fawn, as he promised you he would be one day. There is nothing more to be done but accept his offer of retirement and find us a proper house somewhere. He has a wife. It will not matter even if he desires you again. It will, she insisted, whirling to face the old woman. It will. She is barren. He amuses himself for a while, and he has a proper mate, but I will bear his children. I will command his body, and I will spend all my days as his love. Hyatt does not love anyone. Ha! What do you know? He loves Derek, and as long as he loves Derek, my place with him is safe. Nima looked again into her palm, shook her head, and dropped the mixture into her pouch. It wouldn't help to remind Fawn that Hyatt was independent of her, as he had always been, even though he allowed her to follow him. At first, as the old woman remembered, Hyatt was attempting to be civil to an abused girl of 6 and 10. He'd lain with her, and her father threatened her very life.
But once the boy was born, Hyatt's attention shifted quickly to Derek, and Fawn's only link was through Hyatt's son. The knight was now chafing more with each of Fawn's demands, but the foolish girl did not seem to see how shaky the ground was on which she trod. He'd never loved Fawn. He would never love a woman. This Nima understood, for she watched the knight closely and learned his ways. He was hard put to trust a decent woman, but a treacherous one was poorly placed within his reach. If Hyatt had known half of what Fawn dared, she would have been turned out long ago. Nima protected her granddaughter as she kept safe her own sustenance. There was nowhere to go should Hyatt lose patience and withdraw his offer of support. "While he is willing," Nima began again. "Nay, I shall never slink away, beaten, to find some hovel in which to spend my days alone. Fawn, you must hear me. I do not think he loves this woman, this Aurelie whom he married, but I see that something in his manner has changed. You must use your eyes and ears and be cautious. He is less tolerant than he was. He has a woman who can tend Derek for him, and he will not condone your trickery. For your life, dear Fawn, be careful." Fawn straightened in a show of confidence. "This will not last. The bony, screeching whore will cease to pleasure him soon. Despite all that Hyatt claims, he is a man, and men want sons. They take pride in their bastards. They only pretend that children burden them. You'll see, Nima. He will be mine again soon. Let her have the name and proper marriage." Her lips curved in a superior smile. "Even queens have learned that a king's whore can be more important than his wife." "Once I thought, Fawn, that it was better that you accept what Hyatt is willing to give you rather than feeling misery and anger about it. Now I am worried. You are tempted to push him too hard. You forget that you have never outwitted him." "But I have," she said slyly. "I gave birth to his son." "Then," said Nima, very slowly, in a warning, "take very special care of that prize, for if anything should happen to Derek, you will be gone like a dry leaf in a gust of wind." The women fell silent as Perrin entered, carrying the boy. Perrin did not glance their way, but went straight to the fur-covered pallet to lay the sleepy baby down. His arms were tight about Perrin's neck, and he resisted the separation with a tired whimper. But Perrin's gentle cooing and slow stroking of the child's back won over any protests, and Derek laid down his head, obediently closing his eyes. Fawn frowned, noting that the boy responded very well to Perrin. Perrin did not so much as turn her head once to regard Fawn and Nima. Instead, she knelt on the floor beside her young ward's pallet and hummed softly as he slept. Fawn came slowly to stand behind Perrin, a smile curving her lips. Her eyes glittered as she looked down at the older woman. "I can see that my son benefits from your care," Fawn said softly. Perrin looked up at the young mistress, confusion in her eyes. "It was Thea's chore before you, but she's not as talented in keeping him happy as you are. Poor Thea. I think she is jealous of you and has little to occupy her. Perhaps I shall let Lady Aurelie have her." Perrin frowned, but said nothing. In 1 month of caring for Derek, she had learned a few things, though she'd never asked a single question. She found that the only person in Fawn's company to cherish the boy was the old woman, but Nima was too withered and aged to care for a youngster of Derek's energy. The other maidservants, Thea and Isla, played more the part of ladies-in-waiting to Fawn rather than actual servants. And Thea was not even slightly jealous that Derek had taken immediately to Perrin. To the contrary, she seemed relieved and had more time to dally.
It was hard to know whether Fawn had found two wenches of the same selfish temperament as herself, or whether these girls had once been hard-working, good lasses who had followed their mistress's example of behaving in a haughty, superior, and lazy manner. Whichever was the case, more and more of Fawn's household chores fell to Perrin. Another thing that became clear to Perrin was that Fawn was uninterested in motherhood, and had not been softened by the velvety skin, large trusting eyes, sweet disposition, and dependent arms of her child. Perrin learned that Fawn had not even nursed the child herself, and seemed bored and petulant whenever she was with Derek. She was an impatient, intolerant mother. One would think she did not love her son. Yet Fawn was aware of her precarious position and rarely approached Hyatt without the boy in her arms. Perrin had seen the knight's dark eyes grow wistful with longing when his son was near. It hadn't been her duty to take the boy to his father, for Fawn was very protective of that right. But Perrin went in tow, for if the boy had some need, certainly Fawn did not wish to be bothered. Too, Perrin suspected that Hyatt struggled to keep this devotion to himself. He forgot himself sometimes and hugged the little boy close, his eyes closing and his implacable expression softening with emotion, making him appear for only a moment like a protective young father with a gentle heart. Hyatt's appearance could be, in those brief seconds, like the face of an angel. The faint glow of giving, caring, and needing appeared like an aura about his strong features. It was the look, seldom seen, rarely shared, that a young bride might catch in a flash of early dawn on her husband's face. The coupling of fierce, powerful strength and naked, urgent need. It was what happens to a warrior's face when he is beset by deep love. Perrin recognized these particulars about Hyatt and Fawn because she had loved and married a man who could equal her devotion with his own. And they had raised 4 sons together. Most interesting to her was how Fawn would use her son's presence to wiggle closer to Hyatt, only to be effortlessly rebuffed. Hyatt wasn't even slightly intrigued by her any longer. "The boy is sleepy, Hyatt," she would say. Reluctantly, Hyatt would prepare to end the visit, yielding Derek to his mother. "Perrin can take him to bed," she would attempt. "I can." It never went farther than that. Hyatt's expression would turn completely indifferent again.
"Go ahead, Fawn. See about the child."
Hyatt did not unbend even slightly in the presence of his past mistress. It was a fact that his desire for her was long since past. It was also a fact that Fawn was not nearly ready to give him up. Perrin slowly turned her head away from Fawn without responding in any way to the suggestion that Thea served Aurelie. She resumed her humming and stroking of the child. Behind her, Fawn paced about the room, mumbling. "That is what I shall do. Hyatt will think that very kind of me. I will ask Thea to go to Aurelie." She chuckled conspiratorially. "How good for her. Ah, just as she deserves." The call came from the donjon and was echoed across the wall. A few men fled from the hall and mounted hurriedly saddled war horses. Aurelie sensed a rising panic but could not name it, for the men seemed to prepare for war. Yet all that was called out was, "A troop approaches." She rushed down 3 steep stretches of stairs and out to the inner bailey, following running knights toward the gate and bridge of the outer wall. She passed Varel, who stood in the doorway of the stable with a shovel in his hand, but she took no notice of his frown. By the time she reached the gate, there were already 20 horsed men there, and an equal number lined the wall. "What is it?" she asked. "Who comes?" The young knight whom she questioned showed confusion of his own. "It appears to be peasants, my lady. Injured peasants." "Do you require arms to let a few peasants enter?" "It could be a trap," he shrugged. "There could be knights hiding amidst the—" The man stopped suddenly as a shudder seemed to run through the crowd of men and horses. The knight with whom Aurelie had been speaking grabbed her shoulder suddenly to pull her back as Gervin's horse pounded through the bailey. As she looked up, she was struck by a tremor of harsh memory. Gervin was fully armored, as he'd been on that day that De la Noye was taken. He looked down at her for a moment, his gray eyes glittering through the narrow slit in his helm. A knight held her arms back, though only for safety, but in Gervin's eyes there was a sparkle of recognition. He winced slightly before his rumbling voice was heard.
"Stay within the wall, milady, until I have looked over this approaching troop. For your safety, madam."
A few men who seemed to know without benefit of any command that they were the selected ones followed Gervin across the bridge. Aurelie's view was blocked until 10 horses had cleared the gate and bridge and were stopped before the peasants. It was then that she saw approximately 10 tattered people, one being pulled on a rude litter. She couldn't see their faces clearly because of the distance, but the white-haired, bearded man who stood before them had a rag tied to his staff. He met Gervin. Villagers who weren't busy in the fields had begun to drift from their chores toward the outer bailey to witness the source of such commotion. The gate was being pulled closed behind the knights when the old man pulled out the banner he'd tied to his staff to be displayed for Gervin. It was Hyatt's banner. She gasped and covered her mouth, a cold dread consuming her. "Wait!" she cried, rushing to the huge gate and trying to get out. 2 men instantly ceased their labor in closing the doors to restrain her. "Hyatt!" she cried, straining against them. "The man carries Hyatt's banner!" She didn't even think of the hysteria that gripped her until Gervin turned to look back at her. The panicked tremor in her voice had been loud enough for him to hear, though he was on the other side of the moat. She stopped her struggle instantly, wondering if he knew that she feared it was Hyatt these peasants dragged on a litter. Gervin dismounted and removed his helm.
"Let the lady come,"
he barked. The men released her, and she ran to the group, rushing past the old man to look at the face of one who lay on the litter. It wasn't Hyatt, but Aurelie wasn't completely relieved. She went back to the old man and faced him, an almost furious expression on her face. "Where is Hyatt? How do you come to carry his colors?"
"Our village was destroyed, my lady, and he sent us here. He gave us the blazon to help convince the gatekeeper we were invited. We were better fixed when he left us."
The old man had a gash over his eye that had swollen and festered, and he leaned heavily on his staff.
"We were attacked by looters, and the 2 horses and food that Sir Hyatt gave us were stolen."
"Who attacked you?" she asked. "When?"
"Thieves. They were not knights, nor ever were, since they had no shields nor mail, and only shared 4 horses among 20 men. They were French."
He turned and looked toward the litter.
"My son, Stefan, tried to fight them. I am Percival."
"Sir Hyatt? He sent you? He wasn't injured?"
"Sir Hyatt found us, questioned us, and gave up the horses and food, and told us the way to De la Noye. He said we would be admitted if we could work for our keeping. He was gone, following Edward's army north when we were attacked by the thieves."
Percival tried to smile.
"You are his lady?"
She looked around a bit uncomfortably, knowing full well how much she had betrayed. "Aye," she said softly.
"He was fit, then."
She gave a sigh of relief and turned to Gervin. "Do you let them come in?"
"Aye. It was what Hyatt desired. It appears that they need food and tending."
Gervin began to turn away, choosing to lead his destrier across the bridge rather than remount. Aurelie followed, also ahead of the tattered group, when a stifled gasp and a motion just barely behind her caused her to turn. Percival swayed slightly and clung to his staff, but he went down in a swoon. An old woman behind him rushed forward and knelt to the ground. She cradled Percival's head in her arms and looked up at Aurelie with tear-filled eyes.
"He has not eaten in days, milady," she tearfully admitted. "There was so little, and the way through the forest was so long." She hadn't seen Gervin pass his reins to a page or squire, but she saw the shadow he cast on the group as he strode toward them again. Gervin tossed his helm carelessly to the ground, and a lad scurried from the keep to retrieve it. The monstrous knight stooped and lifted Percival into his arms as if he weighed nothing at all, taking long strides to carry him across the bridge into the bailey. The old man was beginning to stir slightly. I... Save your breath, old man. I had sent you here to work. This is a place of plentiful food and work." Aurelie struggled to keep up with Gervin, whose long footsteps kept anyone who tried to follow galloping in his path. "Now that my family has found Elanoia, I can die happily," Percival muttered. "No one here admires happy death," Gervin said brusquely. He stopped at the first hovel inside the gate, not far from the stable. He kicked open the door with one foot, sending a woman and 2 small children scurrying to a corner in fright. "We have wounded who need shelter," Gervin said to the woman. "Either make them welcome or find another abode." Gervin placed Percival on a pallet in the middle of the room. "My lady," he called over his shoulder, "who can best see to these poor wretches? Someone must care for this man if I am to get the others inside." Aurelie stood in the doorframe and cast a concerned look in the direction of Maliva, the young farmer's wife, who quacked in fright at the intrusion of the huge warrior. She tried to smile in reassurance. "Be at ease, Maliva. Sir Gervin would do you no harm." Looking back to Gervin, she sought to reassure him. "You have perchance chosen the best place for them, Gervin. Maliva will help me tend to their wounds. She's a very talented woman, but will need food brought from the hall, though, for I am sure her means are slim." "It will be done," he replied, stepping through the door. "Can you see to them now?" She nodded, and he was stopped for a moment by her eyes. He looked down at her and kept his voice low. "He must keep you to your liking if you worry for him so." She lifted her chin proudly. "Perhaps it is more my fear of my next master." Gervin smiled, showing that wide gap where a tooth was once rooted. "Wise as well as tender-hearted. You may fool the knight, but not I. I think he is as smitten with you." "Why would you think so?" she asked impetuously, blurting out the question before she even considered it. To her amazement, Gervin's features darkened as if he blushed. "I have never known Hyatt to make any oath to a woman, much less a marriage oath." "But Fawn, he has made promises to her." "I think you misunderstand, madam. It seems that Mistress Fawn clings to the fringes of some promises made to Hyatt's son." He leaned closer and whispered a secret. "Do not be afraid for Hyatt. He is well." She nodded, a grateful smile tempting at the corners of her mouth. Gervin looked quickly away and hurried out of the hut. Within a short time, and with a little urging from Aurelie, 5 peasant huts were open to the newcomers, and the women and children were busily making room. Servants from the hall were quickly sent into the village with baskets of food to provide for those whom Hyatt had sent. Aurelie knelt beside Percival, whose wound was already cleaned and bandaged by Maliva. "It will take some time, Percival, but there are enough hands here to build a home for you and your family. Until then, we'll have to make do with this." He chuckled lightly. "My lady, a fortnight past we did not dare hope for so much. Your husband is generous, and your Gascon tongue is more perfect than his. One would think you had lived here all your life." She lowered her eyes and looked down at her hands. "I have lived here for a dozen years, sir. I was the wife of the Sire de Poivre, whom the English army slew." Percival was quiet for a long moment, studying her closely. "And he wed you?" he asked in a near whisper. He means to secure this land." "Above the whims of kings," the old man said. She looked at him and saw his sympathetic smile. She tilted her head slightly in question, peering at him. He reached a withered hand into her lap and squeezed her hand. "So," Percival began, his voice weak, "do you think yourself hit hard by the English, my lady? Do you wonder where your true loyalty should lie?" He shook his head almost sadly. "Your wall still stands, but beyond it there are whole towns reduced to ash. Be wise. Take this offered peace and live well." Aurelie stiffened slightly, indignant at this uncalled-for advice from a stranger. "You do not even know how many we lost." "Nay," Percival said, "but it is easy to see how many lived." The commotion in the outer bailey and town brought even Fawn from her high tower. She looked out of place in the streets crowded by soldiers, peasants, and servants. She wore a rich mauve gown embroidered in silver and a sheer veil that was held on her head by a sparkling collection of gems. She lifted her gown to her ankles as she picked her way toward the outer bailey. She was almost there when a wayward flock of noisy chickens cackled in a rapid flight right in front of her, bringing her up short with a gasp. An ear-splitting squeal followed, and a piglet, recently escaped from his pen, rumbled into the narrow street in confusion. The chickens scrambled in many directions to avoid the piglet, and one hit Fawn squarely in the shins. Her foot was quick as she kicked the bird, sending it flying and dazed across the street. "Clumsy oaf," she muttered. The sound of laughter caused her to look around. A handsome young man leaned in the doorway of the stable a bit down the road. He had a shovel in his hand, and although he wore peasant rags, she could see that his hard-muscled chest and arms strained at the thin linen of his shirt. His face was tanned from working, and his golden hair shone in the sunlight. "If you do any real damage, surely my plate will go empty and not yours, my lady. Pray be gentle with the fowl." She lowered her eyelids slightly as she smiled. "If you're worried about the chickens, you could collect them." "Nay, I am bidden to the stables." He lifted his shovel slightly. "It is horse dung that I will be collecting this day." She walked a bit closer to him. "Are you one of the de Poivre knights?" "No more, madam. Du Poivre is dead. I am the keeper of the dung heap. A slight but noble chore." She could not help but laugh, and it was easy, as she found him to be quite handsome. "I heard a commotion. Some said there was a troop approaching." "It was hardly a troop. A group of beggars were sent here by Hyatt, as if he does not have enough beggars to feed." "You do not like the new lord, sir?" she asked, her eyes twinkling. "Who am I to like or to—" His voice trailed off as a uniformed knight, bold in his red gambeson, black hose, and flowing black mantle, stopped short as he passed to stare at the twosome. "Pardon, my lady," the stable boy said quietly, giving her a slight bow and turning to go. "Wait a moment," she said. She reached out, pinching a piece of his shirt sleeve to draw him back. He looked warily at the guard and turned pleading eyes to Fawn. "Please, my lady, I would not chance a beating." "You will not be beaten. He will leave you alone if you're talking to me."
Hi there. Need a quick breather? Here's a moment of chill music just for you. This audiobook is free. No sign-ups, no strings. Hope you're enjoying it.
She threw a glance over her shoulder at the guard, and after a long and scrutinizing look, the soldier walked on.
"You must be of some special influence here," he observed.
"Oh, perhaps. I am of Hyatt's house, and I can detain any serf of my liking. What is your name?"
"Verel, once a knight of De La Noya.
"Ah, and a good one?"
I was the captain of a half-troop."
"Ha! You are too young to have been a captain." He smiled and raised a brow.
"Age has little to do with it. I am old enough. I was knighted on a field of battle 6 years ago."
"I suppose you wish to fight again? Do you seek a position from Hyatt?" His jaw tensed and his blue eyes glittered. The hand that was wrapped around the shovel tightened, causing his muscles to stand taut.
"I have a position, my lady."
Fawn leaned against the stable wall, oblivious to the contradicting pose she created in the street. She was the only woman dressed in finery, the only one not carrying something or rushing to do some chore. But she was enjoying this young man, whom she judged to be in his mid-20s. "Surely this does not suit you. You were telling me how you view this new lord." Varel's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at her more boldly.
"Until this morning, my lady, I regarded him as the devil, landed with his black angels. But I had not seen you."
She threw back her head with a lusty laugh, her green eyes twinkling in delight. "You are a brazen lout, speaking to me in such a manner. How do you know I won't have you flogged for insolence?"
"I trust you would not detain me for so long if you meant only harm."
"Tell me, my lady, how do you see the new lord?"
"You must have traveled here with his people."
"I did. He is a good leader of men, but if he has overlooked your talents, he is not a good judge of strength. 'Tis obvious you are strong and able." Varel looked at her closely, his eyes dipping to her swelling bosom and narrow waist.
"I am able,"
he said softly. "Are you chained at night?" she whispered.
"Nay, but I share a stable tack-room with 7 other serfs. All were knights once."
"Are you guarded?" He smiled.
"Nay, the gate and wall are kept tight, and we have no weapons."
She gave her head a toss. "Mayhap I will wander to the stable when the moon is set." He lightly grasped her elbow.
"If you tell me when you will come, I will wait for you beneath the loft. These men who were du Poivres know how to look the other way."
"Do you seduce me?" Varel chuckled.
"I thought 'twas much the other way around. But if it pleases you, yea, I beg your favors."
"Then—" her voice trailed off as she noticed that Varel's gaze was drawn away from her. She turned to see where he looked, for his blue eyes had clouded with anger and pain. Aurelie was backing out of a peasant's hut, a basket hanging from her arm. She seemed to be consoling the woman there, or giving instruction. She didn't look about the streets, but was much engrossed in some mission. Fawn felt a moment of indecision and confusion. Aurelie's gown was less fine than her own. In fact, the lady's habit was conservative, roughly sewn of brownish wool. Her wimple covered her hair, and the hem of her apron was frayed. It was typical that Aurelie didn't adorn herself much, except on those rare occasions when she attempted to beautify herself for the evening meal or for Mass on the Sabbath. Yet frequently the knights looked longingly in her direction. Fawn thought her looks plain and ordinary, although when Aurelie wore finery and let her hair fall freely down her back, she was comely, but in a quiet way. What was her allure? Fawn wondered. She looked back at Varel. The handsome young man's eyes were misty with passion. But the object of his desire didn't expose her bosom, swing her hips, or let her hair trail seductively down her back. She seemed to have captured men by some other means, unknown to Fawn. Aurelie departed from the hut and began a hurried step toward the hall. She paused when she saw Fawn and Varel in discussion. "Why, Mistress Fawn, have you come to help tend our injured?" Fawn wrinkled her nose in distaste and looked away. "I thought not. Forsooth, your beautiful gown would be damaged." Aurelie laughed lightly and continued on, Varel's eyes following her with pained attention. Not a dozen steps were taken by the lady of the hall when a fully costumed knight of Hyatt's colors approached her, bowed, and begged the chance to carry her basket as he escorted her to the hall. Aurelie willingly turned over her burden, gave a brief smile and nod, and walked with the young, besotted knight toward the inner bailey. She was out of sight before Varel could pull his eyes away from her departing form. "You betray your lust for her," Fawn said angrily.
"Lust?"
He laughed.
"'Twould be an ill-fitted shoe, should I lust after the Englishman's woman. I do not seek death so eagerly as that."
"What makes you think he values her?"
"Only a fool would not, madam. And in addition, I see that she places high value on her husband, even if she tries to spare us all the agony of her final betrayal."
"What say you? She fears him, from all I can see." Varel chuckled ruefully.
"So I thought, but as the peasants approached with the injured bearing Hyatt's blazon, the lady fair tore asunder 2 guards to see who came. It was clear that she feared 'twas Hyatt who was hurt. Do you want to see how a woman cares for a man? Tell her that he is injured, and you will know."
"Bitch!" Fawn muttered, looking down at the dirt.
"What ho! Do you perchance trouble yourself to be jealous of Lady Aurelie? Perhaps you had your sights set on the Englishman. I will tell you something, madam, to save you much misery. It is said that Hyatt does not do anything against his desires. He wed the lady. I know her well, and if he does not see the prize that he holds, he is a fool. I hate him truly, but I suspect he is wise, or we would not have fallen so easily."
"You have been watching her?"
"When I can."
He shrugged. "Do you think she comes to love him?"
"If she does not, she may in time. Women often look the way of the man with the most power, and there is little question of Hyatt's dominion here. And I know something of the woman. She is steadfast, whether the man is deserving or not. It was her way with our Sire du Poivre, even though he certainly did not deserve her. There is naught I can do now. I should have taken her when I could."
"When you could?"
"Aye. While the Sire du Poivre paid me as the captain of his half-troop, there was talk that the woman suffered as his wife. He did not put much stock in women. He was more keen to young boys and priests. A sweet word in her ear might have turned her away from her spouse. The Sire du Poivre promised the castle and towns to me, since there was no heir."
Fawn smiled, but it was an evil gleam in her eye. "Would you get away from here if you could?"
"Do you lay some trap for me?"
"Oh, nay, I would not harm you, but mayhap help you."
"Then I tell you true, if I could find some French force to reclaim this place, I would do to Hyatt what he did to the Sire du Poivre. I would take the castle, make her a widow, and reclaim it all."
"But if you already had her?"
"Then, madam, this place would mean little to me."
Fawn lowered her lids seductively. She ran a hand along Varel's arm, taking no notice of how passers-by would look. The beaten people of De La Noye were very cautious with the way they stared at her. "I think perhaps we will be friends, Varel. We will talk again."
"You take a grave chance in talking to me, lady. I am the one they watch most closely."
"I do not worry, Varel. I don't plan to talk to you in the light of day again. But the loft. Now there is a place for whispering." He looked into her eyes, and his own came alive with mischief. He made a sweeping bow, like a well-trained courtier.
"I am at your service, my lady."
The smoke from the Chateau Innes could be seen darkening the sky from 20 leagues away. The keep was so named because the moat that surrounded the front of the enclosure was wider than the widest river. A full bridge rather than short drawbridge was built for entrance, and the rear of the wall and keep was built into the side of the hill. An approaching army could be seen on all sides from the highest citadel. At first sight, Hyatt was struck by its magnificence, for it was easily twice the size of De La Noya, and his heart was somewhat saddened, for he believed the conquest had been successful days before, yet still she burned. The stench worsened as Hyatt's troop neared. It was the flesh of the beaten that burned and filled the air. The outer wall was not battered, but within the outer bailey were the charred remains of wooden houses, wagons, sheds, and people. Hyatt's bearer carried the banner of Edward, and they were admitted. A pitiful number of captives were chained or tied throughout the streets and pathways to the keep. Doors were torn apart, and the stain of blood was everywhere. Armored knights clambered through the keep and stood watch on the wall. A woman lay in the ashes before what was once a house and wept. Her clothing was torn to shreds, and dried blood stained her forehead and hands. Only stone buildings still stood, but the roofs were burned. The troop dismounted before the central hall and tethered their horses. All the men looked around, frowning, grimacing. Hyatt went directly through the doors into the hall to meet the captor.
"What ho! A knight of English blood!"
Sir Hollis Marsden sat on a jeweled throne on a dais that must have once belonged to the lord of this estate. On the floor beside him was a woman, her dress torn completely open, her ankle shackled to the leg of the chair. Hollis tipped a horn to his mouth, while the other hand lazily held a whip. His jowls were sagging with plenty, his gut round and full, and one leg was outstretched before him in lazy indifference.
"You seem to have quelled the place, Sir Hollis,"
Hyatt said, looking around at the rubble in disgust.
"You have little need of my assistance."
Hollis threw back his head and laughed.
"As if that's why you've come! Give the man drink," he shouted. "I give my enemy drink, for we will never drink together again, God knows."
Hyatt smiled lazily and stepped into the room. A few of his men began filtering into the hall behind him, while others stayed without to keep watch. A young boy rushed toward Hyatt with a filled mug, and, as he accepted the drink, he looked at the youth. The lad wore Hollis's colors and was likely a servant or page, yet his face was swollen from a beating. Hollis didn't even place much value on his own people. Hollis did not rise, but cracked his whip lazily into the rushes on the floor.
"Did you let anyone live?"
Hyatt asked.
"The useful ones,"
Hollis replied. He glanced at the tattered woman on the floor.
"Who is she?" "She was daughter by marriage to the old lord's son, but he is dead. She is a widow now."
Hollis began to laugh wickedly.
"She had some high-flown ways, but no more."
Hyatt tried not to look at the woman. Her dirty blonde hair was matted and covered much of her face. A bruise marked her cheek, and her clothing was in unsubstantial shreds that might once have been a gown of quality. Dark, swollen marks dotted her exposed calves. Her feet were bare. Inside, Hyatt began to seethe. He didn't understand why anyone would take something of beauty and destroy it. The castle, the woman, the land, all ruined by Hollis's greedy hand. But he did understand that Hollis would do the same to him in a moment. And the woman chained at the knight's feet could be Aurelie.
"Do you require anything of me?" Hyatt asked. "Some French adversary that may threaten from nearby?" "Nay, we circled the area before I took Innes. There is no one to attack us." "How did you get in?" "There was no trouble getting inside once the entire keep was surrounded.
I have 250 now. 100 are archers. The sky was black with arrows. I have long wondered how you could afford such a large troop. It is easily done. It must have been a harrowing fight.
Hyatt smirked, looking around. There was little doubt that the place had surrendered and been destroyed.
3 days and nights. But I lost only a few men. Ours are better, that is all. The word is that you have taken a castle south of here on behalf of the prince. True?
Hyatt nodded.
But to your credit, Hollis, you did a great deal more fighting than I. We were engaged in only a skirmish. The castle surrendered.
Hyatt shrugged.
Of course, not a door latch was broken, and the people already work the fields.
Hollis began to glower, his cheeks pinkening. Little could be raised out of his plunder to make Ines a decent place to live. It was as if he had only just realized his mistake in raising the place with Hyatt's mention of it.
What is the word from Edward? There is no word as yet. He ordered me to secure De La Noya and look to your needs. Since you need nothing, we will depart. Not a meal? Won't you stay and share the spoils? Spoils, indeed.
Hollis frowned blackly.
Do you insult me? You are captive within my walls, Hyatt. Do you think it wise to be impolite? I left a good army at De La Noya. They have my letters ready for the prince in Bordeaux. I will not dally with you, Hollis. If you kill me now, it will be murder, and Prince Edward will be told of it. He has 2,000. I will not waste my good men on you, even after death.
He raised a brow.
I swear the king told me you gave your word to fight only England's battles until this domain is settled for the prince.
Hollis glowered at Hyatt.
It is nearly settled.
He cracked his whip once.
We will meet again. Soon.
Hyatt bowed.
I never doubted it.
He turned and walked out of the hall. His men separated to let him pass, and in the courtyard they mounted their steeds. When they'd cleared the bridge and were well on the road away, a young knight urged his horse beside Hyatt's.
I heard, Sir Hyatt, that Hollis means to attack you. Aye. Give the word to the men in the rear. Hollis will send out a troop immediately. We will go south until out of sight of the Ines wall and then circle northeast. And there will be no fire for several nights. Until we are within sight of De La Noya, we will be the friends of the wolves in the forest.
Is there no way to form a pact with Hollis? A peace pact? Hyatt laughed.
Did you not hear? There was a pact issued by the king. We are ordered not to attempt to settle our dispute until these lands are secured for England.
Sir Hyatt, why does he hate you?
Surely you've heard. I know my men are careful not to gossip within my hearing, but they talk. A contest of arms, I was told. Hollis lost. There was a tournament after the fall of Calais. It was witnessed by the king and his family in Ghent. Hollis was losing in the joust, and when I turned to accept the token from the king, he attacked my back. Hollis not only lost all his gear and was ransomed for a goodly sum, but was disgraced. King Edward revoked his earlier promise to award the knight with admittance to the Order of the Garter. Hollis has sworn to kill me ever since.
The knight whistled.
Since that, how has he managed to secure the arms he has? He has managed to get money from rich nobles, and I imagine he steals, kidnaps, and ransoms hostages. When a man is as determined as Hollis, there is nothing to stop him.
He turned his head and smiled at the young knight.
Except, perhaps, me.
There was confusion in the young man's eyes. But why don't you meet his troop, then? Even if they triple us in number, not one would live out the day.
Because, lad, Hollis would have the advantage. His men are roiled up to kill, and they would attack us by surprise. 'Tis Hollis's way, and perhaps the way he has taught his men. Why allow any advantage to the wily fox? You are certain he would come from the rear? Aye, under cover of dark, I suppose, or from a forest or overgrowth. What did you notice about Ines? It was destroyed, completely destroyed. Hollis must have kept battering the place and the people long after the battle was won. Yea, and the charred wreckage was within the outer wall. There was not so much as the bruise of a battering ram on the gate.
There was a long silence as the wide-eyed youth absorbed this. Then, breathlessly,
They let him in. Or he crept in somehow, got their surrender, or crept past a night guard, or tricked them.
Hyatt smiled.
You see, there is something else you must know about Hollis. Whatever values the leader boasts will often become the principle of the whole troop. Hollis is fierce, strong, ruthless, has no conscience, and is well oiled with the money to buy men and arms. But the most dangerous of his traits is this. He is a coward, and cowards use sneaky ways to fight, then lie about their methods.
Hyatt paused and looked closely at the young man beside him. They had only ridden together since Hyatt selected his troop in England less than a year ago, but the young man was good, and he was learning. The serious look in his eyes made Hyatt feel a little more secure.
Go alert the men at the rear of our party what to look for. Some of these men know Hollis, some do not. It is up to you to pass the word.
Aye, Sir Hyatt, the youth said, whirling about on his steed to fall back in the ranks. Chapter 9. Here was no sounding from the donjon when a lone messenger arrived in late June, a fortnight behind Percival's group. Aurelie happened to be in the town and heard the large squeaking levers of the wheels turning to lower the bridge and open the gates. She stood back to see who came, since it was not time for the farmers to return or their spouses to take them food in the fields. A lone rider, a sunburned lad in a well-worn livery, came across the bridge and into the bailey, giving a wave to those acquaintances among Hyatt's forces whom he knew. His teeth gleamed white against his rosy skin, and he'd already removed his helm as he entered. She recognized him at once to be one of those who'd accompanied Hyatt on his campaign. He dismounted when he saw her and left his destrier to a fleet-footed page, who took the beast into the stable. He approached her and bowed. "My lady, I was sent ahead to bring word of your lord husband's return. In 2 days, perhaps 3, he will arrive with the others." "Does he send some special instructions for me, in preparation for his return?" "Nay, only that you be informed, and he did say that he hopes to find you well." A half-smile appeared on her lips. "The courtesy was unexpected," she said, trying to explain away the sudden flush that came to her cheeks. "I shall see that extra game is set to roast for a hungry troop." "He would be appreciative, my lady. The work has been hard on this ride." "Oh? Were there many French to quell?" she asked hesitantly. "None at all. The countryside is quiet. But did you not know he rode to see what Sir Hollis had done?" "Who is Sir Hollis? I heard nothing of Hyatt's plans." "Hollis Marsden is his enemy, my lady. They were both called to arms for Edward in this campaign, but when left to their own ends, the challenges between them are many. Sir Hollis is a friend to Sir Hyatt's brother, Sir Ryland." Her eyes rounded with question. "Brother? Ryland?" The sunburned face brightened more as he blushed. The young man shuffled his feet slightly. "I would be in your debt if you made no mention that I—" He straightened. "'Tis only gossip among the men, my lady, and I have only lately learned of this rivalry between Sir Hollis and Sir Hyatt. Sir Hyatt does not speak of family, but insists he has none." "I see. Do you know the reason for this?" "It would be considered a breach of conduct for me to speak of rumors I heard, lady. Please forgive me." "But was he in grave danger?" The lad sighed. "We did not rest easy in Hollis's keep, and we spent many days evading Hollis's troop. But I understand now that Sir Hyatt was correct.
We are safer to see what Hollis does than to sit idle here and suffer some bad surprise. Hollis would not be above attacking one of his own and reporting to the king that it was a French battle in which so many English were killed. Aurelie shivered slightly, hearing something that had never occurred to her. And Hollis's keep? Surely it is one that was French, the Chateau Innes south of Limoges. Do you know the place? I have visited the castle twice in my lifetime. A more beautiful place does not exist. She noticed a sudden sadness in the young man's eyes. Was the quest of your English knight hard on the people? She asked with almost fearful reluctance. Sir Hollis is not a tender heart, my lady, he swallowed. Leave it to say that it is better we know how he fights, and you may thank whatever divinity you worship that 'twas Hyatt and not the other who took de la Noya. It has been said that Hyatt was intent on de la Noya before leaving England. Aye, this place and others like it were once firmly held by the Duchy of Aquitaine. The plans were made well in advance. In kind, Hollis was aware of Chateau Innes. Then why did Hyatt not push his forces to Innes? The knight smiled. Hollis's troop triples ours in size, and Hyatt kept secret his intentions toward de la Noya. In fact, he grinned, Hyatt did not tell any of us where we were bound until we were nearly here. If you'll forgive me, my lady, it has been said that your suffering was a good deal more than planned. Sir Giles was to be released and pensioned after a short imprisonment. Her head snapped suddenly in attention. It was not the first time that there had been mention that pardons were the order of the battle rather than death, but she and Giles had always been mentioned together, as a pair. This young man specifically referred to only Giles. And I? That is, what had you heard was to be done with me? She asked. 'Tis only gossip, my lady, and Aurelie gave a sharp, insistent nod of her head to show that she was not willing to excuse this bit of gossip. An old Flemish lord saw Sir Hyatt in Bordeaux after our troop landed. It is said that the marriage was arranged and de la Noya spoken for before we began our advance. But I think a divorce or annulment was planned. How did anyone imagine that Giles, held prisoner or freed, would agree to such a thing? His eyes held a glimmer that Aurelie thought resembled pity. By way of retirement and pension to a monastery, my lady. A rich monastery. She looked away from the young man, her eyes misting slightly. Giles need not have died. He would have gladly traded her and his home for a life of misery and want among monks. Had he known, and yet he was killed. Poor Giles. Killed? My lady, The man stopped himself and stiffened his lips. I say too much, my lady. If you tell Sir Hyatt that The young man was so discomfited by his loose tongue that Aurelie deemed it wise to reassure him. I will say nothing to Sir Hyatt. You must be hungry after your long ride. The evening meal is nearly ready if you wish to eat in the hall. Thank you, my lady. He started away and then turned back. Oh, and Sir Hyatt did say he was eager to be home. She smiled, though her lips trembled, and turned away to finish her errand. She collected a basketful of eggs for the next day from a peasant woman who owned 6 laying hens and was en route to the hall when she heard her name being called. She looked this way and that, failing to see who called to her, until she finally noticed Varel lurking behind a grain barrel at the side of the stable. Aurelie, here! She approached him warily, suspicious because of his sneaky manner. When she got near enough, he pulled her inside the dark stable and along to a stall in which bridles and saddles were stored for the knights. "What is it, Varel? What's the matter?" "My lady," he breathed. "Nothing is wrong. All is right. I have found a means of getting away from here. I can take you with me." "You are mad." "Nay, you of all people know that I cannot stay and abide this domain held by an English warlord. Nor can I abide his possession of you. You deserve better than this." In spite of herself, Aurelie burst into laughter. Here stood a ragged young man who smelled of horse dung, driven by nothing more than some far-fetched vision of glory, enticing her to flee. "Oh, Varel, forgive me, but the numbers of people who know how much I deserve seem to increase, yet my lot worsens with each good intention. Now, do you think I deserve to flee with you, to battle my way through the forests and marshes, and—" "I have a horse," he said defensively, straightening proudly, "and a shield, sword, and crossbow. I may leave without armor, but I can take you safely to Avignon, or farther, and we can secure a troop to bring de la Noye to her knees." Her laughter fled instantly, noting that he was deadly serious. "How have you come by a horse and arms?" "Oh, nay, my lady, I cannot tell you who helps me, but I can save you from the brute before he returns." "He will hunt you down, Varel. Do not do this." He grasped her suddenly by the upper arms and forcefully claimed her lips with his. The basket swung on her arms, spilling the eggs. His breath was desperately labored. His arms released hers only to go around her waist and pull her more violently against him. Varel's peasant hose and light linen shirt were little protection against desires that Aurelie could feel raging forth. Her innocence was fast disappearing. She knew he would take her away not for the sake of France and de la Noye, but because of his own lust. "Let go of me," she demanded. "I love you, Aurelie. I swear I do." His lips were hot and moist on her neck, and she pushed him. "My God, even he wed me before he tried to bed me." He released her abruptly. Aurelie, I have wanted you since I first saw you so many years ago. I would have spirited you away long ago had I believed you would go, but it was easier to serve Giles and be near to you, knowing that Giles valued me and that he would not last long." "What do you mean?" "Giles was destined to die in the first battle he fought. He knew nothing of fighting. He could not even protect himself. I stayed here all the while for you. I did not wish to serve Du Poivre as much as I wished to be here when he was gone, to rule this place as it should be ruled." "I thought you were his most loyal." "Varel, I was. God above, I worked harder for him than anyone. But it was for you that I was fighting. I have always loved you, and I have always loved de la Noye. Can't you see that? I have wanted strength and order for this place, as it was in the old days with the old sire, so it is said." "As it is now," she said softly. "Nay," he said, shaking his head as if it hurt. "You cannot cast your lot with the English bastard. He is my husband. He is the lord of this place now. Aurelie, have you given up?" "Given up?" She laughed again, but it was a bitter sound. "I have never seen the place better than it is now, only 2 short months after he has come. Even under the old sire there was not such order. For once the priest does not run the town and is properly placed at prayers rather than counting his money. There is more broken ground for crops than ever before, and while my villeins wear sour faces, they are plump with his food." "Given up? Are you truly such a fool?" "But you cannot abide his presence in your bed. In Giles's place?" "Giles never used that place," she said hastily and angrily, wishing immediately that she could withdraw the statement after it was issued. Instead, she rambled on, hoping he would forget. "If you do not see what has happened, there is nothing I can do to change your mind about it. So you carry a hoe or shovel rather than a lance. But it comes to me that Hyatt is not the fool to ignore good fighting skills, and if you would but show your talents, and that you could be trusted, he would use you better than Giles did. If you try to flee or plot against him, he is within his rights to slay you. It would be a pitiful waste, Varel. You are too good to die." "You return none of my affection, do you?" She bit her lip in indecision. It was in her mind to tell him that, had he pleaded his case of passion before, when she hungered for love, for a touch, she was not certain that she would have had the strength of conviction to deny him. But now his admission did not tempt her.
Would you have some useless prattle of love and longing and make me witness to the rivers of blood that would spurt from your neck? I would be forced to pass daily the place where your head would ride a pike on the wall. Nay, I return none of your affection, and I bid you remember 'tis for your own good.
You no longer mourn your husband?
Mourn him? He rides toward De la Noye now and will arrive anon. My husband Varel is Sir Hyatt. It is written in the vows of the church, of property, and of my body as well. There is no one in all Christendom who will argue that he has wed me, albeit by right of arms. Do you know the penalty of an adulterous wife? The peasant's woman may be tied in the courtyard or stoned. The lord's wife is guilty of high treason. If I loved death so well, I'd have taken my life by my own hand. To speak of love is to speak of death. Nay, I return none of your affection.
You love him?
I speak not of love. I speak of reason and life. Your choices are as simple as mine, if you will but see them. No French force will travel here. Hyatt has sent the marriage papers to both kings. De la Noye is a married estate, no matter the victor in war. If you flee, you will either be hunted down and killed, or spared only to starve along the road as you search for a sympathetic army. Do not be a fool. Hyatt has use for good men. You could prove yourself to— She was cut short as Varel spat in the dust.
I will never seek to win favor from the bastard. I would rather die first.
She backed away from him, conscious for the first time of the few eggs that had spilled from her basket and lay crushed on the stable floor beneath her feet. And so you shall, Varel. I'm sorry I cannot help you.
Will you betray me?
Nay. 'Twould only serve to quicken your death. I think perhaps it is better if you go. You will not return. She turned to leave the stable, noticing that the sun was sinking as she reached the door.
My lady, he called. If I do return, for whom will you fight?
As I always have, Sir Varel. For De la Noye and the man who owns her. The noise in the common room was louder than usual. There seemed a great deal of laughter and jesting, and at first Aurelie thought it was because word had been delivered of Hyatt's return. She passed what remained of the collected eggs to a servant, listening closely to the men. She soon realized that it was another matter that caused such riotous glee from the knights.
Had she but ridden a bit farther into the copse, she might have worn the horse into exhaustion and been forced to ride him all the way to Brittany. Or better still, straight into Hyatt's camp, in which case her privy arse would have been injured by other than a fall. I only lament that she didn't break her bloody neck. 'Twould make for less bickering among the women.
Aurelie listened to the laughter, slowly approaching Gervin. He occupied a stool near the spitted fowl on the hearth and pounded dents out of his shield. "What amusement so pleases these men?" she asked him.
Fawn,
he grumbled.
She took a good stallion to mount like the hellion she is, without permission or escort.
He shrugged.
The beast threw her and left her to limp home alone.
You do not share their jesting. Gervin looked up at her, his eyes narrowed to slits.
It was a good horse,
he said slowly, with much irritation in his voice. You truly hate her, don't you, Sir Gervin? She asked. Gervin looked directly into her eyes, a thing he rarely did.
There are women, madame, who are stupid enough to think that to disable their man will give them power. Fawn is one of them. No act is too low. She is the fool to cut off Hyatt's arms to have his dependence on her, and then bemoan the fact that he can no longer embrace her.
You are partly wrong about Fawn. She wants Hyatt. She loves him. Gervin grunted.
If so, she portrays her love in ignorance. I know nothing of women's love, nor do I wish to know more, but I have seen the likes of Fawn before, under many a swinging skirt.
Aye, Aurelie said. You need not fear for Hyatt.
He is more than aware of women's shortcomings. Gervin looked at her long and hard.
I hope so, madame.
Sir Gervin, Aurelie stopped herself. Never mind. You guard him well, from men and women alike, and he is the better for it. I will not try to convince you that I am any better than Mistress Font. She rose to leave him and heard his voice come softly from behind.
You need not.
She wondered only briefly what was meant, before dismissing his words from her mind. Aurelie listened to the banter, Font absent because of her injuries, and realized very quickly what had happened. She suspected she was alone in knowing the truth, but wondered how many had seen Font talking with Varel on that afternoon a fortnight past. When the meal was done and Aurelie went upstairs, she paused before her door and then, upon further consideration, walked down the long, dark gallery toward the rooms allotted to Font. She did not knock, but the portal was not latched. She pushed the door open very slowly, and Font, whose posterior was not too bruised to sit on a hard stool, turned in surprise. "When does he go?" Aurelie asked simply. "Who?" Font asked with a toss of her curls. "You know who I mean. I do not go with him, mistress. But if it is not too late, perhaps you should. I don't think Hyatt would search for you." Font shot to her feet, staring at Aurelie with icy daggers in her eyes. "I know what you have done." "I don't know what you're talking about," Font insisted, lifting her chin. "I could go to Gervin now. He would relish a chance to throw up your skirts and see for himself how worn are your poor hips." Font stiffened and her mouth curled in a sneer. "Then go, bitch! I shall show that black devil my rosy butt and let him kill your young knight. We both know what will happen. Gervin may wish me dead, but he wouldn't dare harm me." Aurelie slowly smiled. "I think I shall let it be. Varel can get to safety better without you, and I wish him no harm. Given enough time, you will slay yourself. You are too foolish to last long." "Do you think to betray me to Hyatt? Ha! Do not try it, or you will find that Hyatt does not." Aurelie slowly shook her head. "Does not trust women? I pitied him for that once, but I see now the reason, and think him wise to distrust women. Nay, I will not betray you. You will betray yourself soon enough." She turned away and closed the door, standing there for a moment. A chill in the corridor caused the hairs at the back of her neck to prickle in uneasiness. Font did not follow to challenge her, and she shrugged off the strange feeling. She walked back down the gallery toward her chamber. The hall turned, and as she came around the corner, she gasped in sudden fright as she came up against Gervin's solid chest. "Oh, Gervin, you frightened me half to death."
"Is aught amiss, madam?"
he asked evenly. "All is well, Gervin. I only wanted to assure myself that Mistress Font did not need anything for her injuries."
"And how does she?"
"She is remarkably well for someone who suffered a nasty fall."
"Do you suggest that I look in on her myself? Hyatt did ask me to watch her."
Aurelie laid a hand on his forearm. "Perhaps you should, Gervin," she said, smiling slyly. "If you leave her to her own ends, she may get herself in a good deal more trouble. She may even flee." Gervin smiled down at Aurelie and then whirled about, presenting his back to walk down the stairs, making it quite clear that he could look the other way should Font decide to leave De la Noya. Aurelie had no doubt that Gervin would watch, as he always did, to be assured that Hyatt's son was not taken away. She couldn't resist the urge to chuckle, though she kept her voice quiet. "Good eventide, Sir Gervin," she said softly. But the hulking knight did not turn or answer. There was no second messenger for Hyatt, and Aurelie had set out more food each night than was needed. Yet she went to bed each night alone, for he did not come in the 2 or 3 days promised. 7 days passed before she warily approached Gervin. "My lord is delayed somehow, Sir Gervin," she said softly.
Gervin looked at her for a long moment. His voice was nearly a whisper.
Do not be afraid for him, my lady. Bad news travels very swiftly, and we would have heard something if he were in trouble.
Sir Gervin, she stopped herself. He looked at her with a puzzled frown, and she touched him, laying a gentle hand on his arm. "'Tis nothing," she said. "Thank you." She turned to go, and he called her back.
My lady, each night for 4 nights there has been more roasted meat than necessary, and—
"'Tis my fault, Sir Gervin. I do not disregard your hard efforts in hunting, and I appreciate your talents better than anyone. I have only thought there would be a hearty and hungry troop, and perhaps I should wait until Hyatt is here, in fact, before ordering the roasting done." Gervin smiled at her.
I do not criticize you, my lady. It is to your credit that you do right by the messenger's warning. I need an extra bowman on the hunt, and I would ask for Sir Guillaume, if you think he can manage a spear and bow well, and if you can spare him from trailing at your skirts.
She was surprised and delighted by the request. It was also the second time that Gervin had used Guillaume's title with his name, as if the time of Guillaume's restoration came closer each day. "He is among the best huntsmen, Gervin, and is ill-disposed to play nursemaid to me. Take him with my blessing."
Do you carry a dagger, madam?
She laughed good-naturedly, a soft ripple of amusement that caused Gervin's stony features to relax into a complacent pose. "Only Fawn would dare threaten me, and if she does, I shall simply offer her one of our best horses for her amusement, and my vengeance would be served."
Be careful,
he warned before their conversation ended. In the days since Hyatt had left, Gervin had stirred her curiosity a great deal. Of course, he was closest at hand to protect what Hyatt had claimed, for there seemed to be a bond between the two men that ran deeper than blood relation. And in Gervin's eyes, Aurelie had begun to see that softness of love and devotion, much like what had passed between brothers or fathers and sons. She had almost asked him about Giles's death, for although Gervin was a terrifying, ruthless knight, there was something about him that was like a snag in her understanding of him. He seemed anxious to kill, yet he also regarded useless death as a waste, as did Hyatt. He struck terror in hearts when he loomed in his threatening position, yet she'd never seen him act unfairly or cruelly. Upon her first sight of him, with his admission that his sword had dealt the final blow to Giles, she decided never to forgive him. But she doubted, now that Gervin had killed without cause. And, even more, she doubted Giles could possibly have possessed the courage to attack one such as Gervin. Aurelie was cautious in her pursuit of information about Varel and was limited to glancing about the area of the stables and corrals whenever she was within the village or outer bailey. She didn't see him, but neither did she hear anyone in the hall remark on his absence. These knights of Hyatt's were extremely attentive to details, and she doubted he'd slipped away unnoticed. But she dared not betray her own knowledge of his plan, and if she saw Fawn, she skittered away like a frightened rabbit, not willing to exchange words or glances with the woman. It was more than a week since the messenger had come when she stood at her bedchamber window and stared pensively at the stars in the clear black sky. "Hyatt, do you live?" She doffed her chemise and crawled under the down quilt. She wondered briefly what would become of her if Hyatt were killed in some skirmish between Limoges and De La Noye. Would she be passed to a new owner, be executed, or be left as a dowager? Perhaps she would be dependent upon Gervin, who, she assumed, would act as a protector to Derek until the boy grew up. But these questions quickly passed, since the real cause for distress lay in how she would grieve for the loss of this man's body's warmth beside her. And his strength would be gone. A strength she felt certain no one could match. She now truly belonged to a man, and she knew she could never belong to another. Yet he did not love her. So where was her purpose? "He has conquered me," she thought. "I am his, and it is as if I had no life before him." but he is not mine. I know nothing of this well-reared, well-lettered man who chooses to be known as a bastard. 'Tis plain he was highly born and has somehow learned the wisdom and justice of the highest nobles. Yet he attacks and fights under the shield of a base-born knight and will not confide one moment of his past to me. I lie in this bed that was ours, missing him, wanting him, and for what? He goes to great lengths to make love to me tenderly, and still greater lengths to remind me that all I mean to his existence is what I can bring in service to his cause. Oh, love, if you are my love, will I ever be cherished by you? Will you ever let me cherish you, or would my spoken word only make you fearful that I am cut of the same cloth as Fall? He filled her thoughts, which turned to dreams, as on many nights before this. She dozed fitfully, torn with concern for his safety, coupled with worry for her own sanity. She had nearly come to cry out with longing for the man who forced his whim on her lands, her home, and her heart. Every time she settled herself again into the quilt, she saw his face in her sleep. In the blackest hour of the night, she was startled awake by the crashing of metal, and she bolted upright. Her chamber was black. There was no candle, and only a sliver of the moon shone through the shutters. The summer heat made a fire unnecessary, and so she could see nothing at all. She reached under her pillow and felt the handle of her dagger and drew it, holding it against the unknown intruder. The sound of scratching flint, and then a spark and light across the room caused her to let her breath out slowly. But she was still poised upright, dagger raised, a torrent of hair falling over her shoulders and curling to cover her breasts and the quilt at her waist. "Hold, Aurelie," Hyatt whispered. As he walked toward her, she slowly let the dagger drop, resting on her thighs. "Hyatt? It is the middle of the night." "Closer to dawn," he said, smiling down at her. "I dropped my gear. This chamber is crowded in the dark." "You didn't make camp for the night?" He leaned over the bed and gently pulled the dagger from her hand, putting it aside. He sat down beside her, and in the dim light she could see the harsh effects of many days on the road. He hadn't been lolling about as some guest or wooing any farmer's daughter. His beard was thick, his face burned by the sun, and the dust and dirt on his clothes caused the smell of the horses and leather to cling to him. But his hand deftly pushed her thick hair over her shoulder to expose her naked breast, and she didn't cringe from his touch. Rather, she welcomed it. "I could not wait another night for you," he whispered. She let her eyes gently close. "Do you treasure me after all, my lord?" He chuckled, a deep and seductive sound. "You doubted it? I do not know what games women play, but with men I can assure you their passion is only aroused when their minds are. 'Tis not a thing simply willed. Aye, wench, I treasure you. You pleasure me greatly." Though it wasn't all that she wished to hear from him, she quickly decided that she would not press him further on this night, since the gentle touch of his calloused hand already sent ripples of pleasure spiraling through her. Her cheeks grew flushed in anticipation, and she tilted her head back as his lips lightly touched hers. "Is there a chance you have missed me as well, Sherry?" "I have been worried that some terrible battle delayed you," was all she was willing to admit. "'Twas nonsense that delayed me, but we need not speak of it now. I could have made camp and waited another day." He kissed her again, a deeper kiss. "Nay, I could not have." Her hand rose to rest on his chest. "You must be hungry." "Aye," he whispered, covering her mouth in a searing kiss. He pulled her hard against him, crushing her breasts against the rough cloth of his gambeson. His lips dropped to her bare shoulder, his hands under her, urging her closer. "I am famished." "I could Fetch food, she breathlessly offered. He chuckled softly and, without putting much space between them, removed his gambeson and tossed it aside. He shed his boots, chausses, and loincloth in one swift motion and was pressing her down into the bed.
What fruit would satisfy me when I only wish to taste your flesh? What wine can you bring me to substitute for the thirst I have, that only your body can quench? I have not slept a night that your rosy hips, teasing breasts, and witches' locks did not torment me. I am hungry for you, and I shall take my fill.
Oh, Hyatt, she breathed, clinging to him. From deep within her she could sense the urgency of her own desire, and she could choose no word of love more eloquently than his own poetic verse. He nibbled at her ear, her neck, and her breast. Her sighs mingled with his seductive words, muttered against each curve of her body. What had once been acquiescence on her part was now a wanton craving, and she opened herself to him willingly, urgently. But he held himself at bay and teased her.
Tell me you want me, Sherry, or deny it if you can.
Her hips rose with a will beyond her ken, desperate for him. I want you, Hyatt, she obliged in a whisper. Be my love. His fingers handled her body with the finesse of a true craftsman. His lips tempted hers until she was wild with pleasure.
I will be your lover until you can stand no more.
When her sighs of pleasure turned to gasps of desperate longing, he moved within her slowly, rhythmically, torturing her with some ecstasy she thought she could not bear. Her words began to flow as easily as his as she lost herself in his love-making and murmured her own endearments against his ears. She clung to him in a fever with the force she would have used to keep herself afloat against a raging river. And the river swept her away in a wild, pulsing joy of brilliance that consumed her. She was frozen by the mystical shower of passion fulfilled, grasping him tightly in awe, in wonder. He felt her achievement, and she heard the confirmation from his lips in a breath.
Ah, my love, at last.
Aurelie had never given or taken so much. She lay panting within his arms, their bodies covered with a mist of rapture past. There was a long while before her rapid breathing subsided, and longer still before she could speak. And when the words did come, they trembled with emotion. Oh, Hyatt.
You did not know, Aurelie? What did you think passed between men and women? Where was the reason for sport, if not the reward?
I did not know, she said simply. I suppose I should have guessed. He rose on an elbow and looked down into her eyes.
There is the power which men are willing to kill for, and ofttimes women use to snare unwilling victims into their traps.
It feels a little like death, she softly mused. She reached a hand to gently touch his cheek. But it occurs to me, Hyatt, that it is not just a power that pushes men to kill and women to show their treachery, but mayhap a power so glorious that soothes what pain has been endured and gives men and women alike the courage to love.